places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
MVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs, after last night's 5-3 loss to the Giants, have now lost 3 straight, and it's the Giants, not the Diamondbacks, that are taking advantage of a postseason opportunity. But a getaway game for the Diamondbacks today, as they'll look to get back in the win column with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound today. First pitch will be at 12:40, and you can listen to it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals return to practice today, as their season home opener will be this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. And here was tight end Trey McBride talking about how this team is ready for the next steps.
And I think it's go time now. Kyler's healthy. Everybody's healthy. We're coming in this year strong, ready to go. And I fully expect, us to make the playoffs and be able to make a run in the postseason.
The Phoenix Mercury last night locked up the 4 seed in the WNBA playoffs. Their reward will be the defending champs, the New York Liberty, as the 5 seed in the first round. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome into Wednesday, Hump Day, midweek edition of the Bickley and Marotta Morning Showgram. The voice you're hearing right now is not Dan Bickley. It is not Vince Marotta. And we get the apologies for that right out of the way. Now, this Tim Ring again back in for Dan Bickley and Vince Marotta. Jody Jackson has pulled up a chair for the next 4 hours as well. We are pinch hitting for Dan and Vince. Bick remains on vacation. Vinny remains under the weather, but JJ, they called the bat phone on you again last night. You made your way in.
You know how it is when you're under the weather. You're probably not going to recover in one day. So, Vince, get well. I know you're not listening right now. I hope you're sleeping, but
he should be sleeping. As always, smart. If you're gonna fake being sick, take a second day because it just looks better. That's what I tell my kids, right? And I'm not saying Vince is actually really sick.
Yes, believe me. I could tell on Monday that he was sick.
Yeah, on Monday he was sick. We knew he wasn't going to make it throughout the week, so we want him to get better. But in theory, though, if you're going to call in sick or fake sick from school, go for the second day. It just looks better.
So, did you guys do that a lot growing up? Did you fake illness to get out of school?
I think I did. I mean, a lot.
Your parents went for it?
I don't think I did. Yeah. No.
Because you were a goody two-shoes or because your parents didn't buy it? Jody?
Oh, me?
Yeah. You said you didn't do it.
I just don't. I think I liked going to school for the most part.
Nerd.
Is that a goody two-shoes? I don't know.
Well,
I can't remember. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there were days where it was like, I don't feel great. And my mom probably said, okay. My mom was,
I think, and now that I'm a parent, like you always can kind of tell when your kid is faking, because if they're really sick and they got a fever, you can tell. You can look at them and be like, all right, they're not right. But when the kid comes up with my stomach, because there's no way you can actually take a temperature of an upset stomach and they look fine. You're like, all right, well, why don't you go to school and see how you feel?
That's totally what we say,
I'll come
too,
get you a little bit later if you can't make it. Usually it's because they didn't do their homework or they didn't study for a test.
Yeah,
that's when,
exactly.
That's when the stomach ache
project that they didn't do.
Jared, did you never missed any days down at U of A, right?
At U of A? Well, see, but the difference is in college you didn't have to go to every class. They didn't do like attendance every day, so you didn't have to go to classes. You just had to get the assignments done and do the tests and stuff. So
yeah, but you find out as a freshman pretty quickly that if you don't go to class, you are really putting yourself.
True, but you also it also leads to literal decades of nightmares that you have. That everybody has, where you didn't go to a class all semester, and then you.
I have the same.
We all do.
I know you have a project due, or you have a test.
I still have that recurring nightmare.
Yes.
I'm not alone then, right? And you're like, oh my god, I haven't gone all semester.
Yep. Or you didn't graduate, and you're still on campus.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yes, that.
Or you have parking tickets, and they won't give you.
I had parking tickets. That's what I had.
Yeah, I used to roll up because I would have I was the baton twirler at Miami, so I was always running from. So I would park illegally out by the IM field. So, yeah.
Are there pictures of this baton twirling era in your career?
Yeah.
Tim, please, for goodness sakes, you're a married man.
There are pictures, yeah, and I'm extremely tan. Like I am,
Well,
I
you're in
totally
Miami.
look. I used to lay out in the sun
Artificially.
nonstop.
Yeah, so Faye
No, that was real back then. I wish it was artificial. Nowadays, kids are smarter. Like, go get a spray tan. No, I would actually lay in the sun and invite skin cancer to my body.
Your dermatologist will be happy in 10 years.
Luckily, I knocked that off around 27 or so, or 25. So
Faye actually chose the U, Miami. Because
smart woman.
It's because of its proximity to the beach. Like that was one of her.
Yeah,
not the communication department.
She's not the only one.
Not the campus life.
The pool, the great pool, and we would all lay out by the pool. So,
Jared,
how do we get off? How do we get?
I don't know. Start the show. Let's talk some sports.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
And just like that, the losing streak is now at 3 for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tuesday night in San Francisco, Willie Adames powered up against Zach Gallen in the very first inning, a 3-run homer. And the Giants basically never looked back. The D-backs scratched back into the game but could not get the big hit. And in the ninth inning, could not lay down a key bunt as the Giants win it 5-3. D-backs now 72-74. The Mets did lose again, 4 in a row for them. So the D-backs do remain 4.5 back of the final wild card, but now there are just 16 games to play. Gallen takes the loss. He's now 11-14 on the season. D-backs and Giants series finale today, 12:45. Pregame coverage begins right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 at noon.
That's a lot of decisions in 2025. They have 25 decisions, 11-14. That's
he's
an interesting quirk.
Deep into games and went out there in the 7th yesterday.
Yeah, he was into the 7th yesterday. That's okay.
I mean, I think basically when you have the bullpen, again, I hate to keep harping on it, but you have guys in there that are fresh from the minors. You do have a couple veterans, but and I think it's like, hey, we need to save the guys we have. We need to manage it. And if you can go back out there at 89 pitches, I think it was, go back out there.
He did exactly that. And
he didn't get too far after that, but,
I mean, again, the long ball continues to be his Achilles heel. He gave up not only the 3-run homer to Adames, but he gave up a home run to Bailey a little bit later on in the game. And the D-backs had their chances, but again, could not get the big hit. All right, the Cardinals return to the practice field later today. It's Carolina Panther week. It's also the home opener for the Cardinals as they'll look to go 2-0 for the first time since 2021. The Panthers, the longtime nemesis of the Cardinals, come in 0-1. Will Johnson had that sensational debut on Sunday. The second-round pick out of Michigan posted a 90.2 coverage grade, second highest in the NFL per PFF with 3 pass breakups. Johnson was also named ML Football's Defensive Rookie of the Week. ASU continues its game preps for Saturday's home game against Texas State. The Sun Devils in must-win mode now after last Saturday's disappointing night in Starkville. Kickoff 7:30 in Tempe. After Texas State hits town, the Devils have a daunting 4-game stretch beginning the following week at Baylor. All right, the Phoenix Mercury lost to the LA Sparks last night, 87-83, in their regular season home finale, 88-83. The Mercury kept starters' minutes low in the game, but did not matter to the great Alyssa Thomas. Thomas notched her 8th triple-double of the season, 11, 10, and 10 in just 21 minutes, though. A triple-double in 21 minutes is a WNBA record. Mercury have locked in on the 4 seed for the WNBA playoffs. They'll open up against the 5 seed, the New York Liberty.
That's unlucky. But what was that stat with Alyssa Thomas about her triple-doubles? Do you remember that, Sammy? Like, she has more triple-doubles than every other...
I want to say it was she has more triple-doubles than every other NBA player combined.
WNBA player combined, yeah.
But I'd have to go back.
In WNBA history.
Yeah.
In the history of the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, prior to a few years ago, there weren't many at all.
Right.
No.
Period. And now after the game last night, that was her 8th of the season.
Playoffs Sunday, that's big. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and how about a record 21 minutes of notching a triple-double? Sure, I mean, she just barely scratched it out with 11, 10, and 10, 11, and 10, but she got it nonetheless. All right, back to the NFL with 4 games scheduled in the next 23 days. The San Francisco 49ers place tight end George Kittle on IR with a hamstring injury. They did that yesterday. The Niners also make a change at kicker, waiving Jake Moody. The decision comes after Moody misses a 27-yarder and had a 36-yarder blocked last Sunday against Seattle. The 49ers have signed veteran kicker Eddie Pinheiro. So that is your splash. You are up to date on Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. All right, coming up after the break, we'll get back into the Cardinals. More on Will Johnson and his debut, plus Trey McBride laying it on the table for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025. It's playoffs or bust. Keep it here.
Nice.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings with Tim Wright. Jody Jackson rolls back after the break. Keep it here.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Swung on and grounded right to the second baseman, Schmidt. He'll throw to first in time, and the Giants win the series by taking this one by a final score of 5-3.
D-backs at the Giants, series finale. Our coverage begins today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Heads up, sports fans, if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You know I'm a huge fan of Sonic and their all-star lineup of burgers, but the Sonic menu, incredibly diverse, and there is guaranteed to be something for everyone in your crew. And I'm talking about iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dogs, and shakes. There are a ton of new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, and soft pretzel twists. And with a drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations, your options are endless. Remember, order ahead with the Sonic app. You can score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on September 15th for a 3-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth, Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to make sure they start the season 2-0? We'll ask two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf, we look forward to that. Always good to have Max talking football here during the football season. Max, always a very, very busy guy. I apologize to Max if you're listening about your Florida Gators. Hey, listen, Jody, it's Panther week. We'll kind of get more into the Panthers later in the week, but I can tell you this right off the bat. Any Cardinal fan with any sense of history understands that for whatever reason, Carolina, an out-of-division foe, I wouldn't call them a rival, but I would call them a nemesis. I would call them an extreme pain in the you-know-what for the Arizona Cardinals. I stood in the freezing cold in Carolina in that devastating 2015 season NFC Championship game. Since that time, and the Panthers dominated the Cardinals on that day, and the Cardinals fell one game short of the Super Bowl, and I'll never forget the shot of Larry Fitzgerald crying in his locker afterwards. Since that time, though, I mean, the Panthers have just dominated this series.
Yeah, and that was the Ryan Lindley start, I believe,
that
right?
that was the other playoff
That
game.
was the other, yes, I do remember both of them.
The 2015 game was Carson Palmer.
Yeah, okay.
It was there, and remember, Tyrann Mathieu got hurt late in the year, and they didn't have him for that game. Now, they were blown out on the scoreboard, so it's tough to say, man, if they had one player,
one
things
guy,
would be different. But losing Tyrann Mathieu for that run, I mean, they barely beat the Packers, remember, in overtime.
Yep.
And then they go to Carolina, and Carolina had it rolling with Cam Newton. I always thought to myself, if somehow the Cardinals could have gotten the NFC Championship game at home that year,
different story.
I think it would have been a different story when you talk about the elements. Plus, the Panthers had a really good home crowd back in those days. Well, they still do, I'm sure, if they started winning again. Those guys would...
Isn't it weird that with such a sort of nondiscrete franchise, the Cardinals have such a history with them?
And they seem
because on their run to the Super Bowl, they also they had the famous Jake Delhomme game.
The Jake Delhomme, like 6 picks, right? That was great. Yeah, and in the rain and the whole thing.
Right,
yeah.
The Panthers were heavily favored in that game. Nobody gave the Cardinals much of a chance to win even the divisional playoff game that they went into Carolina and they won. But really, again, since 2015, they've played 8 times. The Cardinals are 1-7. They beat it.
It's crazy to me.
The Panthers aren't good.
And the Panthers aren't really all that good.
And they weren't good last year. And I know as that game wore on, you had injuries in that game. Again, the Cardinals, you were just looking to win that, go to Carolina, win that game, and try to kind of stay in the hunt, right? And they couldn't do it. And it was late game failure. And late game failures have been the trouble for the Cardinals.
Now, they're still hanging around a little bit. the D-backs, but it reminded me of the Rockies series about whatever it was 3 weeks ago now.
I remember it well.
Where essentially when they lost those games to the Rockies, that was essentially the end of the season. Last year with the Cardinals, as they were making that playoff push, when they lost that game to Carolina, you were like, oh my God, how did that happen?
How did it happen?
No, it's officially,
exactly.
that was like, okay, it's officially off the tracks.
Right.
I'll take you back into 2021. We've talked a lot about 2021 because that was the year the Cardinals started 7-0. That was the year they did make the playoffs, the last time that has happened. The Cardinals in November of 2021 were still regarded as one of the best teams in the NFL. Okay, it had not fallen off the tracks that season yet either. Colt McCoy was still starting. Kyler Murray was hurt. And the Cardinals were rolling. I mean, McCoy won his first 2 starts. The Carolina Panthers, again, a very somewhat mediocre team at that point, came into Glendale, and they beat the ever-living tar out of the Cardinals. 34-10 was the final. And in some ways, that was almost the beginning of the downslide in that 2021 season. So
was
anyway,
that the game? I think was that the one Buddha missed? There was one Carolina game where Buddha missed the game, and it just, I mean, you guys, you should have a Carolina radio host on maybe, and just do one of those really trash them and like talk, like be like they are our nemesis in the strangest way, because you wouldn't think there's any tie there, certainly not geographically. And how do you not beat the Carolina Panthers?
Well, to Jared's point, Jared, real quick, for a non-division foe, obviously, they've played outside of the championship game in the 2015 season, which was actually in the calendar year, of course, 2016. They have played in the 2016 season, the 2019 season, the 2020 season, the 2021 season, the 2022 season, the 2024 season.
We don't want them anymore.
And now again in the 2025 season.
And they've played for 2 teams that in their histories have rarely made the playoffs. They've played each other 3 times in the playoffs, which is really weird.
They've played each other now 21 total times. The Cardinals have won 6. So they've got to deal with history and the current Carolina Panthers coming up on Sunday.
It's like we're hyping this matchup and we're not faking it. Like, this is real. Like, this is like we're angry and we want.
It feels like every NFL team has one non-divisional opponent that they play weird games with and they play quite often. And for us, I had always felt it's the Panthers and the Lions.
Yeah.
Like, if you go look at our Lions history too, it's weird games and it's a lot. And so to say it's like
Kyler's debut,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. To say like this week,
something about that color blue.
The weird one is, why do the Eagles? We beat the Eagles, right?
Yes,
don't we usually
do.
beat the Eagles? Like, that's one that chalk it up.
We tend to play well against the Eagles. The Detroit at the end in December of 2021, when the Cardinals still had eyes on a number 1 seed in the postseason, the Lions were dreadful. And they kicked the crap out of the Cardinals in December. Will Johnson, guys, real quick, I wanted to get this in there. Now that the Monday Night Football game was in the books on Monday night, obviously, Tuesday, the grades come out in terms of where you ranked and where you fall. Will Johnson's coverage grade on that game in New Orleans came in at 90.3. Ends up being the second best coverage grade for a defensive back in week 1. 3 forced incompletions, second best for a defensive back in week 1. The accolades are coming in. ML Football, for what it's worth, ML Football, but they named Will Johnson the week 1 rookie defensive player of the week. Again, the 90 coverage grade, the 4 forced incompletions, the massive hit on Chris Olave. So I think Will Johnson, when you look at all the positives that came out of that win in New Orleans, I think getting the win is 1, and number 2 right behind it, the play of Will Johnson in that football game.
He looks like a natural. I mean, he does. When he showed up at training camp, when he showed up in the OTAs, I think the other thing that showed up in that game, and Nick Rawlis was asked about it yesterday, was just being in position. And how many times do we say with rookies, like, okay, this guy might be talented, he might be fast, he might be physical, but he's, I think it's very hard for rookies to check that box of like being in the right place all the time. And I mean, I'm sure he was, because Nick's answer was a little bit measured. It was kind of like, well, he can get better in some areas. And I'm sure he can. I mean, you go through a whole entire NFL game, there's areas to learn and teach, but he did a lot of things right. And he was in position for that great hit. He was there for the interception. Rawls was asked about the interception. It's kind of like, well, he had the ball in his hands. It was pretty good. Like, someone said, like, what did you think of it or something? And it was like, it was a good pick. Like, had Max Melton not had a penalty on the other side of the end zone over there, it would have been a pick.
For discussion purposes, Will Johnson did make the pick, and it wasn't like Will Johnson was the guy who got the penalty and held and scratched and clawed and then got the pick. I mean, in terms of his playmaking on that particular play, he got a pick. Look, when he fell to the second round and the Cardinals snatched him up, I watched him a lot in college. I just knew right away that was going to be a steal. I didn't know how good he was going to be, but I knew he was going to be good. And I just think the amount of draft capital the Cardinals have spent, Monty Ossenfort has spent on the cornerback room, it's looking really promising with Melton Johnson and Garrett Williams now, for the next 5 to 7 years. And right now they're not paying him a whole lot. That's going to be the biggest problem if they all turn out to be really
that's
good.
Not a bad problem to have.
You might not be able to pay them all. Hey, Trey McBride, real quick before the break, was on with Rich Eisen. It was pretty candid about the state of the Cardinals and what the goals are this year. Expectations for the season. Rich Eisen asked Trey McBride about that. Here's what the big fella had to say.
I don't think we openly talk about it, but we definitely know that what we expect of our team, and I think we're a playoff team. I think now we're in year 3 of Jonathan Gannon, him as the head coach, the system, the culture, everything that he's brought in, and I think it's go time now. Kyler's healthy, everybody's healthy. We're coming in this year strong, ready to go, and I fully expect us to make the playoffs and be able to make a run in the postseason.
Yeah, and here's McBride on starting 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, obviously to start the season 1-0, to get a win on the road is always a good thing. So team's feeling really good. Obviously, we didn't play as good as we'd want to. We didn't execute everything, so got a lot to clean up. Excited for another opportunity this week against the Panthers.
All right, it's Trey McBride on the Rich Eisen Show. Much more Cardinals coming up later in the show. We'll get into the coordinators. Drew Petzing, the job he did in Week 1. We'll hear from the Cardinals offensive coordinator coming up at 7 o'clock. Coming up next, though, we'll talk some D-backs baseball. They take one on the chin last night by the Bay, 5-3. Zach Gallen's 14th loss of the season. Time is ticking now. It'll take a miracle for the D-backs to get into the wild card playoff slot there at the third playoff slot. So D-backs Daily coming up after the timeout. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday. Tim Ring and Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince. Keep it here.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here's what ASU lost. They lost their clout. The hype of ASU football, the excitement of being one of the top teams in the country. You lost that. It's gone now. Everybody's going to look at ASU and think you're vulnerable. They're going to think you can be beat. You're going to be picked to lose some games now because of this game against Mississippi State. That's what you lost. You didn't lose your opportunity to win the Big 12, hang a banner, and go play in the playoffs again. You lost the clout that came with being a playoff team from last year and bringing almost everybody back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Let's turn them loose. Friday on the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series postseason fight for the title begins.
Justin Allgaier, Austin Hill, Connor Simmons.
And it's not just about acceleration. It's about elimination.
Survival is what it's all about in the NASCAR playoffs.
Who has what it takes to stay in the game?
Man, these guys
guys are out of control.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from the Bristol Motor Speedway, Friday on the CW.
Coverage begins Friday at 4, only on CW7 Arizona.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5. Or get a great deal on your favorite Toyota. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner today by visiting your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Tacoma offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just don't want to seize the opportunity to make things interesting down the stretch. A 5-3 loss to the Giants last night marks their 3rd straight and pushes them 4.5 games back of the final wild card spot. And here was manager Torey Lovello on where the focus is right now.
We can only focus on one thing. That's at 12:45 tomorrow, and that's what we'll do. We got to get a good night's rest. It's a quick turnaround, and hopefully we come out on top. That will be our intention. We're going to do everything we can to win a baseball game.
Yep, Game 3 of that series will be at 12:45 this afternoon right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals, though different results this past weekend, have a lot to clean up on both sides of the ball, as Texas State will be in Tempe on Saturday and the Carolina Panthers in Glendale on Sunday. And if you can't wait for Phoenix Suns basketball and are asking what might this Suns rotation look like, don't worry, we have you covered. Just head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
All right, it is time for D-Backs Daily. The Diamondbacks trying to make up for a bad start to the series, dropping Game 1. It was a big matchup. Zach Gallen versus former Diamondback Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray, of course, one of a series of Diamondbacks pitchers who leave Arizona and then win the Cy Young. Zach Gallen did not start off well, walking Ramos and Devers, and then comes up Willy Adames.
Now the 0-1 pitch is swung on, launched high and deep out to left field. Adames flings his bat towards his own dugout because that thing's 10 rows out of here. 2 walks and a 3-run homer. Not the way you want to start a key game like this one.
So 3-0 before you even got to sit in your seats there. It stayed 3-0 until the 4th inning. Schmidt got a sac fly to make it 4-0. But then Tim Tawa of Powa gets a double in the 5th inning, followed by Jordan Lawler.
Quick look at second. Now the 2-2. Swung on. That is hit high. It's hit deep to left center field. On its way. It hits off the base of the wall. Rounding third and scoring is Tawa as Lawler blasts an RBI double. And the D-backs are on the board. It's now 4-1.
4-1. Lawler steals third, and then Barossa gets a sac fly to make it 4-2. Our D-backs right back in it, but the bottom of that very inning, Patrick Bailey comes up for the Giants, and
it's the first pitch to Patrick Bailey, swung on and belted high and deep to right. That thing is over into Levi's landing, gone.
It was 5-2 right there. Vargas gets an RBI single in the sixth inning to get the D-backs a little bit closer, but they could do no more. And in the ninth inning,
the 0-1. Swung on and grounded right to the second baseman, Schmidt. He'll throw to first in time, and the Giants win the series by taking this one by a final score of 5-3. The D-backs could not execute down the stretch, and the Giants will go into the afternoon finale trying to sweep the Diamondbacks and really plunge a dagger into the hearts of the Diamondbacks' postseason dream.
I think that dagger is already firmly in the hearts of the Diamondbacks' postseason dreams. I mean,
I think what makes it really tough, by the way, is the Giants have now won 13 of 16. So the Giants are the team that is most hotly on the tail
taking
of the
advantage
Mets.
of the
and
Mets.
the Mets, the Mets are their best pitchers right now are young guys that have come up. Like you look at Nolan Kling, Tong. I mean, these guys. They don't, the Mets, that's a concern for the Mets to me. Their veteran pitchers are not pitching well. They're relying on some young guys, and they're trying to get through it. They're losing to the Phillies. They have to play the Phillies again next week. So I don't know what's going to happen there, honestly. Like, as I think, Sammy, you put it well, the Mets have been, used to handing their fans like a lapse or some kind of, there's always drama with the Mets. So, but the hard thing for the D-backs, and you're right, Tim, I mean, just the fact that, they went on, they had some mini runs. But losing that last one against Boston, losing these first two in San Francisco, this is really damaging because of the time frame that you're looking at. But now the Reds are, I think, 3 back. So you have the Giants and the Reds that are ahead of you, and the Giants are really hot right now. But they do have to play the Giants
4 more times.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people are saying, well, the Mets should be fine. Like I think the D-backs everybody learned that a lot can happen even in the last 10 days of the season. So not for the D-backs necessarily, but for the Mets to collapse.
But all season long, they essentially just haven't been able to win more than 4 in a row.
Right, this is who they are.
And Zach Gallen, his ERA is under 5 now. I think he's shown us all. He went 103 pitches last night, was bit by the long ball a couple times. It was it's real that he had a strikeout instead of a walk in that first inning. Was it a 2-run home run? Sammy was pretty upset about that, right?
I'm infuriated.
It's tough because it was not like a borderline pitch. It also wasn't middle. Like, a lot of it. But it was definitely in the strike zone. It wasn't on the line. So
And it was Ramos who he pimped a walk, and that made me even more infuriated. Like, dude, the pitch is borderline down the middle, and you drop the bat and go to your leg immediately. The ump should have rung him up just on that alone.
Yeah. Did he influence the ump? Do you feel like that happens, Tim? I mean, like he kind of threw the bat. Yes. He kind of bat flipped and took his leg guard off and went. And that I think it did influence the. I think it was Doug Eddings yesterday.
It certainly has happened before. Obviously, it shouldn't.
I think Perdomo does that though.
Perdomo does it, but Perdomo's got the best eye in baseball, or one of. But I think it's on the flip side when they do it. I think the ump takes that to like himself, and he's like, "No, I'm going to ring you up."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they also will take exception to it, and if it's a borderline call,
that's why
it'll go against you if you're trotting down to
not on that
to first base.
So, yeah,
Gallen had won 5 consecutive starts against NL West opponents. Obviously, that comes to an end last night. Again, the D-backs are 72 and 74, and again, they're 4.5 back still to the Mets in the wild card race. If we want to play the what-if game, you can play it over the last 3 games. Had they managed to win these last 3?
Oh, yeah, they'd be right in there.
I mean, my God, they'd be right in there.
That's such a big what-if, though, because they didn't win any of them.
It's such a big what-if.
And the last 2...
I think it's... Let me just say this, though. I do think it's almost remarkable that we can even play the what-if game as we hit mid-September, knowing what they did at the trade deadline. I mean, I think it speaks to the fact that they kind of kept this thing on the tracks after the purge.
Yes, they're at worst, they're playing about the same as they did the entire season, even losing all those stars to trades and injuries.
And they've still lost in the last, week and a half, lost Gurriel. And yesterday, I know he wasn't tearing it up at the plate, but he was giving you innings at first base. Tyler Locklear has an elbow injury because of the play the other day where the runner, hit him. So
it's quite a compliment. He was giving you innings at first base.
Also, you know what?
Well, he was playing he's playing a decent first base. That inning was just a collapse. That was what was disappointing, I think. And I think you were going there, Tim, is that the defense failed there. We know about the bullpen. We know the bullpen's not going to be perfect. But when you lose based on some defensive error things, that's what you hate, because we thought we were past that. We kind of thought we were better than that.
Yeah, and it's back-to-back nights. Also, the Giants have slugged 7 home runs in the last 2 nights.
Giants are hot.
And you want to talk about a what-if game, Jarrett, not only just these last 3 games in terms of what the Mets are doing. You go back and you just look at I don't ever want to hear again, it's early. It's early. Every stinking game, every win counts. And you look at the standings right now in the National League, if the D-backs just had 5 more wins, 1 win a month, and I get it, that's baseball. But 1 win a month, 1 more win in April, 1 in May, 1 in June, 1 in July, and 1 in August, they would be probably heading to the postseason.
Yeah.
And we all...
Same as last year.
And we can
one
all
win.
look back at games that they flat out blew and they should have won. It's not like this is an upstart team that overachieved, where you were like, well, okay, yeah, they were close, but this is a team that was built from a salary standpoint and a talent standpoint to make the postseason. And when you look at it that way, 1 game a month that they let slip away, they would have been knocking on the door.
I always think how they were built this year. You look at still have Corbin Carroll, and they still have Ketel Marte, and they still have Gabby Marino, and they still have Gerardo Perdomo. That's after all these injuries and after all these trades. It just shows you how loaded this roster was on opening day, like how much they built this team to win now, and just how a combination of underachievement and bad luck has been. And you're right, they should be going to the postseason. But if they're not going to go to the postseason, they should go to Safeway, because Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us this Friday at the Safeway, located at Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale, from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to win. Once again, that's Friday at the Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale.
All right, Jared, excellent job on the promo. Let's take a time out. When we come back to football. This time we'll talk about the college boys down in Tempe. Tempe is where they will be on Saturday night. Sam Levitt must play better, Texas State or not. I don't care the opponent. Don't play it again, Sam. We'll take a time out. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday. Tim Ring and Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince. Keep it here.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And at the moment, it put you down 17-0. I mean, it made it so the game looked like it was going to be out of reach. I will give them credit, because this is something ASU has done consistently last year, too. They come out in the second half and look like a much better team. That's a great trait to have. The problem is these slow starts are starting to become a trait now, too.
How do you get back into a game when you're trailing 17-3 at the half? You come out and you blow the other team's face off.
Yeah.
You come out of the tunnel and you go 8 plays for 75 yards and a touchdown. That tells me somebody was yelling inside the locker room.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So bring your MRI and your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free, so don't wait. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can call them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for: gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Luke. What does ASU football need to correct this weekend against Texas State? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to Wednesday. Tim Rain, Jody Jackson in for Bickley and Murata today. Bick is on vacation. Vinny's under the weather. Vinny hoping to get back in the chair tomorrow. Jody, let's spin this thing over to ASU. Tempe Friday night or Saturday night at 7:30. Texas State, I should say, is in town. Devils need a win. There's no question about it. They need a win for about 30 different reasons. First and foremost, if you lose to Texas State, obviously the season has a chance to get off the rails mighty quick. You got a really difficult four-game stretch. That might be too strong of a word, but certainly daunting when you go on the road to Baylor. You got TCU, you go on the road to Utah, and then you got a top 20-ish Texas Tech coming to town on Saturday, October 18th. So they got to get right against Texas State. They got to kind of get some good vibes back in that locker room. And I think if anybody needs an outstanding night, Saturday night in Tempe, against Texas State. It's Sam Levitt, the
Yeah,
quarterback.
I mean, I was just looking back through that first half, and just having to watch the film had to be really tough. I mean, you look at we were calculating it, and that was a good idea by you, but we came up with 5 for 12 with 30 yards passing for Sam.
In the first half.
In the first half. It started 1 for 7. And then there was a pass for -2 yards. And there was just a lot of incompletions, a lot of things where you're looking back and thinking, what was supposed to happen there? What was, and I realize, I think the takeaway that I've heard from people that were there was just that they were rattled. Sam was rattled. Look, I think if it were just, the other thing, just big picture, Tim, is that if it were just Mississippi State, if I could say Mississippi, that would be one thing. But I think the view of the NAU game, I think you go, okay, win is a win. It's kind of like the Cardinals win, right? Like, okay, it wasn't perfect, but a win is a win. But then, so they really haven't played nearly up to the capability that we think we should have seen, right? Even NAU. So I think this next game, Texas State, it has to check 2 boxes, I think, for a lot of people that are watching the program. Is just you have to get the win, but you also have to maybe just perform a little bit more to the capability. I think what we learned is that the run game has some, it's not a Scadaboo-led run game, but they did some good things. And I think Sam is the one that really this year has to prove that he can go out and and we've talked about that all offseason, make plays, make this offense go without Scat. And I don't want to always make it about Scat not being there, but, Dillingham has said, this is the guy we've chosen to lead our team. We feel really good about it. So now it's really his turn to come out and give us his best, because we certainly didn't see it the other day for whatever reason. If it was just environment, that's great. That's fine. Learn from that, move on. But if it was not being on the same page with your receivers, if it was, whatever that looked like, because clearly that was it in the first half, like that's got to get fixed.
Well, they may have had Superman last year, but one of their superpowers, especially as the season went on, is that was such a confident football team. And anybody who's ever played this game or coached this game will tell you that if you are a confident football team and you take the field every Saturday or Sunday and you believe you're going to win, or you're going to win, man, that goes a long way in terms of securing the ultimate result that you want. ASU needs to get that back. That's what I talk about when I talk about beating up on Texas State on Saturday night, to get the vibes back in the locker room, get the confidence back before that 4-game stretch, because that was critical to the disposition of ASU's football team last year, and they rode that a long, long way, almost into the national semifinals. As for Levitt, obviously he has to play better, Jody. Up until that final drive, he had 4 completions for 7 yards. Essentially, Marcus Arroyo took the football out of his hands in the second half, and that allowed ASU to really get back into the game and ultimately take the lead, just staying on the ground with Brown and Udo. So Sam Levitt, though, with Jordan Tyson as part of your arsenal, Levitt and him are going to go hand in hand. Right? Levitt has to be accurate, and I think somebody else has to step up beyond Jordan Tyson as a wide receiver to kind of take some of the pressure off Tyson and maybe draw some attention of the defense, because nobody, not a single receiver outside of Jordan Tyson, had even a catch in that loss to Mississippi State on Saturday night.
That's a little shocking, too. Tyson had 6 catches for 68 yards. And then you had Raleek Brown with some catches, Harpole with the catch. But yeah, that was it. Like, Tyson was the passing game. And I agree. You have to have some other guys contributing in that area.
And I went through the play-by-play to try to get the yards for Sam Levitt. His first 3 pass attempts, -2 yards, interception, 1 yard, 4-yard completion.
He ended up completing only 10 passes in the game for 82 yards, had the 1 touchdown, the couple of picks. One of those picks came very, very late in the game, obviously. Sam, back in Tempe, met the media, and he was asked just point blank, how do you feel after what happened on Saturday night in Starkville?
Honestly, I thought it was really good for me, the team as a whole. We saw what we could do in the second half. There's a lot of things I got to clean up. Quite frankly, I didn't play very well, and I take a lot of things on me, but it's things I can clean up. Just knowing the game plan better and fixing my footwork, being more calm. It's a lot of the same things that was, early in the season last year. So I'm just excited to go to work and fix it up.
Okay, so Sam taking a page out of his head coach's playbook about staying positive, and this was a good thing for us. I'm not sure about that, but if that's the way they want to look at it, to kind of keep their own confidence and good vibes going in that locker room, that's fine by me. Levitt was also asked about Cam Scatterbo. I mean, point blank, how much is the offense missing, the Heisman Trophy candidate from a season ago?
Yeah, I really don't care what anybody says. I'm going to be honest. I'm here to play for my team, and I don't really care what the media says. So I know that we had a good running game, and we showed it.
All right, there you go. Clearly no interest in talking about Cam Scatterbo no longer being a part of the arsenal.
Well, I can't, honestly, I don't blame him. I mean, we all know what Cam meant to the team. We all know the ability that he had in short yardage, goal line, the things that really could have been, useful on Saturday. But, the run game looked all right. I mean, I have no complaint. You have two backs that go over 100 yards. Levitt uses his legs pretty well, typically, 8 for 25 the other day. But, yeah, I think for Sam, what I heard there is in that first soundbite that you played, Tim, was that he felt a little bit like last year some of the things he needed to, quote, clean up. And that could be encouraging. That could be. We talked about this yesterday a little bit in that, we didn't know what ASU was going to do. This time last year, we had no idea. We had no idea they were going to make this run and make the college football playoff. In fact, you probably would have told me I was insane if I had told you that on September 10th last year, right?
Of course. Of course.
So, I mean, I'm not saying, again, that's how if he's internally, if he's truly feeling that, and that's what he said, I mean, if he's truly feeling that, then maybe there is a quick learning curve there.
There shouldn't be, though.
Listen,
if
this is the second year. I get it.
If you're the preseason Heisman candidate and you're one of the best quarterbacks in college football, why are we taking a step back and making mistakes that we made earlier in the season? This is not me saying it. It's Sam saying it. He just said it. I made the same mistakes I was making early last season. Footwork, not understanding the game plan. Whatever. That should not be happening to a quarterback of his caliber. And that's how you get beat by Mississippi State.
And that I agree with, absolutely.
And now you're behind the 8 ball. You're going to win Saturday night. I feel relatively comfortable in saying that. But the way this team has played the first 2 games, guys, I keep bringing up that 4-game stretch that follows. Yep. And Jared, you said it yesterday. I mean, if they don't make marked improvement over what they've done in the first 120 minutes of football, this could be a 4-loss season before they reach the midway point.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
On the flip side, though, if they do and can figure it out and turn in and look like the team they did at the end of last year, everything ASU wants to achieve or has goals of doing is still in front of them.
They have no margin of error anymore, and you saw that from them dropping out of the rankings after one loss. From 12 to out of the rankings. They have no margin of error.
Are you just disputing what Sammy said? Is that they can still do everything they want to do?
Everything is
they can, but
can't lose one more game.
It's almost going. It's going to take. They have to win the Big 12 now.
You just have to get.
They're not going to be the second team in.
But
a lot has to happen. I mean, a lot of things are going to happen. I guess I just have to know what's the landscape of the entire Big 12. We don't know yet.
To Jared's point, the fact that the national media and the perception of Arizona State football is so flimsy that one loss to an SEC team on the road, I understand their record last year.
In a close game, too.
In a close game where you had the lead in the final minute, plummets them from where were they, 12th?
Yeah.
To out of the top 25?
By one vote.
They're out of the top 25.
Right.
Period.
It's a free fall. Yeah. It's a little bit of a free fall.
All I was saying to slightly dispute what Sammy was saying was that going into the season, you thought okay, well, if they lost a game or two in the Big 12, they might still make it as an at-large selection.
That's out of the question.
Now it's pretty much out of the question. If they lose another game, they're not going to get in the playoffs. So they can still do everything they wanted to do, but now they pretty much have no margin for error.
But you could lose another game and still win the Big 12.
Yes.
It just depends on who you lose to.
Well, I'm just saying they have to win the Big 12.
I would think at this point they probably have to win the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Mississippi State winds up going 11-1 and surprising everyone.
I wouldn't put your eggs in that basket.
Let's go get some cowbells. Cheer on the Bulldogs the rest of the
defeated by cowbell
this season. All right, we're up against it. Let's take a timeout. Back to the Cardinals on the other side of the break. Drew Petzing met the media. A lot of Cardinal fans. Drew Petzing's an interesting cat. A lot of Cardinal fans don't love the game plans. They don't love the play calling. I guess that's the life of an OC in any level of football. We'll take a timeout. Bickley and Murata mornings here on a Wednesday. Tim and Jody in for Dan and Vince. Back with more coming up after the break.
D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that proved my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where they treat customers like friendships, where they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. That's because there's no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it specifically for our climate, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off. So do what I did. Call today, beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvise here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all, plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs, after last night's 5-3 loss to the Giants, have now lost 3 straight, and it's the Giants, not the Diamondbacks, that are taking advantage of a postseason opportunity. But a getaway game today from San Francisco as the D-backs will look to get back in the win column with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. First pitch will be at 12:40. And you can listen to it here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals return to practice today as their season home opener will be this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. And here was tight end Trey McBride talking about how this team is ready to take the next step.
And I think it's go time now. Kyler's healthy. Everybody's healthy. We're coming in this year strong, ready to go. And I fully expect, us to make the playoffs and be able to make a run in the postseason.
This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did the Arizona Cardinals need to do to make sure they start the season 2-0? We'll ask two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf, looking forward to that. Don't forget D-backs baseball coming up this afternoon as the D-backs and Giants play in that series finale by the Bay. All right, Tim Ring, Jody Jackson here in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Jody, the Cardinals win a football game last Sunday. We know that, of course, by now. 20-13 was the final over the Saints. Cardinals 1-0 for the first time since 2021. Now, you look at the offense. Kyler Murray's numbers, not bad, not great. 21 for 29, 163 yards, couple of touchdowns. He was sacked 5 times in the game. Marvin Harrison Jr., impactful at that wide receiver slot, 71 receiving yards, 5 catches, the 1 touchdown. McBride and Tip Ryman, by the way, combined for 71 receiving yards as well. But for the Cardinals, not much outside receiving-wise of McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. Drew Petzing's a guy, Sammy said it the other day, in terms of and you kind of alluded to this. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is the scheme and the game plan kind of dictating not so gaudy numbers out of the offense? Do you want to talk about that a little bit, Sammy?
Yeah, no, I feel like even last year, we talked about how this team looks very similar to what it did last year, and I think it starts with how the offense looks. You want to establish the run. You have James Conner. You have what's supposed to be this real good offensive line when it comes to the run game. But when it comes to Kyler, the scheme, and I don't know if it's the plays that Petzing's calling and guys just aren't as open, or if Kyler's not, he's wanting Kyler to be a little more, quote, boring and just take what's there to him. But the lack of deep shots, the lack of explosive plays that we heard all offseason about that we want to see from Kyler. We want to see the off script. We want to see the ball going downfield. And I know it's a small sample size in game 1, but it looked a lot like 2024 of this dink and dunk. Guys aren't open. Kyler is kind of running for his life back there. And I'm not one to put it all on one person or one coach, but maybe it is the plays that Petzing's calling that could be limiting in this, quote, explosion of Kyler Murray.
Well, there's a couple ways to look at it. Obviously,
I feel like we complained a lot about dinking and dunking with Cliff Kingsbury, too. It might be Kyler.
Cliff Screensbury.
Right.
Remember those days?
Sifting this all out because the quarterback is the thread there. Yeah, but he did. You know what's interesting? I didn't realize, because we know that Harrison and McBride were the 2 main targets, and that was true. But he did hit 9 total targets the other day. It's just that a bunch of them were like 1 catch for 3 yards. Like Trey Benson, 1 catch for 6. Michael Wilson, 1 catch for 5. Zay Jones, 1 for 4. Higgins, 1 for 4. Yeah, I do. That's why it was so cool to see the 45-yard reception, because they don't do it very often.
And they had the opportunity to obviously hit a 97-yard touchdown late in the game. Kyler overshooting Marvin Harrison Jr. Kurt Warner, by the way, blamed Marvin Harrison Jr. On that particular play for not running the right angle at the end of his route.
Yeah, he went on, and he does this a lot if you follow Kurt, right? He was a quarterback. His son is a quarterback. He watches quarterbacks on film all week long. And he was talking about just how you can't anticipate what a receiver, how he might get derailed from his route. Is he going to, so, but that, again, that's something that happens all the time. So you have to figure that out because, Kurt was so good that he found the open man consistently and he was able to do that. So, but, I think it's a little different when we're talking about Kyler.
The Cardinals dropped back to pass the football a lot in the opening quarter, and the protection was pretty good. And it looked like, Sammy, when we try to figure out maybe what could be going on here, and none of us are football coaches, so I think I feel the need to say that first. But I've seen enough football to know that Kyler couldn't find anybody open.
Yes.
So let's just assume nobody was open. And they ended up getting technically sacked 3 times in the first quarter, and a couple of those were Kyler just running out of bounds, right, because he didn't want to take a traditional sack and he couldn't find anybody to throw the football to down the field. So it's not like Drew Petzing was just running the ball up the middle or throwing a bunch of screens. They were looking to throw the ball downfield early in that game, and there was nobody there. Michael Wilson, they threw a couple of sideline fades to him. He's not open. I'm starting to wonder if he's ever open. 1 catch for 5 yards for the number 2 wide receiver in that opener. They got to figure that out. They have to figure that out, how to either unlock him. It's too late to go out and find somebody. Yeah. But they got to figure that out. They need more out of Michael Wilson.
And maybe it's just getting him easy receptions in the game that can kind of get him going. We saw it late in the game with a slant on 3rd and 9 to Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, if that's going to be available throughout the game, I'm all for Marvin Harrison 14-plus targets,
of course,
10 receptions.
And that's
just
what it might be.
And I'm okay with that. But
I mean, remember the Rams game last year where it's like, okay, we got to figure out how to get it, and it was the crossing routes.
You got to have another threat. I mean, defensive coordinators are too good. If you're just going out there throwing it to Marvin Harrison 15 times, that's fine. But I mean, you don't think they're going to take that away,
right?
Ultimately,
is Trey McBride good enough that even though he's a tight end, he's your number 2 receiver and gives you enough of a threat, though?
Yes, and you can maybe win some games against bad teams by 7. I mean, if we want to get to where we want to go in this town. And I'm talking about not only making the playoffs, but winning in the playoffs. And complicating the lack of production out of the number 2 receiver, you're not getting it out of the number 3 or 4 guy either.
You're exactly right. And that might be enough to beat bad teams like Carolina, for example, this weekend. And don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game. And you should be watching us live on YouTube anyway, all show long.
You should be. Jody's got her makeup on. She's ready. She's TV ready.
I put some lipstick on.
She's looking.
Tim, you guys have such a nice background. Like Tim has some.
I know he's got helmets. He's got a TV screen.
I just have light switches.
You have the light switch.
Dan's hair usually takes up most of the screen. That's why.
I will say the lighting in here. It's a studio built for radio.
We're TV people.
We're TV people. This lighting's garbage.
You do look quite ghoulish.
It makes me look pasty.
Pasty gangsta.
I'm going to have to start wearing some makeup. Where's my TV makeup? Jody, speaking of the media, do you know what 2 weeks from today is?
Ooh.
Suns Media Day.
Wow.
Okay.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
That time of year.
So with that in mind, we'll talk some Suns buckets coming up after the break. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince today. We're back with some Suns talk after the break.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Will Johnson was great yesterday. You can see what great looks like. Great pops. Great, just like kind of reaches out through the TV and grabs you a little bit and says, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great in that game yesterday.
The highest graded rookies in week 1. Tyler Warren, a 90.4. Will Johnson, a 90.2. Will Johnson was the 2nd highest graded rookie in week 1. He was fantastic.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Did you know the average roof in Arizona lasts about 15 years? And a typical homeowner will need to replace their roof 2 to 3 times. People often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rains, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a 3rd-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. JLC Roofing takes pride and integrity as a family-owned business. Their motto is people over profits. A roofer-owned roofing company. They offer free estimates, specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. JLC is even offering our listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount if you need a new roof. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that is roofer-owned for 32 years. From grandfather to father to son, JLC Roofing. Call them at 602-ROOFING for a free estimate. And remember, JLC Roofing will never sell you what you don't need. Get that free roofing estimate at 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry-leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Arizona sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
All right, welcome into Wednesday, everybody. 7:16 here in Phoenix. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince today. Dan remains on vacation. Vinny a little under the weather.
Get well, Vinny.
Vinny hoping to get back in the big chair tomorrow. We are live at the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Jody, believe it or not, as I mentioned on the way to the commercial break, we are 2 weeks away from the day when the Suns will have media day, a little earlier this year because they're going to China.
That's right.
For a couple of preseason games. So the NBA season, as it always does, you're just kind of getting into the swing of football, and then you're like, whoa, The Suns are a few weeks away from taking the court for a preseason game.
Back in the day, they used to go to Flagstaff, right?
They did go to Flagstaff.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that far back in the day. I mean,
I
think it
know,
was,
right? Yeah. But now they have a
2000
lot of their own facilities and things and can do all of that. And then I know they start the games pretty quick, preseason games. But China, yeah, and then they usually play like in Palm Desert against the LA teams, right? Something like that, kind of.
What is it, Indian?
They used to play the outdoor games versus, at the Indian Wells.
The Indian Wells
tennis
facility, yeah. I mean, NBA preseason games.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I know. I try to especially this year because it is a new coach. It's Jordan Ott. It's a lot of new players, but it's still kind of hard to sit down. And,
It'll be exciting
I'm gonna watch
though
this preseason game
because it will be the first look at this essentially completely revamped roster.
I'm interested in it. Yeah, I'm gonna because I want to see. I think we kind of know who the starters are, right? We know they've acquired. They have Mark Williams, Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green. Of course, you got Booker, but Ryan Dunn, Royce O'Neal. How are these pieces going to fit together?
Well, that's the big question. And Jalen Green right now is slated to be the starting point guard. I think when that deal was made, everybody just assumed Devin Booker would slide back into that role, even if he doesn't particularly care for it. I don't know. I've never asked Devin Booker that. I don't think he would be honest about it anyway. But as somebody who's watched pretty much every minute of Suns games over the last decade, I think Devin Booker would prefer to play the two-guard position and not have the responsibilities of the point guard role.
And I think he's more effective that way.
Yes,
when someone's getting the ball to him as he's moving in key areas on the court. I mean,
but is Jalen Green that guy?
Well, that's the thing.
That's not a point guard.
I think are they banking on that though, Tim? Is that? I mean, they are, right?
They don't have another point guard.
They have to be because they're their two best players and they have to be on the court. And if Booker's not going to play the two, there's nobody else to play the one unless you want Ryan Dunn to handle it. I mean, Jalen Green's got to do it.
We've talked about this ad nauseum this offseason, but essentially they're just recreating Bradley Beal and Devin Booker with somebody who's not as good as Bradley Beal. I understand that he's available, which makes him better than Bradley Beal. But if that's the only thing, how is this going to work?
And it was also, when you talk about a return for Kevin Durant, the Suns, after shopping him around and obviously being hamstrung a little bit by Durant strong-arming himself to certain organizations, this was the best deal they could get in terms of talent. Remember, guys, when they first made this deal, people just kind of thought, well, it makes sense if they're now going to flip Jalen Green for a better positional fit and maybe an equally talented player. But right away, the Suns came out and said through sourcing that, no, Jalen Green, we're not going to move him. And then a few weeks later, we learned that Jalen Green is slated to play the point guard position. So, yeah, it's the same positional duplication we saw with Booker and Beal. Here's what I will say, though. Just because Booker and Beal failed to reach any type of success that ended up in the postseason in terms of success there, it doesn't necessarily mean that Booker and Green will fail. The problem is that much like Devin Booker loses some of his superpowers when he's playing the point, will Jalen Green lose some of his scoring ability and what makes him great if he's playing the point? And I'll tell you this, Booker and Beal were far more suited to handle the point in terms of their styles of play than what we've seen out of Jalen Green in his very young career.
And on the losing the scoring ability part, we're already going to have to be making up for Kevin Durant. We're not just replacing Jalen Green and for Bradley Beal.
So these are some of the concerns going into Media Day, which takes place in a couple of weeks in the preseason. How is this going to look with Devin Booker and Jalen Green? I think Dylan Brooks, we know what we're going to get. He's a tough guy. When Matt Ishbia talks about we need to be tougher, we need to be more gritty, we need to play a style of basketball that fans can be proud of. Dylan Brooks is the kind of the poster boy for that style of play. So you like what he's going to bring to the table. And then for me, really the X factor just might be in terms of the Suns being able to surpass their win total of a season ago. I mean, let's understand, I'm not talking about making the playoffs or winning a series in the playoffs, but just being better than they were from a win-loss standpoint a season ago. To me, the health and production of Mark Williams is going to go a long way in determining that. The guy's got talent. He's young, too. Williams and Green are young basketball players. They're at the very beginning stages of their careers. They both have immense talent. When Mark Williams is healthy, he can be a dynamic player at the center position. Also, he did so on a losing team. So, can he play a winning brand of basketball? So when I say X factor, I kind of know what we're going to get out of Book. I know what we're going to get out of Dylan Brooks. We'll see about Green playing the point. We'll see about Ryan Dunn in terms of taking a step up. But Mark Williams and his health and his production will probably go a long way into determining how many games this team ultimately wins.
Yeah, and that's where, when I see last year, it's still hard to process how 2 years ago they had 49. Last year, it was not good, and then it crumbled, and you end up at 36 wins. So for me, to do better than that, it shouldn't be that difficult. And yet, when you see all these new pieces, you can't help but wonder. You know what I mean? Because you'd like to see, 40 wins, 41. You'd like to see a team that's about 500. You're going to give them a little grace because it is a new group, but that is what Jared mentioned, just making up for the scoring. That, to me, is, because you can focus on defense, and I would like to see them hang their hat on defense. And, we can talk about whether they have the guys to do that. But ultimately, making up for the scoring is going to be a huge issue. And, I guess it is going to have to come from a little bit of everywhere. And Devin Booker clearly is going to have to lead. And we've seen him lead the team on many of the teams that were bad teams. He was able to do that. So how can they maybe lift him up to be able to lead a team, but also not, be a more effective overall team? And they have to get better on defense because it was brutal at times last year.
No, it was brutal from an attitude standpoint, for stopping people, any kind of pride in stopping people. You got to have pride in stopping people. That's where it all begins on the defensive end. But you also have to have the personnel. And last year, it was an issue: front line, size, defensive presence, defensive rebounding, offensive rebounding. The Suns just didn't have it. I'm a little worried that this year they still don't have it. You look at a projected starting lineup of Devin Booker and Jalen Green in the backcourt, Dylan Brooks on one of the wings, Williams in the middle, and then if that the fifth starter goes to Ryan Dunn, your front line is Ryan Dunn and Dylan Brooks, along with Mark Williams. Williams better average 18 rebounds a game.
Ryan Dunn is a good rebounder.
He is a good rebounder, but he doesn't have an abundance of size and strength yet. In terms of strength.
No, 100%. Right? I think when you watch last year's
team,
team, though. Yes, no,
he's
he is.
a wing.
But even when you watch last year's team, Jody mentioned it, the lack of just tenacity on either side of the glass, and especially defensively, I fully expect that to be a complete 180. I don't know Ryan Ott's coaching style and how he's going to be getting on guys, but just the out of Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant, although they're great offensive players, this team's going to just look and play just a lot different and a lot harder. And that's something that I personally can get behind.
They have to. And that has to be, we talk about it in baseball a lot, the grit, going back to Kirk Gibson's teams and things like that. And when you don't have, the talent maybe that other teams have, you have to rely on that grit. You have to do certain things well. And yeah, Jordan Ott, there's a huge amount of, I don't want to say pressure because it's not pressure to win, but if you're looking internally from the Suns organization standpoint, Jordan Ott has to establish a culture, and he has to establish all of these things, because now you have a collection of guys that are hopefully going to be team guys. This is not a collection of individuals, because sadly, I think that's what doomed this team the last few years. It was individuals out there playing and not playing together. And you do have other role players that we haven't mentioned, Grayson Allen, right? Is he going to be the Grayson Allen from 2 seasons ago when he first showed up? Or is he, I know there were some things that, injuries that got in the way. Iguodaro, I don't know where it's going to come from, but it's going to be interesting to see. And to me, it is on Jordan Ott to make this go with the pieces that they have. Yeah, and that's not always easy.
And we'll have to wait and see what they can get out of Malawatch after watching him in Summer League, the number 10 overall pick.
He looked pretty good in Summer League. I did catch a few of those games.
He had some moments, Jody, but I've
fallen into promise.
He's a teenager, and his strength with the ball.
He's raw.
He's very raw. I just don't know what they're going to get out of him, certainly in the first half of the season. We all love grit. Grit is good. Grit can be fun to watch. Problem is, I've seen enough NBA basketball over the last 50 years. Grit tends to fade, when you're 12 and 32 in February.
Well,
so just keep that in mind. So they got to win, too.
You know what doesn't fade, though?
No, tell me.
What doesn't fade, Jared?
Great music. great music from the past and present. And I'm talking about when Arizona Sports 98.7 FM giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You'll rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more. When Innings hits Tempe February 20th through the 22nd, tickets go on sale this Friday, but you can win a pair now by visiting ArizonaSports.com.
Spring training is in the air. I love that. And Tim and I, we need to brush up on our music, so we should definitely go to Innings Fest.
Yes, let's do that. It's a date. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, the Rush Hour Reboot, a.k.a. The Sammy Show. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday. Tim and Jody in for Dan and Vince. Keep it here.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in pop culture, the idea of a never-ending summer is very popular and very romantic, but in Arizona, the never-ending summer is very real and very difficult, which is why it's always a great time for an AC tune-up from Parker & Sons, the company that has served the Valley for 50 years with honest, expert service in heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They are reputable and highly decorated. They are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. When I had a plumbing emergency, I called them at 4:30 in the morning, and by 8 a.m., they were at my house. Incredibly impressive. Finally, they are trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured, subjected to background checks and drug tests. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, that REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.75% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 2.99% 48-month financing on a new Tacoma SR or SR5. To check out great deals on your favorite Toyota, visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Let's turn them loose. Friday on the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series postseason fight for the title begins.
Justin Allgaier, Austin Hill, Connor Simmons,
And it's not just about acceleration. It's about elimination.
Survival is what it's all about in the NASCAR playoffs.
Who has what it takes to stay in the game?
Man, these guys are out of control.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from the Bristol Motor Speedway, Friday on the CW.
Coverage begins Friday at 4, only on CW7 Arizona.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just don't want to seize the opportunity to make things interesting down the stretch. A 5-3 loss to the Giants last night marks their third straight and pushes them 4.5 games out of the final wild card spot. And here was manager Torey Lovello on where their focus is right now.
We can only focus on one thing. That's at 12:45 tomorrow, and that's what we'll do. We got to get a good night's rest. It's a quick turnaround, and hopefully we come out on top. That will be our intention. We're going to do everything we can to win a baseball game.
Yep, Game 3 of that series will be at 12:45 this afternoon, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals, though different results this past weekend, have a lot to clean up on both sides of the football, as Texas State will be in Tempe on Saturday night, and the Carolina Panthers come to Glendale on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. If you're looking to get a pool and add value to your home, now is a great time. With in-house financing and a 5-year warranty, go with Arizona's best pool builder at presidentialpools.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
It is 7:33 on a Wednesday. That means it is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And what better way to get rebooted than some quick one-word rapid-fire answers that I have. There you go. So I have 5 questions or statements for you guys, and you're going to give me one word to respond to that question. So first.
No.
The Cardinals' Week 1 win against the Saints left you feeling what?
Unsatisfied.
Ooh, okay.
I guess just relieved that they won.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, relieved.
That's 4 words.
Relieved. We'll take it.
Yeah.
All right. The home opener against the Panthers on Sunday will come down to what or who?
James Conner.
Ooh, yes.
Kyler Murray.
Okay. ASU has to show more what this Saturday?
Pride.
Oh, pride.
Ooh, I like that one. I'm gonna go with explosiveness.
Okay.
Dog.
This is an interesting one. The D-backs' best player this season has been
Perdomo.
That's a good one. I would agree with that. I'll say Carroll as well.
Okay, this is a precursor to a later question, but what is one word you would use to describe said Corbin Carroll's game?
Electrifying.
Nice.
Speed.
I'm now buzzing in.
Yeah, Tim would be great on Family Feud. Electrifying.
But like the power is there too. Speed.
I know.
Or power.
Show me electrifying.
Yes. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, thank you for playing Rapid Fire with Sammy Sabolka. All right, so Nick Rallis talked to the media.
I was on a game show once.
You were?
Yes. And my number one ability was ringing in quickly. Every single question I rang in quickly, and you weren't penalized for getting it wrong. That's how I won.
Were you on Jeopardy?
No.
I tried out
Jeopardy.
college Jeopardy.
What game show was it?
Jeopardy, you get penalized if you get the question wrong. You lose points. I was on. Do you ever see the show Pawn Stars?
Of course, yes.
Yes. For a couple of years during the height of their popularity, they had a game show called Pawnography. And I was where they asked history questions and stuff, and you could win stuff from the store.
Did you win anything?
Nope.
Ah, dang.
I won. I did so great. I won the first few rounds, and I got to the final round where you face off against the guys from the show, and I blew it in the negotiation.
I was on Bozo Circus playing a game when I was younger.
Really?
Yep. And I won. I won a Wizard of Oz game.
Wow.
I gotta find that broadcast.
That's sweet.
Also known as this show.
That's an excellent generation gap question. Do you know who Bozo the Clown is?
I've heard of the name, but I couldn't tell you what he's in or anything. But all right, back to sports.
Sammy's like, wait a minute, what
I'm
happened?
I have some stuff prepared.
Hey,
no, I'm kidding.
This is my segment. You're hijacking my segment.
These bozos that were born a long time ago.
So Nick Rawlis, the defensive coordinator, talked to the media yesterday, and he was asked where or how his defense can improve.
Takeaways, I know we had one called back, but honestly, one's not enough. You gotta take the ball away in this league to win games. So, going forward, I'd love to win that takeaway battle.
So takeaways and touchdowns are where you win NFL games. How can the Cardinals on Sunday get more takeaways and find more touchdowns?
Just simply more pressure on the quarterback. I mean, you put more pressure on the quarterback, that can lead to obviously errant throws and interceptions, but also strip sacks and fumbles and that sort of thing. But it comes down to creating havoc plays. Their havoc play numbers were not great against the Saints, and they did hold them to 13 points. Yeah. And since week 7 of last year, there's only been a couple of teams in the league that have allowed more touchdowns or fewer touchdowns than the Arizona Cardinals.
But Bryce Young is prone to turnovers. And in fact, as I'm looking last week, he threw 2 picks. He had 154 yards. His quarterback rating was 51.
Not very good.
If you look at the Jaguars and say they were able to do that to him, or maybe he did it to himself. I didn't watch the film, but to me, you have to be able to create havoc with Bryce Young, who, yes, he uses his legs. I understand that, but he threw 2 picks. So continue to make him be forced into some bad decisions.
And make him as uncomfortable as he can be. All right, so ASU gets ready for Texas State coming to Tempe on Saturday. Instead of being 2-0 and ranked in the top 15, they're 1-1 and out of the top 25 in general. So do you still have faith that this ASU team can figure it out and win the Big 12? Or is that faith being tested right now?
Do I have faith that they can win the Big 12? I still believe that they can win the Big 12, but I feel not quite as confident now through 2 games than maybe I did back in August. Mm-hmm. You don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, this team's mediocre. They got no chance. I don't believe that. There's too much talent on this team. I think the culture Kenny is building should pay dividends at some point here. But, boy, these next 5 weeks, beginning, with Texas State, Sammy, are huge. We're gonna know all we need to know about this team after the next 5 games.
Mm-hmm. I think there's been, for me, it's a little bit of growing pains. And I know with Sam Leavitt, we did expect him to kind of come out firing and come out, especially with his top target, Tyson, there. But I think they are still figuring some things out. I just think there's a lot to know about the Big 12. And look, for ASU, last year they came on the scene and we couldn't have expected more than what we saw, I don't think. But this year, you've still got Iowa State right there. You've got a team like Utah that I actually think is a lot better. I mean,
they're way better than they were a year ago. We've already determined that.
So, I mean, to me, I almost look at Iowa I look at Iowa State and Utah as maybe, and I know there's a lot of other teams in the mix, but they can still win it, absolutely. But I think it's going to be how much can they improve. And it has to start Saturday. Like, they have to clean up the things that, and I think privately they are kicking themselves. I mean, I know that outwardly they've said this is a learning experience. We're happy that it happened because we can, we're in a wake-up call type of situation. But, it has to happen quick.
No, thank you guys. You guys have been rebooted on this Wednesday morning. Happy Hump Day.
All righty, Sammy. Well done. Well played.
Good job, Sammy.
We're taking a break here. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday. Tim Ring and Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince on the other side of the break. NFL hash marks. The 49ers are making personnel moves already, as are the Jets. Oh, the Jets dropped the guillotine on one of their players after week 1. We'll talk about that. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Back after this. Keep it here.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Game day at your place? Don't stress about the food. Spinato's has you covered. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Spinato's catering is legit. We're talking crispy, Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. It's everything you need to feed the whole crew without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu, place your order, and you're the MVP of game day. Now, here's something cool. For September and October, Spinato's is bringing back a fan favorite, the Wizard of Za. It's a spicy chipotle peach pizza. Yeah, sweet heat. And they're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. The Wizard of Za, just another addition to Spinato's already deep pizza roster. And of course, you always have the option to build your own with Spinato's fresh list of ingredients. Whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers. Check it all out and order at Spinato'sPizzeria.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
And we're back, guys.
Wait, Jared's talking to us?
And we're back.
We've been back for like a minute here, guys. Come on.
We're back. All right, sorry for the delay. Jody and I were in a heated conversation about stuff.
Stuff.
All right, we're back on Bickley and Marotta mornings here on a Wednesday.
What is Wolf calls that the beautiful part of the program, right? Like
This is the beautiful part of the program, I think.
I don't know.
Or,
this is?
I think it's the breaks. Anywho.
Guys, the Cardinals go to San Francisco in week 3, and that's of note because the 49ers as they are prone to do, are getting banged up again early on as we take a little spin around the NFL here on a Wednesday. George Kittle, the great tight end, injures the hamstring. They put him on IR on Tuesday. So they've got 4 games in the next 23 days. So there's no way Kittle's going to be able to go. So they went ahead. And Kyle Shanahan hinted about this the other day, that Kittle's going to be out for a few weeks, and now he definitely will be out. He'll be out for that Cardinal game. They also have finally had enough of Jake Moody. You know, they spent some draft capital on Moody out of Michigan as their field goal kicker of the future. He's been up and down and a lot down in his career. He misses a 27-yarder on Sunday in week 1, had a 36-yarder block, so they just cut ties. They just cut Jake Moody yesterday. They're going to sign veteran Eddie Pinheiro, who had kicked for the Panthers and the Bears in his career. So the 49ers already, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan already cutting bait right there.
Could have had Matt Prater.
Jake Moody. I know they should have cut Moody earlier, and they could have had Matt Prater. So the 49ers, not only injuries, but obviously a personnel decision with their kicking game after week 1. They are making changes, as Jody are the New York Jets.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of the days when I covered Jimmy Johnson, but the New York Jets cutting Xavier Gipson after his costly kick return fumble during the loss to the Steelers, which was insane. We all know, a lot of us were able to watch that. That was going on during the same time as the Cardinal game, but it was wild. The Steelers had cut the Jets' lead to 26-24 in the 4th, and Kenneth Gainwell had forced Gibson to fumble the kickoff. And Aaron Rodgers, 2 plays later, threw a touchdown. And, yeah, Aaron Glenn said, we can't have turnovers, can't do it. We have to be more disciplined. You will not be on the field with this team if you're going to cause us to lose games. And Xavier Gipson was made an example of right there.
Shades of Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, Jimmy, I remember back in the day, well, I wasn't covering Dallas days, obviously, but he came to Miami. I guess it was, he followed up Don Shula. So it was very, for everyone that grew up I grew up watching the Dolphins.
Yeah, it was like 97 or 98.
Yeah, it was like 96.
96. Jimmy arrived in Miami for the Dolphins.
It was just different. He was that way. If you were, if you made a mistake, if you fumbled in a game, if you had a turnover that cost a game, you were gone. And I think, Bruce Arians said something here about a parking spot, but I think that was like a very marginal player. Like if you park in the wrong spot, park in my spot, you're gone.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously you're not going to cut a star player, but if a fringe player makes a mistake like that, you can send a message to your locker room by releasing him. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson famously did that in Dallas, and anybody who just watched the Netflix 6-part series on Jerry Jones and the Cowboys' dominant run in the early 90s. They talked about him cutting. I think it was Sherman Williams was the player that he cut. Anyway,
somebody felt like, or what was the falling asleep story? I don't know. Falling asleep in a meeting.
Somebody fell asleep in a meeting.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like that's also a common.
Yes,
I mean, not common, but like that. Yeah. I mean, you can't fall asleep in a meeting.
Sherman Williams may have been the guy that fell asleep
unless you're a star player. If you're a star player, you can fall asleep in the meeting.
Right, and he said that. Jimmy actually said that. Troy Aikman falls asleep in a meeting. No, I'm not cutting him. Speaking of Jerry Jones, obviously under fire for trading Micah Parsons to the Packers. People thought that. It's been reported that the Eagles may have made a stronger offer, but the Cowboys had no interest in doing that. You could actually understand why they would not want him to go to the Philadelphia Eagles within the division. But Jerry Jones talked about the Phillies.
You mean because he's such a great player that you wouldn't want him on another team? You're right. That'd be crazy to trade him to another team.
Right, and it's not like the Packers are in the AFC either. But anyway,
the whole thing, yeah.
Jerry talked about Philly's offer and a counter offer and all that good stuff. Here's the old fella.
No counteroffer. The thought all along was to see where the interest level was. That was very important, and from the get-go, that was an effort on our part to chum up interest. And that's a part of what was going on during those months that we were talking about Micah. As it would happen, as it always happens, once that interest started really peaking, then you started having that phone ring. And that's exactly what the plan was, to see if that phone would ring and the proposition be there enough for us to make the move.
All right, God help Cowboys fans. At least he's not calling him Michael anymore. He called him Micah. So progress there.
You never know what you're going to hear from Jera.
Did you guys hear, real quick, did you guys hear about the Jalen Carter
suspension?
Okay, Carter now infamously spit on Dak Prescott right before the first play of the first game last Thursday night and got ejected. The NFL has suspended Carter for a game. But the NFL has also said that the first game, well, since you didn't play any plays, that counts as your suspension. Group huddle here. What does everybody think about that in terms of what the league?
That's a joke. He should be. If you're going to suspend him for a
100%
game,
he should be.
I mean, that's crazy because you're talking about an ejection for what happened. That is one game. Now, the next game that you should be available to be suspended for that is even eligible is the game 2.
You're either negating the suspension or you're negating the penalty that was given to you in that game. Because if you say that was a suspension, then he was not penalized in real time in the game. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. Also,
it doesn't make sense.
When are we gonna subjectively decide when a game begins? Because technically, yes, there wasn't a play from scrimmage, but there was a kickoff. So now the NFL has they're setting precedent that we can. Yeah, he didn't play that many plays, so this counts as a full game suspension. I don't know.
Don't even say it if you're the NFL. Just say he served his time, he was ejected from the game, and he can be reinstated to the Eagles this week. There's no need for them to just say this because then everybody can get riled up like I am right now of he served a game suspension. No, he didn't. He started that game.
They're saying I guess the wording is his ejection serves as suspension. But yeah, it's insane. It doesn't make any sense. But I will say this about that incident. What a move by Dak Prescott, right? Like,
you think he spit baited him?
He definitely did. And if you're going to do it to anybody, Jalen Carter is the game changer that you would want to bait into getting, I mean, I don't think he thought he was going to spit on him, but I mean, so Dak, just for those that might not, might be listening and didn't know, like Dak spit in the area.
On the ground, like spit on the ground. On an angle down.
I mean, athletes spit, okay? So he
after the game, even Dak said, I spit 20 to 30 times a game. I'm a spit-making machine.
You know who else spits 20 to 30 times a game? Jonathan Gannett. Every time they show him, he's spitting.
Wow.
Is that right?
JG, he's a spitter.
Young Lenny Dykstra.
But anyway. And then so for, and to get, if you're the quarterback and you get a Jalen Carter game wrecker out of the game by, spitting and then kind of smiling, smirking at him. I mean, that was a pro move. In my opinion.
You're giving Dak Prescott a lot of credit if he's like, I'm going to try to bait him.
Sadly, they didn't end up winning the game. They came close to winning the game, but they didn't win the game even with Jalen Carter out of the game.
Let's get Jalen Carter out of this game. I'm going to spit near him, and hopefully he'll spit back in my chest.
Spitgate.
By the way, I mentioned the 49ers stuff. Also, Brock Purdy's 50-50. To play this week. They're down in New Orleans this week, the 49ers. So we touched on it the other day. The 49ers in the injury bug.
Toe injury?
Purdy's, he's got a toe and he's got a shoulder, as the coaches like to say.
Yeah.
But I think the toe is worse than the shoulder. Before the break, here's Adam Schefter real quick talking about Purdy being 50-50 to play this week against the Saints.
But he's got a left shoulder injury and he's got a toe injury. And the toe is actually more problematic right now than the shoulder, whatever the toe is. The Niners didn't want to go into details yesterday. But they want to evaluate him as the week goes on, and it's clear that his status right now is up in the air. And if Purdy can't go, then Mac Jones would start on Sunday at New Orleans against the Saints. 49ers, Mac Jones union, back when he was coming out in the draft, only before the 49ers changed direction and went Trey Lance in the last week before the draft. And so Mac Jones finally would get an opportunity to show what he could do in this offense if Brock Purdy can't play. I would say right now it's a coin flip.
All right, there you go. Adam Schefter on the status of Brock Purdy. Programming note coming up, want to remind everybody, Tyler Drake is in at 8:15 to talk some Cardinals. Eric Moses, CEO of the Fiesta Bowl, is going to be in studio with us coming up at 8:45. And then Mark Schlereth coming up at 9:15 to talk some Cardinals and National Football League. We're taking a break. On the other side of the timeout, ASU football. What's in store for that defense after a very tough finish to the night in Starkville on Saturday? Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on a Wednesday. Keep it here.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. How could the Phoenix Suns' rotation work this season? What led to Andrew Saalfrank reestablishing himself for the Diamondbacks' bullpen? And the Mercury will enter the playoffs as the number 4 seed and face the defending champion Liberty. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out. Actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
More fiber and laxatives, eh?
Who are you?
I'm future you.
Future me?
Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs, after last night's 5-3 loss to the Giants, have now lost 3 straight, and it's the Giants, not the Diamondbacks, that are taking advantage of a postseason opportunity. But today, a getaway game in San Francisco as the D-backs will look to get back in the win column with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound today. First pitch will be at 12:45 this afternoon, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals return to practice today as their season home opener will be this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. And here was tight end Trey McBride on talking about how this team is ready to take the next steps.
And I think it's go time now. Kyler's healthy. Everybody's healthy. We're coming in this year strong, ready to go. And I fully expect, us to make the playoffs and be able to make a run in the postseason.
And the Phoenix Mercury last night locked up the 4 seed in the WNBA playoffs. Their reward will be the defending champs, the New York Liberty, as the 5 seed in the first round. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do things stand with the D-backs after their series in San Francisco? We'll react to the finale after the game on today's Burns and Gambo show.
All right, Gambo, so far not so good in the city by the Bay. D-backs trying to avoid the sweep in that series finale. Good, that's okay.
My brain, I just think something, it comes right out of my mouth.
Just blurt out whatever you want to say at all times.
Jared's like,
that's what Jared does.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wolf and Luke, they're gonna end a little early, right, for the game, and Burns and Gambo will come on a little later.
Right in the middle of the chunk of programming there.
Jared,
too short. We're the only ones with the full show
the
today.
4 of us are really.
So we'll get paid. We'll get paid more than those other
today.
guys today.
We're the workhorses of Wednesday today. We got the full 4 hours.
It's Workhorse Wednesday here on the morning show. That's right.
I like that.
ASU, let's get into the Sun Devils a little bit here. The fan base, what's the word, right? Shocked, devastated that you didn't win that football game after not playing great in the first half at all.
None of us are Sun Devils here, which is unique for shows at this stage.
I kind of am.
Oh, boy.
Am
what do
I
you mean?
not married into? I met my husband at an ASU tailgate.
Wow.
Because
that he threw for years.
I wonder, do they have the feeling like a lot of the other sports fans in this valley do, that when something goes wrong, they go, here we go again. I should have known not to get my hopes up.
I would think if any fan base has that feeling, it's the ASU football fan base.
I've seen that on the socials, yes.
We're lucky Vinny's not here because he feels that way.
It's funny traveling to Vinny's obviously, dialed in on that. But, last year, my husband and son went to the Peach Bowl, went to the Big 12 conference championship before that. And I kind of ended up on some, with the travel plans and some of that stuff, I ended up on some threads and so I see these things and I don't really dive in, but, or like Facebook group things. And that's the sentiment right now. It's kind of like, oh man, are we going to, it's an easy, but you know what, to be fair, that happens with a lot of programs. I mean, Miami.
But it's the calling card though.
Yeah.
Of Arizona, like the whole sleeping giant thing. Adam Archuleta, who by the way is in the booth for CBS for the Cardinal game on Sunday, used to do some ASU stuff with me on the television show back in the day. And Adam was an All-American at ASU. And his line on the air one night, I'll never forget it. He said, when ASU football dies, the tombstone will read, "Here lies ASU, the team that almost won."
Okay.
And they're just almost there. They're almost.
I thought you were going to say, "Here lies ASU, the giant that's sleeping for good now."
Yeah, I thought you were going to go with sleeping giant or something.
Also good, but I
mean, again, I feel like that's the sentiment for a lot of teams. If we're being honest, around the country, there's a lot of programs that feel that way. And when you taste Again, I look at Miami, like we were at the top for so long.
But you
and
got
now we're
5 banners, though. I mean,
No,
you
I know.
can't say that as a Miami Hurricane.
You're right. Alabama's feeling that now, right? Alabama's massive fall after Saban's gone, and
Well, yes, it's cyclical, and teams are up and then they're down. But
so you're saying, they've never been really up. I mean, Jake Plummer, right? That moment,
and they almost won that Rose Bowl and almost won the national championship, and it's just, or I mean, the famous and now infamous.
But you'd rather be in it and almost win than never be in it.
Of course, that's a great season, but it's like they again, it's a fan base that has been. It's like you're climbing this mountain, and every once in a while, as you get closer to the top, you get kicked back down. I remember the 2014 season. They were a top 10 football team. They beat Notre Dame in Tempe. It was a top 10 matchup and kind of a classic game. And they were in the playoff conversation. It was the very first year of the 14 playoff. And they had that infamous night the next week at Oregon State. And a lot of the fan base, almost in a weird way, felt that game coming on. And they lost it in the rain and the sleet. And in some ways, Todd Graham's tenure at the program was never the same. And it's taken a long time for ASU to get back to where they were last year.
It's just, it seems like a problem we have in the Valley is we cannot meet expectations. When a team has expectations, that's when they disappoint. Think of all the recent great runs we've had lately have sort of come out of nowhere. ASU to the Peach Bowl last year, the Diamondbacks to the World Series, the Suns to the NBA championship, and the Cardinals to the Super Bowl were all completely unexpected.
We don't handle prosperity.
The following years, when we thought they had a great team to follow up with, were all disappointing.
There's
very true.
There's no question about it. A disappointing end to the football game. By the way, Texas Tech. I keep saying Texas Tech. Texas Tech is the following week. Texas State is in town coming up Saturday night in Tempe. Then it's Baylor. Then Texas Tech is a few games later. Texas State is a rematch from last year. ASU at Texas State actually was in a dogfight in that game, 31-28. Levitt threw for 246. Jordan Tyson had 120 receiving yards. Now, Texas State lost their quarterback from a year ago, a kid named McLeod, who was pretty good.
He was there for 23 years.
He was about a 27-year-old, eighth-year senior playing quarterback for Texas State last year. So the Devils certainly, the coordinators, Marcus Arroyo and Brian Ward, under a bit of fire from the fan base. This always happens when teams lose football games. They look at the coordinators and the play calling. In this case, Marcus Arroyo taking heat for the first, second, and third down play calls when ASU had a chance to go up a touchdown in the final minutes of the game from the 1-yard line. They couldn't punch it in, end up kicking the field goal. Brian Ward, Jody for the defense. The Sun Devils were in on the final touchdown by Mississippi State, where they sent one safety on a blitz, and Alfred got tripped up. He couldn't get there. And then the other safety decided to pinch up on a shallow crossing route. Rouser did that.
I found that fascinating yesterday. You broke it down. Kenny Dillingham broke down why they thought it was best to go all in on that defensive call. And he made a lot of sense. And it was basically like the environment played a factor into it. The kicker for Mississippi State being a good kicker played into it. The ability to maybe not want to feel like you could score. So that was it. And I thought his comments yesterday were really interesting, Brian Ward, on why, what I guess the question posed to him, right, was what can you do better in that moment?
I mean, the question was essentially, it was phrased nicer than this, but like, was that your fault? I mean, did you blow the call? And Ward,
yeah.
Ward
What was
to
the
his
call about?
Ward, to his credit, took accountability, and here's what he had to say about it.
It's just one of those things. In the moment, a lot happens, and we talk about the moment a lot. And the best thing that we can do as coaches is try to prepare our guys and get them ready for that moment. And and then when it doesn't work, I mean, the only thing I can do is look at myself and go, hey, what do I got to do next time to get either that play right and get 11 guys right, or get individuals just to be in the moment before that play happens. So. It comes down to, hey, I go back and I reflect and I look back and I go, hey, in hindsight, what should I have done? But, whether we do that again the next time, it's all a matter of strategy. And it's a matter of strategy and whatever the situation calls for.
it's the plight of any coordinator at any level. If the play call works, it's a good play call. If the play call doesn't work, it's a bad play call. Schematically speaking, though, ASU looked really bad on that final touchdown and not have any safety back when you're trying to keep them out of field goal range, obviously.
But you don't want to give up another big play.
But you don't give up a big play touchdown.
They had already given up 2 plays over 40 yards, and there you have another one. But I thought it was interesting, so I wanted to hear that sound because prior to that part of the soundbite, he talked about examples. He said, we ran that in Texas one time. It worked. We ran it against Iowa State twice. It worked both times, and we ran it against Kansas. So I think he felt good about it. And Alfred's a guy that was there. You know what I mean? I think their personnel-wise, they felt good about running it. But you're right. It's all about hindsight. And when it doesn't work, it ended up being the difference.
And also, was it coached properly? It's fine if you want to send Alfred, but does Rouser need to stay back and not pinch up on a crosser? Anyway, it's going to be, hopefully it won't be debated anymore this season. They go out there and kick Texas State's butt on Saturday night, and they get this thing rolling again.
Speaking of kicking butt, you know
Yes,
what kicks? You know what kicks butt? This show. This show. And you can take us wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
All right, back to the Birds. After the timeout, we'll talk some Cardinals with our Cardinals insider, Tyler Drake. We'll figure out what went wrong for the offense at times on Sunday in New Orleans and what needs to go right for a more, shall we say, comfortable win over the Carolina Panthers coming up on Sunday in the home opener. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince. Bickley and Murata mornings here on a Wednesday, back from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resorts studio after the timeout.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Swung on and grounded right to the second baseman, Schmidt. He'll throw to first in time. The Giants win the series by taking this one by a final score of 5-3.
D-backs at the Giants. Series finale. Our coverage begins today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Selling must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Paul Calvise here. Let's talk estate planning because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get boom, 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 gotta get boom, 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 gotta get boom, 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 gotta get boom.
All right, you hear the boom, boom. You know that can only mean one thing. It's time to talk Cardinal football with Tyler Boom Boom Drake. Tyler, now, I got to ask you right off the bat. Jarrett put me up to that. Are you a big fan of your nickname, your moniker that you've been handed here by the morning show?
You know, I will say it. When I first heard it, it was a little iffy, but I think it's starting to grow on me, unfortunately. And then when you have some good music to play into it, I guess I can roll with it. It's something to go off of. Maybe we can go back to the drawing board and work on something later. But for this year, I like it. Let's roll with it.
All right, Boom Boom. It's good to have you on again then, buddy. I know you're getting ready for a Wednesday of press conferences and a Cardinal practice as they get back to work this week after taking their customary Tuesday day off. So let me just kind of ask you this as an opener. Storylines heading into week 2, Tyler, what's kind of on the top of your page? What do you think the hot topic of conversation will be today when Gannon meets the media?
Yeah, well, I think one thing that I'm going to be looking for specifically, because we didn't necessarily see that, we almost did, the takeaway battle. Against the Saints, almost saw Will Johnson come down with that interception. It probably should have stood because of the ticky-tack foul that was called away from the play. But looking against Carolina, that's really what stands out to me. The storyline is they have got to get some takeaways this week. You look at what Bryce Young did. I think he had 2 interceptions. He lost a fumble. Like, they're coughing up the ball. So that's where I think the storyline should start is this could be a very advantageous week for them to really get in the takeaways battle, really add some green into that and really start the season off on a right note, because I think going into the year, that was one of the big things that I wanted to see them take a jump in, is really being able to take the ball away and be one of those teams that could make the most of other teams' mistakes. So that's really where I'm starting. And then you look at, hey, it could be a similar game plan to what we saw this past week with Spencer Rattler. They want to get the ball out quick. You saw that with Bryce Young. They only had 1 sack last week against the team they're playing, I think, Jacksonville. And that is kind of what I looked at, too. If they're getting the ball out that quick, it could be a very similar game plan of keeping everything in front of you. And, yes, the pass rush might not jump off the page, but if you can get enough pressure to really make Bryce Young throw into some of those mistakes, that's going to be a very huge factor in them taking the win next week.
I mean, I think that's the big thing, Tyler, is just,
it's boom, boom, by the way.
That's right. Boom, 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 boom. Dropping knowledge like Buda Baker drops receivers out there on the field, right? Dropping. But, that's the thing that I think everyone wants to see is a little more, you had a great term for it earlier, Tim. I mean, basically chaos, basically pressure. Havoc plays, things like that. And you're right. If you have a mobile quarterback, if you have a guy that can get the ball out quick, where does that then end up? Or is it going to rely again on the DBs, which I think that group was up to the task, because that's going to be the other side of that. If that ball is coming out, how do the DBs take advantage, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's Jonathan Gannon said it time and time again. It's a marriage between the pass rush and the secondary. If the pass rush is doing what it should be doing, secondary is going to have time to make some of those plays or maybe get Bryce Young to throw one of those balls up in the air. So, I really liked, especially when we're talking about secondary, Will Johnson's confidence has got to be sky high right now. And when you're getting targeted in your first NFL battle, you're going into week 2, and I would assume that they're going to want to go at him again. But when you keep seeing the tape and keep seeing the plays that he made, you start to worry about, hey, where can I really go with this ball now? Because you've got Budda Baker moving all around the field. You've got that 3 deep safety look that really showed how impressive it was with those final plays in the last game. So very much going to be looking to see. It's really going to come down to, the secondary, I think, now needs to go up there and really be more of that ball hawking defense that we've all we've all talked about coming into this year. So, that's definitely something to watch. I think Max Melton, he had an underrated game too as well. I know a lot of talk's been on Will Johnson. Garrett Williams can play just about anywhere. So what they have, that rotation, I know they went through that injury with Starling Thomas and they've lost Sean Murphy-Bunting, but the cornerback situation, granted, if they have an injury too, that could get a little rough. But right now, it's a really good place.
Yeah, and they're all young. We're talking about first year, second year, and third year players, and Williams, Melton, and Will Johnson. I am extremely excited about the future of that cornerback room. Tyler, I'm curious where you're at with the offense after week 1. And again, it's a very small sample size. We understand that. But the debate rages on, certainly amongst Cardinal fans, about Drew Petzing and the style of game he's calling. Are the players holding back the Cardinals from being more explosive on offense? Or is the game plan holding back the Cardinals from being more explosive in terms of an offensive coordinator who leans towards the conservative? Where are you at with the Cardinals offense and their offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing?
Yeah. I would like to. I thought against the Saints, we saw a little bit more of that, hey, let's take a couple more shots, the Marvin Harrison Jr. 45-yard catch, the one that they missed there in the middle. But that is one of the things, especially when you come out of the gate and it just looked a little sloppy, to be honest with you, right out of the gates. There was a couple of negative plays. There was a sack, and then it was just they were done. And you really, for what this team has talked about so much through the training camp, through preseason, about all this continuity and how great it is, and they didn't have to go add another piece because they wanted to go with this unit. It left a lot to be desired, I would say, in my opinion, just because, you see this team. You've got Trey McBride, who is a monster at tight end. You've got Marvin Harrison, who has taken that jump, it looks like, in my opinion. Yes, it's one game, but I think you could put a lot of stock into that. And, it was still missing something there. And maybe if they hit on that Marvin Harrison Jr. play in the shadow of their own end zone, maybe we're having a different conversation. But even that was something that you could really dissect and really go either way with it. So it's something that, yes, I would like to see some more shots taken, but I also think they're trying to keep the ball out of harm's way because, as we saw last year in the second half of the season, that was something that Kyler Murray did a lot, and it was a complete turnaround from what he did in the first half of the season. So maybe it's knocking some of the rust off, knocking some of the training wheels off. Maybe we see some more next week. But, it is something I would like to see. A couple more shots taken, maybe get some other wide receivers involved. I know this offense is going to go through Marvin. I know it's going to go through Trey, but you've got to get Zay. You've got to get Michael Wilson. You've got to get these other guys involved to really open up that offense for you moving forward.
Yeah, Tyler, I want to follow up with that real quick. We understand they got to get more out of those guys. What's your level of concern that they just might not be up for the challenge in terms of their God-given abilities and their personnel at that wide receiver second, third, and fourth spot?
Yeah. It's definitely something we're going to be watching because that's been one of the positions, I think, all the way through the offseason is, can they add another guy who can be reliable as that third wide receiver? Obviously, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison, I'm counting those two guys as wideouts in this conversation. But after that, Michael Wilson was healthy last year, put about the same amount of numbers that he did when he was injured. So, it is a little concerning. I would love to see more out of that because, like I said, it's going to open up more of the offense where you can maybe take some more of those shots. And, another guy we talked about a lot was Xavier Weaver. He's got that burner ability, but he's not even getting on the field right now. So it'll be something to watch moving forward. But, outside of that, what kind of production and how much is that going to impact what they really want to get done overall because you can't hit these other guys beyond Marvin or Trey?
Yeah, Tyler, Tim and I have talked about just stacking these wins early because the schedule is more favorable than it is later in the season. And this is the first home game coming up. The other thing we've said that's really odd is how the Carolina Panthers have been this strange nemesis for the Cardinals. And I'm still a little fired up about that overtime loss last year. Do you think the team feels that? Do you think that could be healthy? I mean, I know there's not really a legit rivalry there in any way, shape, or form, but I imagine they're going to be fired up for this one.
Yeah, I would think if there's anybody, especially guys like Kyler, Buddha, I mean, when you see Carolina on the schedule, it really hasn't gone the way that the Cardinals have wanted in recent years. So I think there's a lot of maybe added fuel this week. I don't want to go too overboard, but yeah, I think that's definitely on some of these guys' mind. I mean, it's the Carolina conundrum because it just feels like every time they get in the situation, bad things happen. So exactly. They've got to stack wins now. They've got to really put it together, especially when you see week 3, too. I mean, George Kittle's not playing for the Niners for at least 4 weeks on IR. So there's wins to be had, and they need to be accomplished now because when you get into that back half of the season, regardless of how the team is, regardless of how Kyler Murray comes out of the break, it's going to be a gauntlet, especially at the end with the Bengals and the Rams there. So it's really, really imperative to get out in front and really put wins together to where you hit that bye week, you need to have a little bit of a cushion.
All right, Tyler, boom, Drake, dropping the Cardinals knowledge. Tyler, have a good day out there at Cardinals. We look forward to your stories later today.
See you, Tyler.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, you bet. Tyler Drake, Cardinals reporter right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Freddie Boom Boom Washington. Talk about generation gap. Sammy, do you know who Freddie Boom Boom Washington is?
Zero idea.
I don't think I knew who that is.
I do, of course.
Come
One of the
on,
Sweat Hogs.
Jody. Yes. Well, by the way, Welcome Back Kotter debuted 50 years ago last night.
Wow.
There you go.
I love that show.
I've seen the reruns.
I've seen the reruns, too, before my time.
something.
Mr. Cotter.
Mr. Cotter.
That's a good one.
Vinny. Marino.
What? All right. Okay. All right.
What? Where?
I'm so glad we're on YouTube now because Jarrett's really must-see TV. I mean, I find
There you
myself
go.
captivated watching the screen up here.
Wonderful.
Remember-
See that? If you're not watching us live on YouTube,
To see Jarrett's gyrations.
What? Where? All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, we'll talk some D-backs baseball. Time is ticking. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. In terms of sneaking into the playoffs, it's over. But what have we learned about the D-backs over the last couple of months of the season? And can anything we have learned be applied to 2026? We'll get Jody's thoughts on that coming up after the break. We are live in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Tim and Jody in for Dan and Vince. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday. Rolls on after this.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They put a trips formation away from Marvin Harrison Jr. basically. There he is, as the axe. He was on the single receiver side, and then they put the trips formation over here, and they ran 3 guys across the middle. And then here comes Marv across as well. The scissors play. That was timeless in regards to the execution by Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
The other thing I liked, Marv looked different and better. He just did. And the other stat, if you're looking for a stat, he was targeted 6 times. He had 5 catches.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is coming, the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside with the family enjoying incredible weather, which means it's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. It's a great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted. It's a great time to install artificial grass where Turf Monsters can give you and your dog a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassle and the mess of installing real sod, and you save a lot of time and money with artificial turf. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out samples of their incredible work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com. That's turfmonstersaz.com. AvertisementsAZ.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
You know, all the rain we've been having, a lot of phone calls coming into America Roofing, Arizona's #1 roofer. Listen, with this rain, a couple things. You got to keep an eye on your roof, because if you get a leak, you absolutely need to call the best, and that's America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing knows that a damaged roof can't wait. So today, last few days, we've been dealing with the rain. And now you've got this brown spot on the ceiling, right? And you're like, well, what do I do? Well, timely service is what America Roofing is all about. They know a damaged roof can't wait. And that's why they prioritize timely service to ensure your roof gets the attention it needs promptly. 602-960-ROOF. With the rain, make sure you're getting your roof checked. Make sure everything in your house is dry, and it all starts with your roof. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just seem to not want to seize the opportunity to make things interesting down the stretch. A 5-3 loss to the Giants last night marks their third straight and pushes them 4.5 games back of the final wild card spot. And here is manager Torey Lovello on where their focus is right now.
We can only focus on one thing. That's at 12:45 tomorrow, and that's what we'll do. We got to get a good night's rest. It's a quick turnaround, and hopefully we come out on top. That will be our intention. We're going to do everything we can to win a baseball game.
Yep, game 3 of that series will be at 12:45 this afternoon, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals, though different results this past weekend, have a lot to clean up on both sides of the football, as Texas State will be in Tempe on Saturday and the Carolina Panthers in Glendale on Sunday. And if you can't wait for Phoenix Suns basketball and you're asking yourself, what might this Suns rotation look like? Don't worry, we have you covered. Just head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The NASCAR Xfinity Series is shifting into high gear live from Bristol Motor Speedway Friday at 4 p.m. on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do things stand with the D-backs after their series in San Francisco? We'll react to the finale after the game on today's Burns and Gambo show.
All right, Gambo, we look forward to that. We'll talk a little baseball here right now. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in. We've been heavy on the football today here on a Wednesday, and rightfully so, as the seasons are underway not only for Arizona State and the Cardinals and the NFL. What a rip-roaring week one it was in the National Football League, but the D-backs and the Giants go at it today. Our coverage begins at about noon. Right here as the D-backs and Giants will play the series finale. The D-backs have already lost the series, Jody. It was their first series loss since August 17th, which I think is a pretty good indication of how well this team has been playing over the last 6-7 weeks of the season. Eduardo Rodriguez goes on the mound today looking to get his record back up to 500, looking for win number 8 on the season. Carson Seymour takes the ball for the Giants. Got to get your thoughts. We can talk a little bit about the game last night, but I think those details are almost, at this point, right? Zach Gallen takes loss number 14
They had
on
him
the
on
year.
the rope. Honestly, it was the situation again where they had him on the ropes in the 6th after Ray came out, and then in the 9th, and they didn't execute. And so many times, I think we get a little excited watching. I think the fans probably do as well, Tim, because there have been so many comebacks. This offense is very resilient. This offense comes through in a lot of spots. They had some young players though in those spots last night, and I'm not saying it's all on them, but didn't necessarily get it done. And so, yeah, but they usually build those innings and you're kind of become used to, okay, are they going to do it? They didn't do it.
Well,
but yeah, it's like you said, I want to go back to the run they were on. Yeah, they had series wins over, it was in not really the right order here, but I think it was Cleveland. It was the Rangers. It was Cleveland. It was Cincinnati.
The Dodgers.
The Rangers again. The Dodgers. They split with Milwaukee. That road trip, everyone kind of looked at it like, whoa, what's going to happen here?
Boston.
They've
had a ton of series wins
recently.
They've had no sweeps.
I know.
That's the problem.
They gotta go on a deeper run. Yes,
it's really hard to make up ground. They've done it very slowly and surely, but there's just not enough time left if they keep winning 2 out of 3.
How many opportunities did they have to sweep a series back in May, in June, in July? And you're like, oh my gosh, just finish the deal. And they'll come up short time and time again on a Sunday or a Thursday or a Wednesday.
They have 5
whatever the
losses
case may
to the
be.
Rockies this year, or something like that. I mean, that's a big difference right there. You talk about what if they had a 5 different. That's the 5 games right there. Forget if they were close or not. The Rockies are horrible.
I mean, one win a month, one more win in April, one more win in May, June, July, and August, and they'd be right now. Not firmly in the playoffs, but basically in the playoffs.
Be a little more in the hunt. We say in the hunt, and now that it's 4.5 right now, and the way that the Giants are trending, and even Cincinnati beating the Padres last night, those are the teams ahead of you.
But if the D-backs would have won these last 2, the Giants wouldn't be trending, and the D-backs would be. I mean, and the Mets are doing everything you'd want them to do, and that's lose every night. And they've been stuck on 4.5.
But look, I think
since Saturday.
Last night's a good example too of you've got young players in the lineup. You want to see them get better. It's they're seeing guys break through some barriers. Like Lawler had the rough start, and now we're seeing more consistent play. He's barreling the ball more often. Last night he made a really athletic play to score, come home and tag the plate. And I think that's now what I see, and we saw it with Blaze kind of last year to this year. With Lawler, we're seeing it in the last month or so. These are very athletic guys. These are guys with a lot of, like Tori likes to use the term for Blaze, like tooled up, right? And it's true. But I think when they first come up, their bodies are not going in the right direction sometimes. Like Blaze last year, we saw some errors. We saw some bad at-bats, and It's about now that you kind of get your feet under you, you know what you're doing a little more each day, and look at what Blaze is doing now. I mean, Blaze Alexander's been terrific. Had another good night last night. Tawa came up last night, and we've seen, he was injured a big chunk of the season, but you're seeing some progress with young guys. And I think you have to your point before we went to the break, what is going to translate for 26? I think you can break through some of those growing pains right now so that when these guys show up next year, they're that much better. And I think that is the positive of having some guys due to injury or due to whatever, guys playing right now, and getting that experience.
Let me open this question up to the floor here on the morning show, Graham. So, Sammy, listen up. Jared, I know you're listening.
Let's do it.
Okay,
Wake up, Jared.
Zach Gallen. We understand the record, 11-14. Took one on the chin again last night. The long ball continues to be a problem. Zach Gallen, though, has probably helped himself in terms of free agency over the last 2 months of the season overall. It has not been a great year for Zach Gallen. Don't misconstrue that. But I think Zach Gallen has helped himself To how much has he helped himself?
Oh,
That
big time.
remains to be seen.
I
But
think he proved he could. A lot of people were really wondering, like, can he put together a good start? Because so many of them ended in 5 runs given up, 6 runs given up. And even though last night was one of those 5-run deals, it was a pretty decent sample, right, over a month where he was really good.
Yes. So the question to the floor is, has Gallen's performance changed how the D-backs may view him in terms of what he may be worth, in terms of a new contract? But most importantly, has the open market potentially now viewing Zach Gallen differently, where the D-backs will watch him leave because they can't or won't match the offer? And I know nobody has a concrete answer, so we're looking for
I think the D-backs are going to give him the qualifying offer.
Yes.
And if he takes that, they'll be happy to have him back next year.
I think the question is, how desperate are other teams for pitching? Because as much as we've been disappointed in Zach Gallen this year,
Nobody wanted to trade for him at the trade deadline.
But now he's
true,
been
and that
really
is a good barometer. But he's been better, and it's just a matter of okay. But I do think too that teams are getting more. Teams are not just doling out huge money to guys that have, and even though Zach's ERA is now under 5, I mean, it's still going to be, even if he's nails the rest of the way here, it's still going to be like
mid-4s at least. Yeah. And it's also like, if you're Zach Gallen, would you rather take the whatever it's going to be $20 million from the D-backs for 1 year and try to reset your market? Because he might get offers. He might get 3-year, 4-year deals from the team. But if he thinks he could make a substantially larger amount by putting together a good season next year with the D-backs, maybe he'll just go with that. So I think it's a two-way thing.
I don't know if he rolls the dice on that. I can't speak for Zach Gallen, but I'll tell you this, though, and that's kind of my point here, as the last 2 months put Zach Gallen in a position where he's going to get more than a qualifying offer from either the Diamondbacks or the outside market. I think the market for Zach Gallen has changed, whether internally or externally, over these last couple of months, and now we'll, of course, see how it plays out. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, Eric Moses, CEO, Director, Fiesta Bowl, in studio to talk about not only the game coming up in January, but the college football season in general. So stay tuned for that. Bickley and Murata mornings here on a Wednesday. Tim and Jody in for Dan and Vince. Keep it here.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A Super Check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Did you know the average roof in Arizona lasts about 15 years? And a typical homeowner will need to replace their roof 2 to 3 times. People often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rains, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. JLC Roofing takes pride and integrity as a family-owned business. Their motto is people over profits. A roofer-owned roofing company. They offer free estimates, specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. JLC is even offering all listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount if you need a new roof. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that is roofer-owned for 32 years. From grandfather to father to son, JLC Roofing. Call them at 602-ROOFING for a free estimate. And remember, JLC Roofing will never sell you what you don't need. Get that free roofing estimate at 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What does ASU football need to correct this weekend against Texas State? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, we are back. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday. Tim Ring and Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince today. Bick is on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. Vinny a little bit under the weather. Hopefully back later this week. Hopefully tomorrow. Eric Moses, Executive Director and CEO of the Fiesta Bowl, now in year 3, has pulled up a chair here in studio. College football is underway, which means you guys get busier and busier. Counting down to January 8th, where the Fiesta Bowl, Eric, will be a semifinal game for the 2025 college football playoff. That's got to be exciting.
Super exciting. My first year here was TCU Michigan, which was our previous semifinal. So it feels right at home to be preparing for another semifinal this year. The team that wins our game will compete for a national championship. So it's going to be a good time.
Is there any difference in, not game prep, because it's still a football game, but when you are a semifinal and it's a little bit later, as I mentioned, January 8th, how is that different at all in terms of what you guys do this time of year compared to previous seasons?
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit different in terms of the preparation because we'll only have a week to know which 2 teams are going to play in our game. Normally, Selection Sunday happens, and we know who's going to be in our game. Last year, we knew one team because Boise State had a bye, and so they were automatically in our game. They were waiting for the winner of Penn State SMU. Now we'll have two games that feed our game, so we get a full 7 days to to promote that matchup. But what I will say is, no matter who those 2 teams are, they will be 2 of the best teams in college football competing, like I said, to win a national championship.
Yeah, you don't got to worry about matchups anymore.
No,
and maybe getting an unfavorable one.
Yeah, we won't have an Oregon Liberty game this time. So no offense to anyone, any Liberty fans out there.
Of course not. Well, you know, and Eric, I'm going to take it just to what we're doing right now and this week. I love your saying is really like our season never ends with the Fiesta Sports Foundation. And I am just grateful to be part of the high school football package that we're doing. Tomorrow night is the next game. We started off with a really big one in Brophy and Basha. And just to see what you guys are doing in the community and not only just supporting high school football and the high school, the climate of it and the culture of it, but youth in general. I think I've learned a lot, even just the past couple of weeks. I know you guys do a ton in the community, but what does it mean to you to be able to not only be part of this package with the Fiesta Bowl showdown, high school football showdown, but then also working through that to help the community?
You know, our mission really is to bring positive economic impact to the state of Arizona and to deliver charitable resources. And really, I think positive visibility and attention to this state. That is, you know, for a guy like me who grew up on the East Coast and didn't know very much about the state of Arizona, there's so much to discover and so much to know about this place. And one of the things that I've learned since being here is that we've got a lot of talent here. You know, football talent, and not just tackle football, but girls flag football talent. And we want to use our megaphone, if you will, and our platform to bring as much positive attention to these young people as we can. So that's what our Fiesta Bowl All-State team is about, boys tackle and girls flag. That's what the high school football showdown is about, and our flag football competitions. It's all about making certain that these kids and their actions are made visible to everybody, both in the state, and if we can get that outside the state, we're doing that as well.
It was also cool to see, sorry, Tim, but when and it was showing off the great shirt here on our YouTube channel, but
and a cookie. Scott Lightman delivering cookies.
Right. We're not past. That's not payola though, right? We're good on that, right?
We're good.
Okay.
No, I'm a Peach Bowl guy.
But you know what was cool I think it was. This is the first year for the All-State team. Second year. Okay.
Yeah.
But the kids are really all about that. And that was neat to see, is when these kids get named to the team, which was unveiled, I believe, at the kickoff luncheon.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a real source of pride for these guys. And you're right. The talent, when you look at those lists, as I was preparing for that game and tomorrow night's game, which is Red Mountain at Sandra Day O'Connor on CW7, these guys, this is something that the kids really love to be a part of. And if you're on that list, you are a talented player.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we're known for as an organization is world-class hospitality. The teams that come to play in both of our bowl games feel that, and we hope people and attendees at everything we do feel that. We want these young people to be treated the same way. We want to make a really big deal of them. This year we set up a media day for them, and so they got a chance to kind of pose with the Heisman Trophy and all this stuff that we did for them to feel like, you know, big time recruits, the kind of experience you get on a big time recruiting trip, because they deserve it. And we're going to kind of sprinkle that across everything that we do as the Fiesta Sports Foundation, because as we like to say, I mean, we show up for Arizona every day, not just on game day.
You know, Eric, I know you can't pull back the curtain completely, but you're one of the 12-team playoff last year. When gentlemen like yourself and ladies like yourself that run college football in terms of these bowl games, when you guys got together and you discussed the first 12-team playoff, what were those discussions like? What worked? What didn't? I don't think anything didn't work, but like what could be improved upon? What were the conversations like when you assessed the inaugural 12-team playoff, looking ahead to now year 2 with 12 teams?
Yeah, I mean, we thought the execution was really good, and the feedback from the CFP was the same. You're always looking to refine events when you're in the live events business, and we're looking to do that. We are now looking to have a bit more consistency between all 6 of the playoff bowls, so that the experience for the teams and the travel parties are a lot consistent. All of us have been kind of making our own reputation, and, you know, Orange Bowl does these things, and Fiesta does these things, and Rose Bowl does these things. And some of that now the CFP is trying to kind of make consistent amongst the game, so that,
like what specifically, or just I'm curious.
So like game production,
okay.
You know, we use the in-game production as an opportunity to talk about all the things we do as the Fiesta Sports Foundation, all the things that we do to help communities across Arizona. Some of this now, I think we'll start moving a bit towards more of the engaging the crowd kind of stuff you see at an NFL game or at an NBA game, right? You know, you're getting these fans to respond to something on the Jumbotron, and these fans, you know, things like that start to make this, like everything else in college athletics, especially college football, kind of a bit more commercialized, feel a bit more like the pros, right? So those kinds of refinements, I think, are the kinds of things that you'll see.
Yeah. I grew up in Miami, so Orange Bowl, right? And it was always such a cool thing, a huge deal. And then I went to Miami, and I was so just funny story about coming out here. My first time out here was for the Fiesta Bowl, and I was a baton twirler. So I had been in the Orange Bowl parade where you go 4 miles and you are drenched. It sounds disgusting, but you are, and you're wearing the sequins and the whole thing. I come out here, I'm like, I was like all about the hospitality, but more than anything, I was like, you don't sweat in Arizona. It was wild. So anyway, my first experience was the amazing hospitality of the Fiesta Bowl, even back then in the 90s. But you know what's interesting for me is I feel like you guys still have that source of pride in that. And no disrespect to the other bowls and all of that. They do a great job, but the Fiesta Bowl, it's another level, and that's the reputation.
I mean, only one can be the best, so,
That's
right.
That's right.
Here's what I will tell you, and I appreciate you sharing this story. You are probably one of a half dozen people I've met in my 2.5 years here who say their first time coming to Arizona was to attend a Fiesta Bowl. So the power that a singular event like this, an iconic event, can have on people's lives is really, really powerful, and we don't take that for granted. I will also tell you that the history and the reputation of world-class hospitality started with our 9 founders. When they were inviting the teams into their homes and feeding them steak dinners in their homes. Like, it started there and has continued because of our board members, our Yellow Jacket Committee members, our ambassadors, our volunteers, the thousands of people who helped to make this event and this organization iconic.
Well, we don't know who's going to be playing in that game, but I guarantee you, I mean, a national semifinal, we saw the excitement the first 12-team playoff generated nationwide last year. It is going to be bonkers at the Fiesta Bowl on Thursday, January 8th, one of the semifinal games. The Peach Bowl, by the way, and I know people are kind of pay attention to this stuff. They do so more in December. But since we're talking about it with Eric Moses, the CEO, the Peach Bowl is the other semifinal. The quarterfinals, the Cotton Bowl will be played on New Year's Eve. And then 3 games on January 1st, the Rose Bowl, the Orange Bowl, and the All-State Sugar Bowl. Eric, thanks so much for dropping by, man. We appreciate it. Have a great fall season, and good luck in all your preparations for the big semifinal game in January.
I appreciate it.
All right, Eric Moses, CEO and Executive Director of the Fiesta Bowl, stopping by. And his sidekick, Scotty Lightman. I got to give a shout-out to my guy. He's in here as well.
And the shirt and the cookie.
Giving out free stuff.
Little swag.
Giving
I
out
like
free stuff. All right, we're taking a time out when we come
Real
back.
quick, though, what I want to say is everybody should get tickets to the Fiesta Bowl when it comes to that time.
Yes.
But don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned to the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game.
All right, social studies coming up after the break. Tim Ring and Jody Jackson live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Back after the break. Keep it here.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with more great reasons why you should shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They'll give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. This is a family-owned business that has been serving the Valley since 1957, and they'll give you the kind of insight you'll never get from the big box stores. You'll get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and you'll also get great pricing as well. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz and watch them match it. Waltz is also offering a great opportunity for one of our listeners. They're giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. And all you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. Remember, all you have to do, text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
Where Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs, after last night's 5-3 loss to the Giants, have now lost 3 straight, and it's San Francisco, not the Diamondbacks, that are taking advantage of a postseason opportunity. Today, a getaway game from San Francisco as the D-backs will look to get back in the win column with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. Today, first pitch will be at 12:45, and you can listen to it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals return to practice today as their season home opener will be on Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. And here was tight end Trey McBride talking about how this team is ready to take the next steps.
And I think it's go time now. Kyler's healthy. Everybody's healthy. We're coming in this year strong, ready to go. And I fully expect us to make the playoffs and be able to make a run in the postseason.
And the Phoenix Mercury last night locked up the 4 seed in the WNBA playoffs. Their reward will be the defending champs, the New York Liberty, as the 5 seed in the first round. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
It is the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is social studies time. You know where to find us. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X, where we will post our daily questions. We're at Bickley and Marotta on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. And we are on YouTube. If you want to watch our beautiful faces, we are at Arizona Sports. Shout out to the 128 people watching right now, guys. 128 people.
128.
So that's why I put the lip gloss on.
For all 128
it's my
people.
TV face.
Exactly. So our first question we asked our listeners, and I'll ask you, is other than Kyler Murray, what player is most important to the team's success this season and why for the Cardinals?
Josh Sweat.
Oh, I like that one.
Paying him a lot of money to make plays and create havoc. He's got to do more than he did in week 1. I'm sure he'd be the first person to tell you that.
I'm going to go with, I guess assuming that Trey McBride, we kind of know what we have. Like, if he comes back with another season like that, I'm going Marvin Harrison Jr. because that's that other element.
Yeah, I struggle between Marv and Paris Johnson Jr. If we can't keep Kyler Murray upright, it's going to be a long season. I settled on Paris Johnson Jr. But Andy Bryant says, Michael Wilson, we need a second wide receiver to go with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride. That ship maybe sailed. Hopefully he can turn it around. Daylight Film says the entire offensive line, all of them, as if Kyler Murray isn't upright, the other guys won't matter as much. Very fair. And then Tom Foss agrees with you, Jody. It's absolutely Marvin Harrison Jr. All right, so
there are no wrong answers, by the way, to that question. There's a lot of guys that are.
James Conner's right there too, because if he's healthy, you're in great shape.
Garrett Williams.
You could say Mac
Wilson, Connor.
Yeah, the list can go on and on. So we talked pre-show a little bit about this bracket that ESPN did in the baseball world. They ranked the 16 most exciting baseball players in each league, and they did like a little bracket. Corbin Carroll was ranked 10th in the NL. So we asked.
What?
I know.
Come on.
That's another discussion we could have at a later time. But we asked, who is the most exciting player in all of sports right now?
That's a good question. I watch so much baseball that honestly, like, Corbin Carroll is right up there for me.
Oh, you're such a homer.
I am. Because to me, Shohei is interesting because he hits so many homers and he pitches.
It's Ohtani in baseball.
He pitches too, which is that's Tatis has actually been putting on a show lately for the Padres, robbing homers, hitting. We know what he can do.
A lot of people think Ellie De La Cruz is like must-watch TV.
The guy can, he takes 4 strides and he steals a base. He's I don't know, but he doesn't have the power. Like, I think with Corbin, what's exciting now, he's 30 home runs.
But the question is all of sports,
yes,
right?
Yeah,
we can talk about Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Josh Allen is up there for me. I was going to say Josh Allen.
Football doesn't have that kind of electric wide receiver
it used to be
right now.
Kick returners, remember? But now they took away,
the Dante Halls of the world.
Who was the guy? Miami
Hester.
guy, Devin Hester. Devin Hester used to be there for me because anytime that's kind of like thrilling, right? Like a triple in baseball, like when a guy catches the ball, a kick return, and just gets a little seam and he's gone. Like that's very exciting play. So.
A couple of the responses. I thought this was an interesting one. Tony Height said, unbiased answer is Caitlin Clark. Numbers don't lie. However, if Ohtani wasn't on the Dodgers, I would say he's the player I would want to watch on a random night because just the way he can pitch and hit. If he had to be biased, the answer is Corbin Carroll until Kyler Murray steps up into the next tier of an NFL quarterback.
By the way, I can get on board with Caitlin Clark.
100%.
She's just been injured this year, though, which kind of takes the kind of the juice out of.
It really
the
sucks
hype.
they couldn't really capitalize on so much momentum they had going into this season.
It's a shame.
There's
It's
other
just hurt.
excitement,
Yeah.
but
Seth said
like a lost season for him.
Seth said in college football, John Mateer, the Oklahoma quarterback. I don't know if you watched the Oklahoma-Michigan game. He is very. I think he's must-watch television. And then for you soccer nerds out there like myself, Lamine Yamal. He's 18 years old and one of the best players in the world. All right, our last question.
Whoa, real quick.
Yes.
Brian.
I know.
Said
I could just skip that.
Jody Jackson.
Oh, I didn't see it.
For
And why?
Her presence on and off the field is the pinnacle of sports broadcasting.
There we go.
The ability to
Shout
come
out,
off
Brian.
The ability to come off the bench and pinch hit for the best show ever is unrivaled and unmatched.
Oh, yeah. Well, I am, we had pancakes yesterday, and I'm vying for Carolina barbecue today. So maybe I would go 2 for 2. Carolina barbecue will get us a
We only
win.
got 51 minutes.
Get us a win on Sunday.
Wow,
yeah.
Bo Jackson, Deion Sanders, Jody Jackson.
I was an electrifying fire baton twirler in my day.
Oh, I'm sure. Those people at Suns
Still need the
games,
video.
Could you still do it?
Yeah, people still ask me to do it.
And you do it? You do the old zippity pop there?
I can do it, yeah.
Okay,
I get a
if
little
Vinny's
dizzier.
sick again tomorrow, please bring in the baton.
I get a little dizzier than I used to 20 or 30
the
years
spinning,
ago.
I'm sure I watch it in like can
All
ever
right,
do
Sammy,
that.
sorry to cut you off.
No,
we
you're
had to
good,
get that
you're
in
good.
there.
Nobody from the NBA, though, huh?
I mean,
What do you got?
I mean, it's because it's not in season, but in the NBA, I love watching Wembanyama, Jokic.
Jokic is not exciting.
He's not exciting.
Though. That's not the word.
Yes, he is.
Anthony Edwards, to me, defines exciting.
Yeah.
And then in hockey, Connor McDavid.
Easy answer, Connor McDavid. All right. Last question. We talked at the beginning of the show about our skipping school, our going missing classes. So we did ask, what is your best or worst story of missing or skipping school, if you had one?
I don't really remember anything. I know that's lame. So, Tim, what do you got?
Well, I do have a quick one. My junior year of college, it was our third semester. We were on trimesters. And up till my third semester of my junior year, I was a business major, and I hated every stinking moment of it. And I wanted to be in sports. I wanted to be a sportscaster or something to do with this particular industry. And I'll never forget it. It was the middle of April. It was midterms. I had an economics midterm the next day. All my friends and roommates were going to the Cubs-Dodgers game that night down the street at Wrigley Field. And I couldn't go because I had to study for my economics midterm. And right then, right there in my dingy little living room of my apartment, I made a life-changing decision. I was going to drop out of school for the rest of the semester.
Wow.
I was going to blow off my economics midterm, not even going to show up. I was going to go to the Cubs-Dodgers game, and the next day change my major to communication and liberal arts. So I spent the rest of the semester playing basketball and drinking beer. And began September of my senior year as a brand new communications major.
Wow.
What did
and the rest, as they say,
is history? What did Mr. and Mrs. Ring think about all that?
well, that's the beauty of it. Guess who never learned I did that?
Oh no!
Oh,
until
I
was about 20 years into my career.
That's
hilarious. Wow.
That's fantastic.
I did not tell them.
Wow. I want to read two quick responses before we go to break. Josh said, freshman year at ASU, a friend was able to get tickets to the Nationals' first game in D.C. against the Diamondbacks. We took a red-eye to D.C., went to the game, flew back early the next morning, and I think I missed Econ 101 or something like that. That's a good story. And then Gray said, a buddy and I took my father's 61 Ferrari out for the day, watched baseball. Oh, wait. That's Ferris Bueller's Day.
Right, yeah, close enough.
There we go. There we go. Social studies at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere. Thanks, guys.
And Tim Ring inspiring lonely, miserable business majors everywhere to
follow your dream.
Follow that dream.
And go
Drop your classes.
Go to the Cubs-Dodgers game and watch Oral Hershiser.
Cubs win?
Face Mark Grace.
Wow.
I
That's
don't
pretty
remember.
cool, Tim.
I don't remember.
Follow your passion. That's a life lesson right there. I love that.
All right, we're live in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Back with Mark Schlereth to talk some Cardinals and NFL after the break. Keep it here.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start September 17th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Earnhardt Ford has been helping Arizonans get great deals on new Fords for over 74 years. Hyatt's Vince Marotta and traditions that were started by Tex Earnhardt back in 1951 are still very much in practice today at Earnhardt Ford. Whether you're looking for a truck like the F-Series, America's best-selling truck brand every year since 1977, or any of Ford's full line of gas-powered, hybrid, and all-electric SUVs, Earnhardt Ford has you covered. Visit them in person at I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or complete your purchase online at earnhardtford.com.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Marotta. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop earnhardtford.com.
All right, it is time to think stink. Talking NFL football, Cardinals football with NFL analyst and our insider Mark Schlereth coming to us, no doubt live from the Mile High City, where they're going to get a new football stadium. Huh, Mark? What's the deal there?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be great. New football stadium, or a retractable roof, bring in Final Fours and all that kind of stuff, maybe a Super Bowl or the draft. So, yeah, that's 2031, though. So it's downtown. They're going to start that project here in a couple of years, I think. But, yeah, it's all good. Always nice to have a new stadium.
Yeah, and what's crazy about it, Mark, I was actually on the field when Invesco Field at Mile High opened. It was actually for a Colorado State game in August of 2001, and I can't believe it. We're just getting old that they're already building a new football stadium in Denver, because it seems like just yesterday they opened up Invesco Field.
That's where I met you, right, Tim? At the game?
Yeah,
we met at a Cardinal Bronco game.
We met at a Cardinal Bronco game. Mark and I used to work on some Broncos preseason games on CBS4 out there in Denver. Anyway, Stink, let's get into this Cardinal game. The sentiment around town, as you could probably imagine, good to get a win, need to clean up a lot of stuff when you play better teams in this league. What did you see out of the Cardinals in week one?
Yeah, well, first off, there was like zero rhythm in offense this week in general. And in that particular game, I mean, it was 9 penalties by the Cardinals and like 12 or 13 by the Saints. I mean, that game never felt like you could get going. Now, there were some great plays in there. Obviously, McBride is a problem, right? McBride is going to be awesome. The deep ball down the edge to Marvin Harrison Jr. was just phenomenal. I thought that was a great throw, great pitch and catch. First off, reading that coverage because they showed you a too-high look and they rolled into a single high and you got the one-on-one access throw, and it was a beautiful throw and beautiful kind of tracking of the football by Marvin Harrison. So that was a big-time play, no question about it. But it just sloppy, and that was endemic of NFL football in general. It was just sloppy. I mean, look at Cincinnati had 7 total yards in the second half of their game against Cleveland. So that was pretty much the way offense went throughout the majority of the league last weekend.
Yeah, and Mark, the other thing that we continue to talk about here in Arizona, and I'm sure you were asked about it a ton last year too, is just, if it's going to be McBride, great. If Marvin's going to be that much better this year, which we think he will, great. But who else? Like, can you get to where you want to go, which is the playoffs, without another guy really emerging, like a Michael Wilson, or even if it's Zay Jones or Greg Dortch or someone else that's going to be a threat in the passing game?
Yeah, passing game doesn't matter to me. It just like wide receivers are like children. They're dependents. They're the most dependent position in football. So you got to do everything else really well to have those guys have success. So they're like dependents. They whine a lot, especially if you don't feed them. So whatever. You show me a team that controls the line of scrimmage, can run the ball, take pressure off their quarterback. I'll show you a team that'll be good. So I don't really care who develops as that other target between the tight end and the wide receiver. I think you have enough. I think obviously it comes down to James Conner, comes down to the way you control the line of scrimmage. You do that for Kyler Murray, and he fits in there too with the RPO stuff and the zone read stuff. Then that guy's got an opportunity to be dynamic in the run game as well. And he had a couple of scrambles that were big time. So when you average all that stuff together, I mean, we make so much of, and it drives me crazy, so much of the wide receiver game. I just told you Cincinnati, they've got the 2 best wide receivers, the best tandem in football, and they put up 7 yards of offense. 7 yards of offense in the second half. So, you don't block people, you don't win in this league. That to me is far more important than who emerges as the next target from the receiving corps.
You sound a lot like Drew Petzing, which tells you what we need to know, which is that the Cardinals agree, and if you're running the ball the way they want to run it, they'll be fine.
100%, absolutely, but that's part and parcel, of the effect of fantasy football on the way we think of professional football, right? We want, our fantasy teams to do well. We want to draft wide receivers in the first round, and, we want the ball thrown all over the place. That's not what wins. In the league, what wins consistently is dominating both lines of scrimmage. You do that, you're going to be in every single game. And so, Drew is 100% right. How are we running the ball? How are we imposing our will upon our opponents? How are we executing in those things? And if we do that, then we'll be able to create a bunch of play action stuff, a bunch of wide open receivers. We'll be able to design those things, to design explosive plays in this offense. If we're just dropping back, trying to huck it down the field, that's never going to work out long-term for anybody.
Visiting with NFL analyst Mark Schlereth. Mark, let's take a spin around the league, get your impressions of week 1, anything that jumps out at you. Let me begin with the Sunday night game. I mean, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, I know they're trying to figure out in Baltimore this week how in the hell they lost that football game. But, man, Josh Allen is just that dude, is he not?
Yeah, that's why, you sit there and think, well, why would you give it back to him on 4th down and 3? My biggest issue is not even the punting on 4th down. I get it. I'm conservative. It's the Horton here's a who in me. That's how you operate as an offensive lineman. So I'd probably punt that ball away too. But the thing that bothered me was, the very first play of the drive before that, when the Bills scored and made that game, what was it, 40-38 or whatever. The first play of that drive, Lamar Jackson takes it around the edge for 13 yards. Then you hand it to Henry. He fumbles, right? You come back the next drive, and it's 40-38. You hand it to Henry. He gets about 3.5 yards. Then you run a jet sweep. So you're giving the ball to a wide receiver who doesn't run in traffic with the football toward the edge where he's got to make a decision. Should I cut back inside or do I just need to get down because I can't go outside because we want I can't keep pushing to the outside. Like that play running east and west on a jet sweep is stupid to me. And you took it out of the best player that you have, number 8, your quarterback. You took it out of his hands. Why not run some zone read where you have the option either to hand it to Derrick Henry or keep the ball yourself and let Derrick Henry just beat people up? Like the odds of Zay Flowers breaking a tackle and creating a big play versus Derrick Henry, like that's what didn't make sense to me. Then you had to drop back on third down, you throw it short of the sticks, and then you punt. Like that was just a wasted 3-and-out possession, if you want my opinion. And those are the things that teams get into crunch time situations that don't have playoff success. Those are the type of decisions that their coaching staffs make. And I thought that was more on John Harbaugh and his staff than it was on those players. I think they created a situation where they lost that game for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah. I want to take you back to the NFC West and just for the I was looking at the scores. You're so right about the offense. I mean, the Cardinals scored the most points of any of the teams in that with 20. So it was really low scoring, but how do you see, the Niners now with Purdy I guess he's a little banged up.
He's got a toe, Mark.
He's got a toe. We don't know what that means. And then Kittle being out. I mean, who do you see as the favorite in the division?
Yeah, I still think it's probably, if you have a healthy Matthew Stafford, it's probably the Rams. And, I say this all the time about the Rams. The one thing about the Rams is they're a power run football team that's disguised as a spread team. I think you get so involved in Puka Nacua, and you get so kind of caught up in Devontae Adams and the way they run 11 personnel and spread you and all this stuff. And at their core, man, they're a smash-mouth football team that just imposes their will against people. And I think that's the shocking thing about them. And then what they've done rebuilding their defense and all the defensive players, the young players they have on that defensive side of the ball. They're a big physical football team on both lines of scrimmage, and that's where I think they win. And then when you have a Hall of Fame quarterback pulling the trigger for you that can cover a few warts when things don't go your way, I think they're probably the best team in that division right now. And then I think everybody else is close, including San Fran, Seattle, and Arizona.
Mark, outstanding stuff, brother. Thanks again, as always. We'll check in with you again next week.
Thanks, Mark.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
All right, Mark Schlereth joining us live as he does every week right here talking Cardinal football and NFL football. We'll take a break on the other side of the timeout.
First, I'm way behind on these.
All right,
I'm way behind on these.
Speaking of which.
Speaking of chicken, were you just mentioning chicken?
Sure.
I thought you were. Arizona Sports and Red Bird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us this Friday at the Safeway located at Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to win. Once again, that's this Friday at the Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale.
Do you want to get another one in while we're here?
Well, I mean, only if it was about a really, really cool, exciting concert.
Yes.
Because Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You'll rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, and even some bands that don't have numbers in their name, like Mumford & Sons and Cage the Elephant.
I love Cage the Elephant.
Yep. When Innings hits Tempe, February 20th through the 22nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday, but you can win a pair now by visiting ArizonaSports.com. Thank you.
All right, there you go. After the break, Generation Gap, let the games begin here on a Wednesday.
Yes, and Sammy's at a disadvantage because his partner didn't show up. So
Jamal's. Is there any other young bucks out there?
I was just looking for. We'll see, but it's gonna be fun. We'll see.
Bar is low. Just anyone under the age of 25.
Young does. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Generation Gap time right here on Bickley and Murata mornings on a Wednesday.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks just don't want to seize the opportunity to make things interesting down the stretch. A 5-3 loss to the Giants last night marks their 3rd straight and pushes them 4.5 games back of the final wild card spot. And here's manager Torey Lovello on where their focus is now.
We can only focus on one thing. That's at 12:45 tomorrow, and that's what we'll do. We got to get a good night's rest. It's a quick turnaround, and hopefully we come out on top. That will be our intention. We're going to do everything we can to win a baseball game.
Yep, Game 3 of that series will be at 12:45 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals, though different results this past weekend, have a lot to clean up on both sides of the football, as Texas State will be in Tempe on Saturday and the Carolina Panthers in Glendale on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It's a pretty interesting one. Zach Gallen moved to 3rd on the Diamondbacks strikeout list last night. Is he on your Mount Rushmore of Diamondbacks starting pitchers? Yes or no? It's top 4 D-back pitcher ever.
Ooh, that's a tough question. I actually,
Jody,
you're thinking,
more
why do
qualified.
I not read the Twitter? I could prep for all of this, and yet I wasn't looking at the socials.
Okay.
So you've got Randy, and you've got Kurt based on, you've got Brandon Webb. So, yeah, he's right there.
I mean,
he's
that's
right
3.
there.
I mean, who else could unseat him for that 4th spot?
I think he's probably in it. And then, I saw that, so this is interesting wins.
Is he better than Greinke?
Greinke, Dan Herron.
Greinke wasn't here as long. I feel like Zach
Merrill
and
Kelly.
Merrill. Well, Merrill's right there with wins, but not strikeouts. Like there's some metrics for Zach, and Zach had that scoreless inning streak that Brandon had held for a long time. I think it was either 44 1/3 or 44 2/3. I should know that.
I mean, Greinke was here longer than we think. I mean, wasn't he? I mean, it just didn't seem.
I just think also the world, the gravity of the World Series, leading a team to a World Series, and he and Merrill both did that. But Zach, this team isn't nearly. Those guys are the cornerstone of what you're building with this team, and that's why they've had the success the last couple of years. And then they've had a great offense too. But
Go ahead.
So what do you got, Tim? Are you going with a?
You know what? Just on the strength of leading a team to a World Series as a starting pitcher and starting an All-Star game and the numbers themselves, I'll put Zach Gallen as number 4.
Yeah. So interesting results. Only 20% of the vote says yes. 80% of the vote says no. So an interesting Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll question today.
Well, I understand the no, but you gotta give me the 4 that.
Yeah,
that
who
are the
else would
yeses.
you put in there?
Right.
I mean, I guess I'm just wondering what people would say about that.
Game on.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
Okay, it is the battle.
Let's go.
Of very old versus young. No, wisdom versus youth. I'm just kidding. You're younger than the normal hosts that play this game. But it is sort of essentially Generation X versus Generation Z here. Sammy does not have his usual partner in Jamal Gumball
Is that
Gummo.
a Gen Z issue?
I know, not
tardiness?
quiet quitting.
Jamal, I'll hold it down for you.
He doesn't show up.
Yeah. All right, but we are running out of.
We win.
We're running late on time here, so here's how it's going to do. I'm going to ask Tim Ring and Jody Jackson questions from stuff that happened in the last 10 years. I'm going to ask Sammy questions from stuff that happened before he was born. Okay? There are 4 categories: sports, music, pop culture, and slang. If you do not get the question right, the other person, the other team can steal. Okay?
Let's do it.
Tim and Jody, since you are the guests, what category would you like first?
I mean, I'm sports or slang because the other two I'm not good at. So,
I'll do. What is pop culture? Is one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Well, which one do you want? You have just gave me 3 categories.
Is it a group effort?
You
or
two
is
are
it,
our team.
Oh, what do you want to do? You want to do sports or?
We can do pop culture. Let's give it a ride.
I will do pop culture.
Okay, pop culture. We're starting.
This is all on you.
All right.
Sports is too easy. So
All
go
right.
ahead.
Well, you got to do all the categories eventually. All right.
I do. Okay.
War Turtle and Blastoise are the names of the evolutions of what Pokemon character?
See, why did you choose this?
Is that pop culture?
No,
Yeah?
let's just move on.
No guess? You have any guess?
Yeah, no, pass. I don't even know what Pokemon.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
War Turtle and Blastoise. Any guess? No? All right, pass.
All right.
Sammy.
I don't really know my only guess. I'm going to guess Pikachu.
Oh, Pikachu. I know him.
No, the answer actually is Squirtle the Turtle. Squirtle. Squirtle, unfortunately.
All right, so my
no
pop
points
culture.
awarded there. All right, your question. Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde are the names of the ghosts in what video game?
The Ghosts. Inky, Pinky, Clyde. No, is it?
We're going to need an answer here.
All right. Did Ghostbusters have a video game?
That is incorrect. For the steal?
Pac-Man!
That is Pac-Man. That is correct.
Yes.
Have you ever played Pac-Man, Sim?
I didn't know they had names.
Blinky.
Well, they did.
I knew Blinky.
All right,
and I knew
Sammy,
Clyde.
your choice for category.
Music.
Music. What sexy singer had yummy-sounding hits named Cream and Raspberry Beret?
I know the song Raspberry Beret. Is it Madonna?
Madonna is incorrect. Would you like to steal, guys?
It's Prince,
Prince,
right?
yeah.
It is Prince.
Sexy
2 points for.
singer. You made it sound like it was.
Well,
I knew
there's different
that.
men and women that are sexy. All right, your question. What sexy singer had yummy sounding hits named Espresso and Taste?
Oh, I know this one.
I don't think I know this.
Selena Gomez.
No.
That is incorrect. Sammy?
Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter is correct.
That's what I meant.
All right.
My daughter would know that.
All right.
Your daughter would know that.
Old people team. Do you want sports or sports or slang?
Give me sports.
All right. Name any of the current racers who drive for Ferrari in Formula One.
Oh, gosh. I know
Lewis
this.
Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton is correct.
Good job, Tim.
You get
I know you knew that one,
was a
Sammy.
layup.
Do you know any others?
Oh yeah, I know most of the slate.
Charles Leclerc.
Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen.
Verstappen, I know him.
All right, Sammy.
Yes.
Name any members of the 1980s team known as Phi Slamma Jamma.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Ah, there you go. You knew it.
Good
You
job,
know
Sammy.
basketball. You know anyone else?
Drexler on that team.
Well done. All right. See, I didn't give you credit for that. All right, last one.
Slang.
That's right. Well, that's the only one left.
Right?
So you
Yes.
have to
Yeah.
All right, Sammy.
All right, I need this.
In slang, what does Bogart mean? Bogart.
Buy one, get one.
That's a good guess. That's Bogo.
No, yeah, I'm sounding up. Bogat?
No, Bogart. All right.
Oh, Bogart? No clue.
Do you guys know what it means?
I'm trying to remember.
To Bogart something?
I think it's to take something that doesn't belong to you.
That is
Okay.
correct. To take something and name.
Is that like Humphrey Bogart?
Yes.
Okay.
All
I
right.
didn't really know that.
It was an 80s slang then.
Okay.
All right. It's for the win, guys. What does bussin' mean?
Oh.
Bussin'.
Bussin'? I'm
Bussin'.
dipping out. Like I'm
talking.
I'm leaving. I don't know.
It does not mean talking and it does not mean leaving. Sammy, what does it mean?
It means that is good.
It does. It means that food is bussin'. Well done, guys. I think you still had just one extra point than Sammy did there.
they
But you
got
both
me.
held up very well.
So we
Victory
win.
for the
They got
elderly.
We do win. That is how you play Generation Gap. Well
Hang the
done.
banner. Hang another banner
Crown us.
in the studio.
Go study War Turtle.
Yeah, Pokemon.
Yeah, or
War Turtle.
the music one, I should have been better.
Well, Prince, he's quite bussin', so you gotta
Guess
go
so.
listen to his stuff.
Jared thinks Prince is sexy. All right, good.
Yeah, famously, I would say.
What about
wouldn't you say he's one of the most famously sexual, sexy, erotic singers that there ever was?
No.
Oh, well, dozens of women would.
Maybe Jody is more,
I mean, he
qualified
had
to give that
erotic,
answer.
like Erotic City was one of his songs. Like, I feel like he was.
That's
yeah.
right. And you know the only thing more erotic than Prince?
Tell
This
me, though.
show. So, and you can take us wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickel and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
All right, Generation Gap, a big hit. Look forward to it next week, right here on the Bickley and Murata Morning Show on a Wednesday. Speaking of which, we'll take a break. Going off the grid to put a wrap on today's show coming up after the break. Give it here.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just about everybody around the NFL is like, that Cardinals defense is crazy. How different it is, how unique it is. They were talking about it during the broadcast on CBS over the weekend. Like, it's one of the most unpredictable defenses in the NFL, to the point where Nick Rawless is seen by some as kind of a rising star in this game. You know, like a guy who can just scheme it up with some of the best of them. So while I certainly agree it's partially a reflection of who they played, I think he did way more with less last year and is being now tasked with doing more with more this year. Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries. Just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the ghost pepper challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I can
Sabrina Carpenter.
Yep, you got it.
A hit.
This was a big hit.
Still is.
Look, I admit that when I put together these questions, the ones I do for Sammy, I do off the top of my head. I pretty much can do any trivia from the 80s or 90s or 70s. For almost all the new questions, I have to look up myself. So I had to look up Sabrina Carpenter's song, so don't feel bad,
You're
guys.
a little bit old, too. And that's
I'm right in
okay.
the middle.
That's
Let's be honest here. Come on.
You're a little bit
I'm a
country,
millennial.
you're
I'm a
little bit
millennial.
Rock and roll.
You guys are Gen X. I believe Dan's a boomer.
No.
Nah.
Yeah, I think so. I think he might be on the tail end. I'm not sure where that begins and ends.
This is a good song.
Yeah, have you heard it before, either of you?
I have heard of it. I have heard it. I didn't really know who sang it, though.
But we are basking in our victory here in this week's edition of Generation Gap.
We're taking some Geritol. We're celebrating.
Can't spell Geritol without Jarrett.
We're going to celebrate with a great steak dinner at 4 o'clock.
That's right. Early bird, baby.
Yep. Anyway, that is today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, well, it's not off the grid, but on the grid, J.J. McCarthy for that performance on Monday night, the player of the week in the National Football League. Who would have thought that?
How about that?
After the three-quarter performance for the Vikings, essentially rookie quarterback in his second year, but making his first NFL start on Monday night.
Like player of the week in the entire NFL?
Yeah.
As much as I dislike him, I'm surprised Aaron Rodgers, he was a contender.
Or Josh Allen?
Well, there's an AFC, NFC.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. There we go.
But the NFL, it's the NFL's award. It's not like, PFF or anything
Right.
like that. Yeah.
I had the NBA news that just came out. Did you see this? That they are changing the rule so that the end of quarter or half heaves no longer count as a missed shot for the player.
Oh, interesting.
They count as a missed shot for the team, but it no longer goes on the individual player's stat line as a missed, three-point shot.
Was that a big? Was that a big?
There was
point
always
of contention?
those sort of rumors that players
were like
Kevin Durant would not let it heave at the end of quarters because they didn't want to.
Didn't affect their percentage,
Right.
which affects their contract.
Right.
Oh my God.
I mean, you've seen that, sort of heard that. Yeah.
I can't.
So that's a weird
identify with that.
rule change they just enacted.
So then, with 3 seconds left, and they're down 1, and you shoot a pull-up mid-range, and you miss, we're not going to count that to a KD missed shot. That's a team shot now.
I'm sure there's some sort of
beyond half court
distance
maybe.
kind of deal. Yeah.
I'm sure it's beyond half court. I'm sure if you make it, they'll count it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you count that. Count it if we make it. Jody, what did you see on the?
Well, so we didn't really talk about this, but in the
Philadelphia
baseball world,
crazy
Philly
fan?
Karen, Philly Karen, as she's come to be known, right?
Yeah.
Which was pretty, really ridiculous. She goes over, gets mad at a guy who had given it to his kid and demands the ball. So I saw this and I didn't think it was real because, shocker, a lot of stuff's not real on the internet, but it actually is. She can land a nice payday for the souvenir, but there's a catch. Blowout Cards, a major trading card retailer, announced it'll pay the woman who ended up with the ball $5,000 if she hands it over with her autograph and inscribes "I'm sorry" on it. And the company said it will return the baseball to the child. So it seems like the company Blowout is trying to get some publicity here. But yeah, I just thought just to bring that up, that was so wild that woman, and what's interesting is there's all this other fake stuff on the internet about she's been fired from her job and all that, but she actually hasn't been identified, I don't think, which is probably a good thing.
Yes, I was saying this on Monday.
She should just go away.
She should be publicly shamed and embarrassed, and people can have all the criticism. You shouldn't try to ruin this woman's life just because she did something.
That's what people do now, though,
I know.
which is unfortunate. And yeah, so I'm kind of glad that she has not. She's she's unique. It's kind of funny though because everyone identifies everybody nowadays. So I don't know how she must not be on any social media.
Well, she also
or anything.
she was such a perfect. If you had to draw a Karen, that what people like the haircut and the attitude. It became viral very quickly.
Well, it's funny. Jared, in terms of you not wanting to cancel this woman, Jeff Dye, the comedian, has a pretty funny bit about that. He goes, the way social media and the way we are as a society, Like, you could have looters destroying an Apple store with baseball bats and stealing. And the reaction is like, well, we should be asking ourselves why they felt the need to do that and what kind of upbringing did they have. And we should look at it on a deeper level. But then a woman complains about her cheeseburger at a store, and it's like, oh, fire her, Karen. She should never be able to live and breathe again in our society. She's complaining about a cheeseburger being undercooked. Ah!
I know, right? Kids, but you got to ride the fine line on the Karen thing, right?
She clearly didn't understand that any baseball, unless it's in someone's hands, is fair game for anyone, no matter where they begin their journey towards the baseball. It doesn't matter that the ball was at your feet. First come, first serve.
And give it to a kid.
Them's the rules.
You know, so.
I'm sorry, Karen. You leave me no choice. All right. Jody, thanks a lot for stopping by again.
Hey, no
a
problem.
Short notice. Hopefully, Benny's back tomorrow. Not that we wouldn't want to have you back.
It's been fun, but I am unable to come in tomorrow. So
exciting!
This has been awesome, and I always love it. But yeah, I hope Benny's feeling better.
You got the big football game tomorrow at Sandra Day O'Connor.
Yes.
So, all right, we're out of time. See ya.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Swung on and grounded right to the second baseman, Schmidt. He'll throw to first in time, and the Giants win the series by taking this one by a final score of 5-3.
D-backs at the Giants, series finale. Our coverage begins today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply. If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs, after last night's 5-3 loss to the Giants, have now lost 3 straight, and it's San Francisco, not the Diamondbacks, that are taking advantage of a postseason opportunity. But today, a getaway game in San Francisco, as the D-backs will look to get back in the win column with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound today. First pitch will be at 12:45, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals return to practice today as their season home opener will be this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. And here was tight end Trey McBride talking about how this team is ready to take the next step.
And I think it's go time now. Kyler's healthy. Everybody's healthy. We're coming in this year strong, ready to go. And I fully expect us to make the playoffs and be able to make a run in the postseason.
The Phoenix Mercury last night locked up the 4 seed in the WNBA playoffs. Their reward will be the defending champs, the New York Liberty, as the 5 seed in the first round. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it is the Wolf and Luke Show on a Wednesday. Wolf, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, man? It is Wednesday, and that can only mean one thing. Isn't that correct? Command and Control. It is game plan day, is it not? It is Wednesday, and it is a huge day in the National Football League in regard to playing on a Sunday. This is a huge game plan day. This is when it typically goes in, where you come in early in the morning, you have a team meeting. The coach is going to get up there and basically set the table for you, and then you're going to break up and go throughout the rest of your day, whatever that may entail. And that is going to entail going in and watching tape together. The running backs, of course, will do it. Sometimes they'll do it offensively. The entire offense will watch tape together. The entire defense, depending on how the offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator wants to divvy it up. Sometimes you'll do that. Other times you'll break into your position rooms and watch tape. It's a heavy, heavy day of watching tape, and, of course, the coordinators in particular getting up and talking about, this is what we're thinking of doing, and here's why.
I had this whole riff about my morning I was going to go into, and now we're just going to football.
Really?
No.
What is
It's
your morning?
It's better.
What's
It's a frustrating morning, so it's better to just go into football.
Man, can I tell you right now, I had some hummus this morning that had garlic in it. I'm sorry, Luke.
Morning hummus?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry for you. On toast, of course. That's what I have. Have it on toast. Some garlic, man, and it's bad. I'm just saying, Jamal, can you do something about that? Can you walk around the newsroom and see if somebody's got a mint or something like that I could?
I feel like it's a necessity now.
Because Luke's he's in for
he's in danger.
It's going to be a bad day.
It's already. This is so far down on my list of things that have caused a bad day already.
Okay.
One, I had to rewatch that last play from the ASU game like 12 times to make sure I understood every single little thing that happened because we're doing the show tonight with Kenny Dillingham.
I see.
Kanye Udo and Keith Abney are going to be on the show as well.
You want
tonight.
to be accurate. Is that what you're saying?
Well, at first it was for my own, just like I wanted to know what happened.
Here's my question. Can I give you my question right now? Okay,
yeah.
You want to know what happened right there at the end of the game, right?
Well, I just watched it like 12 times,
okay.
But yes.
Will you ask him if they were banjoing now?
Banjoing.
Okay, because again, it's a technique where you've got two guys, two corners, two DBs, whatever you want to call them, lined up over two receivers that are lined up closer to each other. A lot of times when you're in man situation, you'll go ahead and do what they call banjo that, base audience. And what that means is if the number two receiver, not the widest receiver, but the number two receiver releases outside and the number one receiver releases inside, those two DBs standing, they'll pass it off. They'll pass it off. Even though they're in man, they'll pass that off. And it kind of looked like that may have been one of the issues. Ask him if that was, in fact, a banjo call between those two DBs.
I will ask him.
And he will know what that means.
Yeah.
They might have a different term for that.
Yeah.
He will know.
It did look like it, having watched it a bunch of times now, because I needed like 72 hours before I could even bring myself to roll the tape on it. It did look, I mean, it sounds like, especially if you hear Kenny talking this week, that they basically wanted Mississippi State to run a play like that, where it took a while for it to develop, but they just didn't get to him in the backfield in time. The other thing that I would just throw out there, as I'm noticing maybe more people in the city now, as we start to get, it's not cooler weather yet, but this is just a public service.
It's coming, is it not, Base Audience? You can feel it, man. September is here, and you can feel it.
I don't know.
Go out until like 6 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. This feels good, man. Here it comes. You know October's coming.
When I turned this computer on, the first thing it said was hot days ahead, and that was like an alert. So why would you even have that in Phoenix?
The summer is not going to go out quietly.
This is my
it
public.
Never does.
My public service is for everybody. I would assume everybody knows this, but it doesn't seem like it in the morning. There's a stretch of freeway southeast of downtown Phoenix where I understand it says I-10 west and it goes north for a little bit, and it says I-17 north and it goes west for a little bit. That's been that way forever, and it probably isn't going to change.
Yeah.
So you don't have to slam your brakes on and cut across 6 lanes of traffic every day.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, seriously.
I know exactly where you're talking about.
Does
that get you every morning?
Every single morning, people are like, where'd the road go?
Yeah.
It went where it goes every single day.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, you know what? People are trying, let's face it, to get in front of you. That's what they're trying to do.
And that's fine. But there's also this sense of like, wait, but it says west and it's going north. Should I just stop in the middle of the freeway and call someone?
Do you think I'm going to sit here 60 cars behind everyone else when I could just drive up in front of them, turn the blinker on, and then veer in?
Well, that's a whole different issue.
Yeah.
I can point out to what parts of the freeway that happens on the most, too. But instead, let's talk football.
Okay.
Want to do that?
Let's do it.
Wait, this is why we should have gone down your original path.
You know what's so cool about this Space Earnings? Luke had an itch he needed to scratch. Broadcasting. It's one of the cool things about it. That bothered you this morning, and you had this itch you needed to scratch.
And here's the thing, breaking news, it's going to bother me again tomorrow because it's going to be the same situation.
Okay, well, we'll let you scratch it again, big guy.
We got a short show today. We got Max Starks joining us for Maximum Football very shortly because we only have 2 hours. D-backs Giants series finale is this afternoon from San Francisco.
Honorary member of the Wu Fang Clan, Base Audience.
See, that is an honor that he does not take lightly, as he should not. And then Ami El Sadeh is going to join us right at the end of the show to talk about the Diamondbacks, who lost again, but are still only 4.5 games out of a wild card, but they're running out of games. So we'll get into all that. Wolf, You brought this up pre-show, and I think it's a great question because now we can start talking about the Carolina Panthers game. Who does the responsibility fall on for the Arizona Cardinals this weekend to beat Carolina at home?
Man, this is, you know what, Basinonians, I know it was my question. But this was, I love this. This is really, really good. Why haven't we really focused on this and done this before? What is this? Rick, we're 4 years into the show. Is that it?
Yeah, we're finally
4
figured
years
one
in,
thing out.
And now it's like, okay, where's the responsibility? When you think of this game right now, you think of the Carolina Panthers. Where is this game being played? Where is this?
Glendale, Arizona.
Oh, Glendale, Arizona. I see. At the farm, ladies and gentlemen.
But no cowbells.
The Red Sea is going to be there, of course. State Farm Stadium. Okay, so that's a bonus, I would say, to the offense. When you look at the Carolina Panthers and you think of the Carolina Panthers, the very first thing I think of is you got a young developing quarterback in Bryce Young. Year 3 for Bryce Young. You've got this young developing quarterback. You've got this new coach still developing his offense. You've got coordinators. You've got young coordinators. And now all of a sudden you're going to tell me that you're going to go out there offensively and you're going to light it up on the road? You better not. I think the onus is more on the defense of the Arizona Cardinals. Now, does that excuse the offense? Of course not. No way. The defense has got to go out and basically try to win this game for the Arizona Cardinals. Why? Because of that young quarterback and this developing offense. Once again, the onus is on them, especially at home, to shut down the Carolina Panthers, who scored 10 points in their first game. Yeah, I'm going defense.
You threw a curveball at me there because I was going to go defense, and I thought in the pre-show meeting you were leaning towards offense. So I had this well-reasoned argument all laid out for the defense, and you just made most of it.
Okay.
But you are. I mean,
okay, so you want to go defense,
I want to go
too.
defense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because this is the sort of game, and I'm interested to see if Carolina does a lot of what New Orleans did with a young quarterback where it's just like snap the ball, quick release, just throwing it quickly so you almost can't get sacks. But there's a trade-off for that. And man, Wolf, going back and rewatching that Cardinals game, the secondary played with some real attitude for the Cardinals in that game. It wasn't just the Will Johnson hit. Like, it was the secondary has some attitude for the Cardinals, and I like that. If that's part of their identity. Now, there's going to be times when you get burned. I understand that. But their secondary really didn't get burned in that game. And it's not like Bryce Young is Josh Allen.
Yes.
It's not like he's Patrick Mahomes. He's not Joe Burrow. He's not Lamar. So I think that this is a game that the defense could force some turnovers, could maybe even, set up a score or score themselves. So I think you're in a situation, ideally, where you could hold this team in the teens or lower in terms of points as well.
And, of course, there are so many other things I want to talk about in regard to the responsibility of the Arizona Cardinals defense to go out and shut down Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers. And I have so little time.
We can do a full show if you want. We can just roll over to 6:20 if you'd like.
That's all right. I'll do it tomorrow.
It's good.
That's okay.
Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us Friday at the Safeway located on Chaparral Road in Hayden in Scottsdale from 4 to 6 for your chance to win. Once again, that's this Friday. Safeway, Chaparral, and Hayden in Scottsdale. When we come back, what were Max Stark's biggest takeaways from the Cardinals' opening week victory over the Saints? We're going to ask two-time Super Bowl champion. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Somebody got a mint.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Swung on and grounded right to the second baseman, Schmidt. He'll throw to first in time. And the Giants win the series by taking this one by a final score of 5-3.
D-backs at the Giants, series finale. Our coverage begins today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com. I've got to give a huge shout-out to the team that just transformed my backyard into an oasis with artificial grass. That's right, Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. I know what it takes to build something great, Basinonians, and it really starts with trust. And trust me, the reviews say it all. If I could give them 10 stars, I would. Family-owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years Voted Best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. It's cost-effective as well. It's professional, and they're going to treat you like family. And here's the kicker. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited-time deal. You mention Wolf, and you get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 62620. That's GREEN to 62620, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey.
What's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home, the one you've been looking for. You find it, and then you can just move in right away. You don't have to wait around to sell your old place first and potentially lose your dream home because you're waiting around to sell the old place first. Sounds perfect to just move right in, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. It's right there in the title. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, none of that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. That way, once they're done, a local Orchard agent can list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. That's a huge part of this. You want to make sure you still get top dollar for your home. And if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. You can do it right there on the website. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Yes, Max Starks is joining us today, and for the next hour, an hour of maximum football with the two-time Super Bowl champ. Max, how's it going, buddy?
I'm doing wonderful, fellas. It is a glorious day. Hope springs eternal for half the league, and the other half of the league is crying and why does our team suck? And we're going to go 0-17, and everybody that's 1-0 thinks they're going to go 17-0. So it's a great day for chaos around the league.
Okay, Max, I'm going to start with this right now. As an honorary member of the Wu Fang clan, as you know that you are, I'm going to actually start with the Steelers, and I'm going to ask you, what kind of game was that? Were you jacked up and fired up about the Steelers?
Listen, if you were tired from the weather forecast of the previous day and a half, you were in there. It might as well have been sunny, 85 degrees, and a great breeze going. That game was was all the excitement that you needed. For my first broadcast, it couldn't have been a better broadcast. Environment. You had 7 to 8 different lead changes throughout the contest. Points were scored. I mean, we were going in. We were supposed to be the lowest scoring game of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
That's what everybody had. They had our over-under at 37.5 points. Wow. So the fact that individually one team almost hit the under by themselves, and I think we ended as the second highest scoring game of the weekend, that's pretty awesome, considering all you did really on these teams. Now, obviously, a lot of other stuff happened, but you Red Rover quarterbacks. And I felt like the quarterbacks matched the scheme and the philosophy that each other was trying to run. And the other ones were those square pegs trying to go into a round hole. Justin Fields played amazing in that game. Their run game was ferocious. And the Jets are going to be a problem for a lot of teams in the AFC. They're not going to be an easy out. And it's going to be a very, very tough sledding the rest of the season for a lot of people that have them on the schedule. But it was a great game to watch Aaron Rodgers come back, to be vindicated, have 4 touchdown passes in the game. Didn't look pretty, but everybody kind of stepped up in moments. We had a signature play in special teams, a signature play on defense, actually 2 of them, the 2-point conversion stops, and then offense did their job, put up more points than your defense is giving up. So from that aspect, it was a really good game to call, and for my first game out of the regular season.
Yeah,
Congratulations, Max.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations from everybody here, Max. Only 5 teams in the NFL scored more than 27 points this week, and 2 of them were in that game.
A-Rod, my goodness.
I'm sure he enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Max, the Cardinals game was much more lower scoring, a 20-13 final. And there's been kind of 2 schools of thought coming out of that game. There's it wasn't good enough. You didn't score enough against New Orleans. You didn't win by enough. New Orleans is terrible. And there's who cares? It's a road game in the NFL, and you won, and you didn't turn the ball over. Where do you come out after a game like that?
I'm in the latter school.
Just win.
You didn't turn the ball over. You scored more points than the other team did, and you won the game. And that's the most important thing. I think when we looked around, if anybody watched any other games throughout the day and over the course of the Thursday, Friday, Sunday, 4 days of football, out of the 5 available days,
beautiful
that games were played, I think you could argue that most of the league looked like that.
Yeah.
There was no, outside of the Colts and Dolphins game, which I still don't know how. Yeah, it was only 8 points. But anyways, there was no real lopsided victories. Like, a lot of these games went down into the end and were well within the score range where it could have went either way. I mean, heck, we looked at the Monday Nighter to finish it off, right? I mean, Minnesota was down the entire game until the fourth quarter, until midway through the fourth quarter. And if you would have asked somebody and polled them at the end of the first half what they thought of their offense in Minnesota, you would have had a fire sale going on. You would have got Justin Jefferson for pennies on the dollar. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how bad it looked. But then the fourth quarter happened, right? And teams persevered, and games were tight, and a lot of resiliency was gained in the flow of those games. You look at that Eagles and Cowboys game. That wasn't an easy affair. Everybody thought there's no Micah Parsons. It's going to be nothing but problems. No, it was a back-and-forth affair. Eagles defense did not look great. And they lost Jalen Carter within 6 seconds for Spitgate. There was a lot of that going on throughout the league, and it was. That was hawked.
Seriously, that was
from the bowels.
Like he was practicing that all week.
From lower diaphragm area. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
But I think that's what the entire league was at. I mean, you look at special teams. Special teams, every team, because of that new rule, it forced people to take the ball out. And then you realize your coverage units aren't as good as you think they are because they're used to their kicker kicking it out the back of the end zone, and they're just doing a wind sprint. Now you actually have to defend these things because you don't want to give the ball automatically at the 35. Teams were still getting between the 30 and the 35 on returns.
Mm-hmm.
So it did its job in the new dynamic kickoff rule. So I think a lot of those things, you can't be too sour. You can't be too elated. it was a good start, and you came out on the right side of it.
With that in mind, Max, and I agree with you 100%. With that in mind, what was your biggest disappointment, though? Because we all have expectations. We do. You're never going to be able to get rid of the expectation going into a game. Of course, as the season unfolds and we start to see a team's personality, all of a sudden it will impact your expectation. But in that first game going in, when you thought of the Arizona Cardinals playing the New Orleans Saints, what was your biggest disappointment in terms of the reality of one game?
Well, I think the biggest disappointment was that, I wanted to see a little more explosion out of the run game. I think that was something, because that's such a benchmark.
Yep.
I did not know that Trey Benson on 8 carries would get 69 yards, and that would be like the highlight. That'd be the most yards attained by one person. So I think the run game was probably the one disappointment, and I think a lot of things can be attributed to that. I mean, Trey McBride was Trey McBride. Marvin Harrison looked good. Looked like the connection is strong there. The Wi-Fi signal between Kyler and Marvin Harrison looks to be good. So, we don't have to go power route the router again and, do all the upcycling. They seem to be on the same page, and I was taking a gaming joke there, and I realized the crowd I'm talking to.
That's right, exactly.
Anyways.
Sorry, what did you say, Max? What?
Yeah, there it was. Yeah, exactly. That thing that makes your phone go when there's no cellular data, Wolf. Anyways, so
data.
I think when you look at those things, yeah.
Wolf's still on a minutes plan on his phone, Max. You got to go back.
Yeah, exactly. He's definitely he doesn't answer his phone until after 5 p.m.
I know what you're talking about, man. I'm all over it.
Yeah, that's Wolf.
But when I look at this, I thought it was a good start because, I mean, listen, this is a very prideful group in the Saints, and I know they constantly get eviscerated. Like their roster just gets decimated because of Mickey Loomis and his ability to kick a can down the road until he actually has to kick the can off the road. And they're not where they used to be as far as just across the board. But you still have a Cam Jordan. I mean, Kool-Aid McKinstry had a solid game. I mean, he was very physical at the point. They have attacking DBs. Their DBs do not shy away from hitting and making contact on the edges. Which
they got some good D linemen as well.
This is a team that has a different mindset. Yeah, no, the D line was good, and like I said, it's led by Cam Jordan, who's that type of leader and veteran. So it was a good game, and I think people automatically, because the quarterback's not a cachet name or experience, people want to write an entire team off because of who their quarterback is. But we have to remember, there was a time when a Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't because of the quarterback. It was because of everybody in the supporting cast. So you can't write this team off. I think for the Saints, even as bad as they were for a couple of years, they still found a way to beat Tampa Bay, even with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
So you look at that and you say, no, this team has a lot of pride, a lot of experience, and I felt it was a really good matchup. And the Cardinals, outside of maybe years past where that tight game might have swung the other direction, they held control, they held court, and they ended up pulling out the victory, which I think is a great sign for this team in building that resiliency.
Yeah, you would much rather, and 2 games with the same score, I'd much rather be the Cardinals with a 2013 win that everybody expected than the Patriots with a 2013 loss. When they were kind of the AFC equivalent of the Cardinals, of this team you're supposed to watch, and they went out and lost their first game. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, it's Power Poll time. Who are our top 5 teams in the NFL heading into week 2? Max Stark's going to stick around. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here's what ASU lost. They lost their clout. The hype of ASU football, the excitement of being one of the top teams in the country. You lost that. It's gone now. Everybody's going to look at ASU and think you're vulnerable. They're going to think you can be beat. You're going to be picked to lose some games now because of this game against Mississippi State. That's what you lost. You didn't lose your opportunity to win the Big 12, hang a banner, and go play in the playoffs again. You lost the clout that came with being a playoff team from last year and bringing almost everybody back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, it's time for you to extend your outdoor living space with a custom fit awning, right? Hundreds of designs and colors to choose from to match any home, of course, and they will work with your HOA as well. Motorized and retract with a remote control, all with LED lighting to light up your patio under the awning. Roll down patio shades, man. They block the sun, they block the dust, bugs, and wind, and they keep the patio up to 20 degrees cooler in these hot months. Hundreds of colors and durable fabric, of course, to withstand that Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. They also can replace and fix most old and outdated patio shades and motorized awnings if you've got that issue. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are getting ready for their home opener Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here's Cards defensive coordinator Nick Rallis on Panthers wide receiver and U of A alum Tetaroa McMillan.
I think he showed that he's going to be a player. He's good. He's long. He's smooth at the top of the route, and he's going to win contested catches. So they have a good offense in place over there, and he's definitely a guy that we got to be able to take away.
And the Arizona Diamondbacks will try to avoid a sweep today in San Francisco against the Giants. First pitch is at 12:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power Poll.
All right, short show today, so Max is going to join us in the Power Poll. We'll count up from 5 to 1. You guys ready?
No.
I mean, let's do it.
All
Let's
right,
do it.
That's two very different ranges of emotion there. All right, starting with number 5.
Number 5.
5's always the toughest one. I'm going to go with the Rams at number 5. Look,
Okay.
the Matthew Stafford injury thing is certainly the back issue. That's certainly a risk going forward for the season. But that was a nice win over Houston. Some of the other teams, the other team I was looking at was Detroit. I can tell you right
Stop doing that.
I can tell you.
Stop doing that,
but
Luke.
I didn't. I took Detroit out. There's no Detroit. They're done.
But you're saying
Well, they're
other
not
teams.
done.
I was looking. You were trying to double dip. Wolf, am I not wrong? Was he not trying to double dip just then?
A little bit.
Wolf's number 5.
Yeah,
He's
he
got like
was.
8 teams, so that counts. So I'm just telling you, the Rams, I took them over Detroit. That's where I was, okay? I still think Detroit's good, but give me LA. Max?
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go Washington Commanders.
Oh, I was hoping you were going to say 2 teams.
I like that team at number 5. I thought it was a very convincing victory over the Giants, 21-6. And hello, Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Similar color scheme, just a little bit deeper on the tint there, but same type of performance. So I got to give it to Washington.
Oh, man. This is really hard for me, Basinonians. It is, because I do want to go with the Detroit Lions at number 5, and I'm going to.
Oh, okay.
I believe the Detroit Lions, before it's all said and done, they're going to be rolling through the NFC. This is what I believe. I understand they lost the game to the Green Bay Packers, but I think the Packers are going to be really, really good this year, and I'm going to go with the Detroit Lions. 0-1 Detroit Lions at number 5.
I don't hate that pick. I really don't. I did think they would keep that game closer, but I think Detroit is still right there. I think people are writing them off way too quick. On to number 4.
Number 4.
All right, number 4 is the only winless team I have on my list, and I think this is the first time we've ever done this list, Wolf, where I don't have the Chiefs on my list.
Yeah.
I just
wow.
But I do have Baltimore on my list at number 4. They got as close to winning a football game as you can possibly get. Now, a loss is still a loss, but I think you'd be crazy to look at that and say, oh, well, Baltimore's no good because Josh Allen went crazy in the fourth quarter. So give me Baltimore at number 4.
Okay. I see your Baltimore, and this is where I'm going to put the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Green Bay Packers at the 4 hole, and looking at, like you said, beating the Lions the way that they did, to have that curse, right? 1-5 in a previous year in the NFC North.
Wow.
So to come out week 1, get that victory, establish, a power structure. Now, granted, Detroit's not going to be depressed for too long. But for the Packers to come out and play and have a 2-touchdown victory over a vaunted rival, I felt was a solid performance, and I have the Packers at 4.
Yeah, I also have the Green Bay Packers at number. Hit me with the number 4, just to set the table.
Number 4.
The number of the world, Basinonians, interesting. I have the Green Bay Packers, as I said, at number 4. Very impressive win in week number 1 over the Detroit Lions. But this is a team that appears to be different. Micah Parsons, of course, playing as a savage in that first game. And I'm talking about mundane plays. I'm talking about him setting the edge in certain situations. I'm talking about the way he tackled I'm talking about watching him go through the process of playing a football game. It wasn't just about pressures and sacks or anything. It wasn't about that. It was about him as a player and the way that he was balling. For me, the Green Bay Packers are a different team because of Micah Parsons, and we will see how they do this year, but they're number 4.
All right, on to number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3, I went back and forth on this one. I have these guys as my best team in the AFC. Give me Buffalo at number 3. Anytime you have Josh Allen, you can beat anybody. And we saw that in full display on Sunday night. Doesn't matter.
Most unbelievable games we've seen.
It doesn't matter how good your defense is or how much you're up by in the fourth quarter. And Wolf, you and I were talking about this earlier in the week, but I really do think we should all just sit back and appreciate the fact you have one conference right now that has Josh Allen, Lamar, Mahomes, and even Burrow, even though the Bengals are never really consistent, where a game like that seems to happen 3 times a year, where it's just like, hey, if the game goes 1 more minute, the other team wins. If it goes 2 more minutes, the first team wins again. So, yeah, give me Buffalo at number 3. Max?
All right, I'm going to take the team that was in opposition to the team that you just talked about. I'm putting the Baltimore Ravens at 3.
Oh,
a team that puts up 40 points. Derrick Henry has not slowed down. It's like he's Benjamin Button. It's ridiculous. It's like he gets younger and younger and younger. The dude had 169 yards on the ground. That one fumble that proved to be costly. But anytime you put up 40 points on one of the top teams in the NFL, that means you're doing something right. And it just comes down to what we saw last year with Baltimore, right? When they played the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's Isaiah Likely's toenail that cost them that game. This is one of those things where it just comes down to the very last play or seconds that determine this game. And even though they have a loss, I still have to give them credit. They put on an absolute performance, and they're the team that, if there is a winless team to be up here in this top 5, that's one that deserves to be up there.
I also went with the Baltimore Ravens at number 3. Give me number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2 is where I have Green Bay. You guys already made the argument for them. I don't think I need to add much more other than I think they're going to keep getting better as Matthew Golden gets healthy, and then as a rookie gets better over the course of the year. Micah Parsons will get healthier. Matt LaFleur, 68-33 as the Packers head coach. He's basically winning like 7 out of 10 games for his entire coaching career. He is one of the not that he never gets talked about, but like least talked about potentially great coaches in the league. So yeah, give me Green Bay at number 2. Max?
All right, this is one where I flip-flop between 2 and 1. And I think I'm going to settle with the Buffalo Bills being number 2.
That's fair.
Okay.
And we already talked about Buffalo and the heroics, but I feel like, Baltimore's at 3, Buffalo at worst is the number 2 team in this power poll.
I am with you 100% on that. The Buffalo Bills at number 2, Ravens at number 3, and that means number 1.
Wow, did you guys make your list together? You have 2, 3, and 4 identical.
Listen, I'm an honorary member of the Wolf Pack. That's what I like. It's a hive mind process.
Come on, man. Great minds think alike.
Well, I'm sure you guys will be different on number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, did they look great in week 1? Not necessarily, but it's Philly. Did they have one of their best players spit on the other team's quarterback before the game even started? Is Jalen Carter a risk to do something that costs them a big play in the Super Bowl or something with a dumb penalty like that? Yeah, he always is, but he's also one of the best players in the league at his position. Until proven otherwise, I got to have Philly at number 1.
Max?
I'm right there with you. Until you beat the champ, you have to give it to them. They own the crown. They own the victory. They did it first game of the season, played the last game of the season, and came out and played the earliest game of the season, and they still became victorious. I would argue, and you guys tell me, which one, obviously the nastiest one was the Spitgate with Jalen Carter. But what about the Pop-Tart that happened Friday night? Tyler Tart popping Travis Kelce in the game. Also a very stupid move. Yes. Yeah, that's right. I pinned that. A Pop-Tart.
Okay, yeah,
put it out there. I had to get it out there.
That's good, Max. I'm going, of course, with the Philadelphia Eagles. There can only be one, brothers, and it's the Eagles.
Highlander style.
That's the sound of the Highlander right there. Philly, Kansas City this week, by the way. Super Bowl rematch. Not sure how good I feel for the Chiefs in that one.
The NFL knows what they're doing, do they not?
Let's just
no Xavier Worthy
collectively have this conversation right now, because none of us had the Chiefs in our power poll. That's got to be the first time ever. If they lose to Philly, I kind of think they will, and they start 0-2, they're not done.
No.
Okay. Good.
No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not.
Because
Patrick, as long as 15 is healthy
That's right.
and out there on the field slinging the pigskin, absolutely, they're in every game.
Okay. Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You're going to rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more. Sublime, I believe, is there. When Innings hits Tempe, February 20th through the 22nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday, but you can win a pair right now by visiting ArizonaSports.com. All right, when we come back, we got to talk some college football. Max Starks, have your expectations for ASU football changed after that loss in Starkville, or Stark Vegas, as Tim Healy was calling it yesterday? We're going to ask the two-time Super Bowl champion. He's going to stick around next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals. And officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Unlike the changing leaves of fall, your money does not grow on trees, does it not, Basinonians? Give Trajan Wealth a call today to ensure that you're making the right financial moves for your future. I can tell you right now, I've had a lot of conversations with Trajan Wealth. I know it's truly never too early to plan for retirement, whether it's decades away or just around the corner for you. My friends over at Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors, of course, can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. They're all fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth. That's right. The more you do, the better they do, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly right. Contact the team that I trust, 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller, Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Max Starks. Maximum football. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. Max Starks is sticking around for Maximum Football, and that is not just NFL. Max covers a ton of college as well. And, Max, things didn't go well here in the Valley as far as college football on Saturday. ASU going into Mississippi State, falling way behind early, coming all the way back. Looked like they were going to win anyway. And then that play at the very end that goes for 58 yards, Mississippi State gets the win. I'll start here. How much does that change the perception of ASU nationally?
I think the Big 12 in general is very fragile of the Power Fours because of how chaotic the conference is, right? And when you don't have those traditional blue bloods in it per se, it leads for wild shifts along the conference. So I think it's more so a byproduct of the conference as a whole versus an indictment on ASU. Let me just start there with that.
Okay.
And I think it doesn't change my opinion about ASU. I would have loved for them to have come in and got an SEC victory under their belt, justify their position, playoff team from last year, and bump up into, well into the top 10 with a victory. But I still don't think that the playoff is out of reach for them because they lost one game to Mississippi State. And I don't think that, that denoted them to fall completely out of the AP top 25. I'm glad the coaches had some sense and at least kept them in the top 25. But this is a team with a lot of skills, and this is the thing. Even though you returned a lot of people, every year is its own silo. So when you're grading in retrospect, that's why I hate preseason polls. I don't know if I've ever said that to you guys, maybe a million times.
I think you have it tattooed on your arm.
Yeah, exactly. I hate preseason polls. But this is why I don't like preseason polls, because it puts an undue expectation on a team when you haven't proven anything yet for this year. I mean, the fact that, you have that type of loss and they tumble out of top 25 in one area and still at the end of 24 in another, but yet Texas looked inept week 1 and they still stayed in the top 10. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's also, like I said, conference bias. You look at the SEC, you look at the Big 10, and it's like, well, they can't be that bad. I mean, look at their conference. And I think the Big 12, along with the ACC, are both very fragile compared to the other two. And that's why you get these kind of titanic shifts. But at the end of the day, you have to remember, in the Big 12, that's not a conference loss. So at the end of the day, when you're competing for conference dominance and getting to be one of the top two, ASU's still squarely in the competition. So I'm not overreacting to it. I still think it's a very talented team. Sam Levitt is a really good quarterback. Jordan Tyson is a really good receiver. They still got some really good weapons out there. And it's just they got to figure out who they are and put everything together.
Right.
It's the gumbo pot of college football, baby. You just got to let it settle and let it all meld together, and then it's delicious. Put a little rice on it. Anyways, off of the food subject. It's midday. I'm hungry.
Yeah, you don't have anything, do you? I mean, you got some gumbo.
I'm sitting there. I'm like, what can I make in the kitchen after this?
Okay, so through 2 games, Max, through 2 games right now, what you've seen of the Sun Devils, what do you think they got to fix going forward?
Well, I think it's consistency across the front. The offensive line has to make a decision to be consistently good. And it comes with marrying the run game to allow for more opportunities in the pass game, and the play action has to develop. When you can't effectively run the ball consistently, that's going to lead you into some issues. And I know Cam Scattaboo is no longer here. Trust me, he just got the Angry Runs title from Good Morning Football in week 1 because he decided he wanted to go bulldozer mode on a little quick flare route. And so we know that machine is in the league, and he's doing things on Sundays now. But for this team, the offensive line, you're a good unit. You just have to trust yourselves, and y'all just have to continue to work together across the board. And I think that's really the biggest thing. And then defensively, keep it in front of you, right? I get the aggression, and you want to be able to blitz, and you want to put pressure on the quarterback, but sometimes it's just as easy as just keep it in front of you and just figure out that you don't have to be as attacking, as pressing. Know when to pick and choose your points. But I think this is a very good team that's going to do very well in the Big 12 conference once they get into conference play. It's just you're still figuring out what you can and can't get away with. And that's why, there's no preseason in college. There's only, 2 weeks of preseason camp. And they still got classes and everything else. So it's a lot to weed through to get these young men to kind of grow up and mature, in this process as they usher into manhood. But just getting them to figure out and spending that time together, this is a team that I think is still going to be a very good team, very viable team, especially in the Big 12.
Max, given, when it happened and the way it happened, and even, maybe because it was on the road against an SEC team and there's all the cowbells and only they're allowed to use them, and, there's just all these different things that factor that.
I've lost there.
Yeah.
I've lost there. I know that very well. I've lost to Stark Vegas as the number one team in the country, so I know that all too well. So, yes, please continue.
Well, I was just going to say, it feels like that game for ASU when we look back at the end of the year, it's almost inevitable now that this is going to help really define their season, because they would either spiral or it's going to make them better. You're trying to get better over the course of the season anyway. The successful teams get better. Ohio State was much better at the end of last year than they were at the beginning of the year. How does a loss like that potentially make you better as a team?
Well, it galvanizes you because, once again, you have to remember, you didn't get blown out, right? It came down to a play at the end of the game that switched the fortunes, and you had come all the way back. You had taken the hurricane. You took the big blast from this home team. The environment's a night game. Starkville at night is a different place. Like you said, the cowbells are just, they're mind-numbing. It's almost like it creates a vibration that your body just can't react to. Trust me. I watched them tear down the goalpost and carry it down the street in the middle of campus as we were leaving the stadium. So yeah, Mississippi State has their moments, and they're a team that's tough to play, especially at home. But for ASU, I look at it kind of like the Cincinnati game last year, which is a game that I called. Mm-hmm. It was across time zones. It was a game that you weren't expecting at an awkward time. That game was early morning. This one's a late night game. There's the frenzy of being in this new conference and trying to figure things out, and your teams are across the coast. You're playing these games in further time zones than Wolf and I played in when we were in college, and you're trying to figure it out. But this is a moment where you learn from and say, hey, we took the best blow that we could take from that team, and we still stood here and we still had an opportunity to win. We didn't get blown out, didn't get embarrassed, and we are a good team. We just need to put all those – we need to string the good plays together and limit when you get the lulls in the game, the ebbs and the flows of the game. Just have to be able to string those together and create consistency. And I think that's what I would glean from it, and that I wouldn't be down on my squad. Just, hey, we have to go out there and do it. This was a good preemptive warm-up before we got into conference play like you did with Cincinnati. That was in conference. It didn't cost you because of the turmoil of the conference. But this gives you a shot to say, hey, we could be better when we get into conference play. When we get into those Utah games and those other games later in the year, we will be able to overcome it. Texas Tech is coming up. I mean, you're going to have a little gauntlet there with Utah, Texas Tech, and then Iowa State 2 weeks after. You're going to get your shot at knocking down the teams that are in front of you, quote unquote. And I don't really think they're that far in front of you. They just happen to be in the rankings right now. But that's 3 top 25 matchups in 4 weeks.
That's amazing.
That's gonna say a lot about you.
Yeah.
Max sounds like Kenny Dillingham.
He
Doesn't he, Luke?
He does. He really does. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page right now. Watch us live and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game on Sunday. Speaking of the Cardinals, when we come back, how did that O-line do in week 1? We got Max Starks here, so why not ask him? He knows a thing or two about playing offensive line in the NFL, so he'll break it down next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If it feels like everything's going on right now, that's probably because everything is going on right now. Football is all around you, college and pros. whoever your favorite team is, you can watch them at Twin Peaks. You can also follow along with your fantasy football teams there as well, because got a bunch of TVs, so you can see all the games at one time. Plus, baseball's in the stretch run. You got soccer going. Basketball and hockey aren't too far away either, so call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go with all those TVs at Twin Peaks. You won't miss 1 second of the action. And then, while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection, because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, wings, loaded fries, flatbreads like the Italian, the backyard barbecue brisket, or the OG pepperoni. And on top of all that, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks either. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Why even wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark, so you can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Never settle. Stop by, experience the great scenery and lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. Moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements, all the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Phoenix, crank it up for more great shows coming to the Celebrity Theater. September 13th, come experience the stratospheric guitar and vocals of Samantha Fish. Then, get ready to rock hard September 20th with one of the most iconic shows of the year, Cinderella's Tom Kiefer with LA Guns. And on October 9th, guitar icon unleashing the classics, Robin Trower. Tickets on sale now for all 3 shows at CelebrityTheater.com. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are getting ready for their home opener Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here's Cards defensive coordinator Nick Rallis on Panthers wide receiver and U of A alum Teteroa McMillan.
I think he showed that he's going to be a player. He's good. He's long. He's smooth at the top of the route, and he's going to win contested catches. So they have a good offense in place over there, and he's definitely a guy that we got to be able to take away.
Sticking with the Cardinals, the team has signed wide receiver Simi Fehoko to the active roster and placed safety Joey Blunt on the injured reserve. Arizona has also signed linebacker Channing Tindall to the practice squad. And the Arizona Diamondbacks will try to avoid a sweep today in San Francisco against the Giants. First pitch is at 12:45. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, hour number 2 of what is actually only a 2-hour show today because we got D-backs Giants coming up at noon. Max Starks is joining us for one more segment right here of Maximum Football, and we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Max, I feel like before we let you go, we have to ask you about the Cardinals' offensive line, and I'll start here. It's easy to look and say, hey, they gave up 5 sacks, but when you watch it, there were a couple plays where you feel like maybe Kyler could have just thrown the ball away or, he slid and it was like a half-yard sack or whatever. How do you evaluate the offensive line in week 1?
I think the offensive line, considering what you're doing, Isaiah Adams is new, Jonah Williams getting back into the fray of everything. I think this unit has a lot of good principles. I love Paris Johnson Jr., obviously, he's the quality pick, and the reason why you took him as high as you did, he's playing up to snuff. And I think, like you said, a couple of those sacks aren't necessarily offensive line sacks per se. Some of those are coverage. I mean, even the first sack of the game, right? I mean, Tip Ryman and Trey McBride it looked like, hey, you got him? No, I got him. No, I'm out on the route. No, I'm out on the route too. It was kind of like a little bit of confusion. I'm not sure what Tip was doing on his release. It was kind of like he froze, and then for Trey, he kind of pretended like he was going to block him, then tried to go out of the route, and Cam Jordan has seen way too many games. I mean, Cam's played over 225-plus games, so he's not fooled by that, and that didn't happen. Like you said, a couple of them where Kyler was getting forced out to the side and trying to step out of bounds. I was like, just throw it away. Like, it's the same thing. Like, why do you have to run it? You're out of the tackle box. So when you look at those type of things, I mean, you kind of have to dig a little bit deeper in the weeds to understand that. But I thought a lot of the stuff was solid. I will say this. As much as I know you love Tip Ryman, Wolf.
Yeah.
Tip Ryman probably should not be running a wham on a D tackle. I'm just going to put it out there. He's tough. Don't get me wrong. Probably eats nails for breakfast. But he is not tall enough to ride that ride. He got blown up a couple times in the run game, which kind of stymied things. But I thought it was a solid first performance out there. Getting those guys into motion. It's week 1. You still got to figure out what your endurance level is. You don't get that in the preseason. You may get a series if a little bit less. And a lot of the people that are playing in the preseason to get their NFL shape are guys who are going to be sitting on the sidelines during the regular season. So I don't look at it as such a negative. I think there's still a lot of growth. I think you got some really good guys. And I saw a couple of times where the twists in the past game, the guards were leveling and eliminating guys when they came around on a twist. They were throwing the blindside blocks. It looked good. So that physicality is there. It's only going to get better and more refined as the season goes.
Yeah, for me, Max, I was disappointed in the offensive line in terms of their ability to run the ball. In particular, when James Conner was in the queue with his toes at 7. To me, again, the most demoralizing thing that can happen to a football team is that the other team can line up and jam it down your throat, run it in a very north-south kind of way. This is what I think the Arizona Cardinals are capable of doing. I think they've proved that over the last 2 years. Their offensive line with James Conner, they can attack the line of scrimmage and do it in a north-south kind of way. And to me, this is what I wanted to see. Impose your will. Everyone knows it's coming. Everyone knows, Max, and you know this. When you're really good at running the ball, they know it's coming. They just can't stop it. And to me, I thought the Saints front seven did a great job of stopping it.
Let me say this. I agree with you. I love it. Some of the 12 personnel stuff, they look really solid on. But you're right. I think they got a little bit too cute at points. Like that diamond formation in the backfield.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Had two wings and a guy behind. Like, you don't need that. Good old I formation gets it done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think then trying to run a lot of spread sub run game and trying to run the outside stretch zone and those like I said, running a tight end wham on a D tackle, like those type of things is like that's getting cutesy.
Tip has destroyed a couple of D tackles though on that very play. He has done that.
I feel like
Just
it's been
so
more
you know.
DNs. I feel like it's been more DNs than outside linebackers.
Okay.
But yes, there has been a time or two. But if I'm picking the matchup 10 out of 10, I'm not putting Tip on a D tackle. All 10 of those, right? And I don't think he wins that just because natural leverage angles. But you're right.
You know what? Put
there
me
is
on a D tackle. Seriously.
Well,
right
you're a
now.
fullback.
I wish
of course.
I could do it.
You're
I wish I
born
could
with
do
the
it
short neck,
seriously.
of course.
218
Of course.
pounds hit you right in the face and drop you.
But you're also coming from a 3-point, not a motion.
Or
as
maybe
well. Remember that, Wolf.
Or maybe I'd get blown up on that play as well.
That doesn't even matter. It's just the
It
act of
doesn't
doing
matter.
it. There you go.
Hit you right in the face, even if I drop.
Max, how from your experience, how does an offensive line evolve over the course of the season? Like, what's the goal here for the Cardinals in that regard? Not, beyond just, hey, get better. Like, how does an offensive line get better in season?
Time with each other, time spent. You got to spend time together. Got to hang out. Got to go to a buffet. You know what I'm saying? Just go off a baseline. Just pick one.
It's all about
and say,
food.
we're going to forage. But it's the community aspect of it, right? It's communing with your teammates, getting to know their little idiosyncrasies and getting to know what makes that guy tick so that when it comes crunch time, I've got either the trigger word or the safe word. You know what I'm saying? Like to help them get back into line. But it takes time together, spending that time together, not just leaving at the end of the day. I mean, what made our team so good when I played on the Steelers, we were never the best offensive line. But you best believe when it came nut crunching time, if anything happened on or behind our side of the line of scrimmage that we didn't like, you were going to get the frontier justice of all five guys. And that's the mindset you have to have as an O-line unit. Remember, 5 fingers, that's how you start. You got to form it into a fist. And guess what? A fist does a lot more damage than a slap, even though a slap doesn't get you kicked out of the game. But as we saw, because that's what Pop-Tart again. Anyways, but that's what they're trying to – they're trying to become that fist so that you can now become the hammer from that moment. You can't do it like this. You can't have a pinky up or thumb out. It doesn't have the same power. You've got to have all 5 guys on the same page. And that takes time spending together.
Max, always great to talk to you, buddy.
Max, love you, man.
Enjoy week 2.
As always.
Buddy. Okay, man.
That's Max Starks joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line this week as, one game in as doing color for the Steelers, and he is 1-0 after that win over the Jets. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game when we come back to ASU. How can Sam Levitt in particular bounce back after a rough week 2 performance in Starkville? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Man, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com for more information. Right now, when you do, you're going to find out Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe's the coolest doctor ever, especially when it comes to dental implants, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On-4 dental implant treatment. I have had the All-On-4, and I can tell you right now, it is a game changer. Smile real nice, whether it's socially, Professionally, personally, whatever it may be, you're going to be happy you got the All-On 4. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. It truly is incredible. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve, of course, and the care you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't you open up that window. Don't you let out that antidote.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. How could the Phoenix Suns' rotation work this season? What led to Andrew Saalfrank reestablishing himself for the Diamondbacks' bullpen? And the Mercury will enter the playoffs as the number 4 seed and face the defending champion Liberty. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
You know, Wolf, we were just talking about this during the break. That some of these games coming up, and we'll get deeper into this obviously tomorrow. But you've got Bears Lions. One of those two teams going to be 0-2 in the division in the NFC North, and then also Green Bay. You brought this up. They just played Detroit.
Yeah.
So as high as we are all on Green Bay, last year when a team played Detroit, they typically lost the next week because they were so beat up. And Green Bay plays a short week. They play tomorrow against Washington. So
I'll be there.
And Rick will be there.
Oh,
I don't even know how
Rick.
that factors into the line, but it should.
That's so cool, man. It makes me want to play the Lions. Like right now. Can you imagine if I went out there, ladies and gentlemen? I wouldn't survive a play.
Just you playing against the Lions?
Seriously, can you imagine? I mean, here you are, 62. Give me a mouth guard and a bonnet. And oh, my goodness, I would not survive a play, I don't think. Yet at the same time, it makes me want to play the Lions because I want to hurt them maybe, even though I know I couldn't.
Well, you might be able to get a spot on
Isn't
the Bears
that weird?
right now.
I mean, what is that? I'll tell you what that is. That's being 62 and savage.
Well, how about the Bears, too? I mean, you talk about a rough spot. You just played short week. Now you have to go to Detroit and play the Lions. So.
Wow, that is rough.
Sam Levitt was speaking yesterday about, turning the page on that Mississippi State game. And I'll repeat this, Wolf, doing the show tonight. Sparky's down with Kenny Dillingham at Trophy in Chandler.
Ding.
Kanye Udo's going to be on the show. Keith Abney's going to be on the show.
Yes.
Obviously, Kenny Dillingham's going to be on the show. Sam Levitt yesterday talked about how he feels now that game is in the past.
Honestly, I thought it was really good for me, the team as a whole. We saw what we could do in the second half. And there's a lot of things I got to clean up. Quite frankly, I didn't play very well, and I take a lot of things on me. And but it's things I can clean up. Just knowing the game plan better and fixing my footwork, being more calm. It's a lot of the same things that was early in the season last year. So I'm just excited to go to work and fix it up.
Man, I love that. That's such a good answer from Sam Levitt right there. Be accountable. My young crunks, tell the truth. Tell the truth about how you played and be accountable. And I think he is spot on. He's got to, just know the game plan better, know how to do it better. He actually addressed some of the issues right there and what we saw and how we saw him perform. And just saying he's got to understand what they're trying to do better. And his feet. It wasn't just mental. It was also physical as well. And yet, that's something that coaches, I'm sure, were working with him last year and, of course, with this game and this year.
He didn't start amazing last year, like he said right there, but the difference was the first game was that blowout win over Wyoming. He didn't really have to do a ton. And then Mississippi State was the second team they played last year, too, and Scadaboo went off for 262 rushing yards. Now, I mean, the running backs in the second half went off on Saturday as well. Feels like yesterday. We can't get a distance between now and that game quickly enough. But Levitt really didn't get going last year, actually, I would say, until the third game against Texas State, who they are now playing this week as well. More from Sam Levitt on his coach having confidence in him because Kenny has been very consistent, not just this week, but especially this week in light of what happened on having confidence in his quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to hear that's my dog. But, I got to have that confidence in myself, and that's something that's, never wavered within me, and I just got to hone in. I do this for me at the end of the day and, for my team and everybody around me, so I don't really care about the outside noise. It's one game. I'm not tripping at all.
That's right. It's good to hear that, too, that Sam isn't tripping at all. I mean, honestly, I think that's important.
Yeah. I thought about this. How weird would it be to be Sam Levitt or whoever, any college football player with a ton of national expectations?
Yeah.
but on like a Tuesday, you're just sitting in class and your mind's kind of wandering in like biology class or something. And you're like,
seriously?
You're like, oh, wait, everybody's talking about.
Doesn't take biology for your mind to wander.
No, I know, but in a situation like that, when you're sitting in class, you have an hour and a half or whatever, your mind will start to wander.
Yeah.
And it's not like, hey, where are we getting food after class? It's, oh, yeah, by the way, half the country's wondering if I can still play quarterback because I had a bad 2 quarters against Mississippi State.
Give me another one. You know, I want to hear more from Sam Levitt.
How about Sam Levitt talking about the difference between processing a loss versus processing a win?
You know, you try not to view it differently, but it definitely gives you more motivation. You know, it makes you lock in on what I didn't do well, you know, really focusing, trying to listen more to people, trying to figure out what I need to do as an individual and as a teammate. So you kind of just hone in on things. You know, when you get the win, you can kind of flush certain things that didn't go well because you're like, well, whatever, we got the win. So you don't lock in on, you know, little details like that, splits, you know, pre-snap penalties, you know, knowing the game plan in and out. So things like that, they show up in a loss, and then you're able to come back. So that's why, you know, I'm honestly glad that it happened for me and the team. You know, it's going to benefit us in the long run.
Oh, my goodness, that's just so spot on. It really is. You learn so much more in a defeat than you actually do in a victory because it's something that is on your heart. You feel it. You feel the fact that you lost the game. And, of course, the responsibility, especially at the quarterback position, where maybe you didn't make the plays you typically make or expect yourself to make, and yet you look around and you lost. That is something that leaves a mark, so to speak, on your soul. That leaves a mark. And because of that, it also motivates you to not let it happen again. You can learn so much more and take it literally to heart in a loss than you can a win a lot of the time. Is it better to learn while you're winning? Of course. There's no doubt. That's why the NAU thing, once again, going back to that. Yeah, you won the game. Did you play as well as you could have? No, we did not play. And you're going to sit there and you're going to focus on the areas where you need to get better. But deep down inside, once again, you're going to say, you know, we won the game. We won the game. Now you can't say it. We lost the game on the road to Mississippi State. That's going to leave a mark. That might actually propel you and compel you to do better.
Yeah, and I also think, you know, the second week, I make fun of the cowbell thing because I just don't like that they're the only team that gets to do it. Like, I don't understand why you get special treatment, and nope, it's not like the rest of the SEC is allowed to do it. But that aside, it's an SEC environment. You're going on the road to face.
I could have used a little more cowbell.
To face you could not have used any more cowbell on Saturday. But going on the road to face an SEC team, just in that environment in general, I'm sure the environment leading up to the game is just unique. And that's going to bring elements of your game, good or bad, out that NAU at home just can't bring out, and that practicing all week can't bring out. They did everything they could to simulate the cowbells in practice all week, but you can't recreate that environment until you go there and play in it. So it will be interesting to see how they now respond, because they're going to play better teams than Mississippi State this season. Certainly, I may look at 3 or 4 on the schedule right now, but they're not going to play in an environment quite like that again this season.
You know, just looking at it too, remembering some of the television shots of everybody that had cowbells, did it not appear that about 80% of the people had cowbells? Would you say 80%?
At least.
There were a lot of guys that did not have cowbells. Can you imagine how crazy that would be?
Just be standing there
and have to bang the cowbell, carry it out. Who'd want to carry it too? I don't want to carry that stuff. I don't know. It just seemed like not everybody is all on board with a cowbell.
Oh, you can count me as not on board with it. Have it before the game, have it after the game, have it at halftime, whatever. But it's been that way, and I don't know. It's I told you before the show. There's a cut of Kenny. I'm not going to play it right here, but he's talking about that second touchdown that Mississippi State scored, and you know, kind of. I think the officials kind of look back on it and they're like, yeah, there should have been a penalty. That touchdown should not have counted.
Yeah.
But I liked the way Kenny handled it in his quote, because you know this is his message to his team too. Of yeah, okay, maybe not. It was a penalty. I think anybody watching it knew it was a penalty. But the way Kenny said it was, they didn't have to commit that penalty. They still had us beat on the play. And I like that sort of messaging to his team, because he is really good at consistently reminding his team, there's a lot of stuff under your control. Because it's really easy to fall in the trap of, man, we got screwed over. We go on the road and the officials got intimidated by the sound or whatever. They missed that call even though they threw the flag. And you could argue it cost them the game because they lost by less than a touchdown. But that's not what you want as a player or as a coach. You need to look at what you could have done differently, and they did get beat on that play either way.
Accountability matters.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, can the Diamondbacks avoid a sweep in San Francisco? They've already lost the series, which is not common for them now. We'll get you ready for D-backs Giants with D-backs on deck next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I gotta have more cowbell.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-1. Swung on and grounded right to the second baseman, Schmidt. He'll throw to first in time. The Giants win the series by taking this one by a final score of 5-3.
D-backs at the Giants, series finale. Our coverage begins today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Moving can be a very stressful and very difficult situation. Ron Wolfley reporting, of course. Moving Team 6, they understand this. They want to remove that stress from your equation. Trust the professionals. You can trust them to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely as well. You're going to be glad. You're going to, trust me on this, you're going to be glad you actually use Moving Team 6. Moving Team, they strive for excellence. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They're the moving and storage pros here in the Basin, whether it's local, long distance, commercial, residential. They also have a massive air-conditioned storage facility, so as you're in the middle of a move, maybe you can store some of your furniture right there at their facility. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and customers. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee, only at 72sold.com.
Society says pay $7 for a fancy coffee. Sonic says, nah, how about $2.99 salted caramel toffee iced coffee with cold foam, salted caramel drizzle, and crunchy toffee pieces. That's Pinky's Up Fancy. Find China Fancy and grand piano in your living room fancy for just $2.99. Sonic salted caramel toffee iced coffee for just $2.99. It's the fancy without the pricey.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply for a limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty
GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is the go-to place for trucks. What kind of football season kickoff deals are happening this month?
What's up, Dave? September has some amazing truck deals, and right now we've got $13,500 in savings on the all-new 2025 Sierra 1500 and $6,500 in savings on the all-new 2025 Sierra HD. We've got plenty of inventory. It's definitely the right time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are getting ready for their home opener Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. And they made some roster moves today. The team has signed wide receiver Simi Fehoko to the active roster and placed safety Joey Blunt on injured reserve. Arizona has also signed linebacker Channing Tindall to the practice squad. And the Arizona Diamondbacks will try to avoid a sweep today in San Francisco against the Giants. First pitch is at 12:45, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
I'll tell you, the Diamondbacks had been just cruising along, winning all of these, or almost all of these series since the trade deadline, Wolf. They had won 8 of the 11 series, and then one of the 3 that they hadn't won, they had split a 4-game series with Milwaukee. But that is going to take a hit because they've already lost this series to San Francisco. Today, they're just trying to avoid the sweep against the Giants. Let's get you the pitching matchup. It's brought to you by Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the D-backs, it's Erod. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound, 7-8, a 5.22 ERA, although he's been significantly better his last 2 starts against Carson Seymour of the Giants. And you might say, well, I've never, who's Carson Seymour? This is his 13th appearance. It's just his 3rd ever major league start. But this is what the Giants do. If you look up and down their roster, they have a bunch of guys you've never heard of that are all pulling their weight right now. And the Giants are kind of looking like the team that might just win that wild card because the Mets keep losing.
The Giants have won 13 of their last 16 games. Stop and think about that for a minute. You want to talk about a team that is hot. The San Francisco Giants doing a fantastic job, of course, and it was so demoralizing because the Diamondbacks have been playing so well, as we all know. How many series did they win?
8-2-1 in their 11 series. Although that's now
11 series
8-3-1.
Right, exactly. And now all of a sudden, when they get to a point where, all right, this is a team they're chasing, now they lose the series. This is the one series where, can you imagine if they would have won this series as well? Everyone would start, hey now, here we go. And now they lose this series and might get swept by the Giants.
If they had won this series, considering what's going on with the Mets against the Phillies, they'd probably be 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. And if they had swept, maybe 1.5. Now, I know it's a lot of ifs, but it's kind of a reminder that the team that both the Diamondbacks and Giants are chasing is losing every night. So when the Diamondbacks were stacking wins, they really were making up ground. The problem is they've stopped stacking wins because they've lost 3 straight when you count the loss at the end of the previous series as well.
Not only that, too, can I just say it really bummed me out that Zach Allen had the game that he had and Robbie Ray had the game that he had.
Yeah, that was kind of a downer. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. This is from a little bit earlier in the week, but still significant. Diamondbacks, of course, placed first baseman Tyler Locklear on the 10-day IL Monday with left elbow inflammation, and they called up Tim Tawa. That's been their biggest move of the week. So, that's a significant move. We talked about this briefly yesterday, but you've got 16 games left. You'd love to go on a run and just make the playoffs, but the other real big part of this is getting Tyler Locklear, getting Jordan Lawler, getting these guys reps. Lawler, by the way, hitting better. But Tyler Locklear, I don't even know if he's going to play again this season because there's so little left.
It's so good to see Jordan Lawler doing that because, once again, I think he's cracked that eggshell. You know what I mean? I think he's got it done. In other words, I'm raking down at the AAA level. Can I at least get a hit at the major league level?
Can we break through that?
Yeah, he's broken through that ceiling, so to speak, and it's good to see that.
It's I get that it's still early, but so many of us thought, okay, when he gets back to the majors, let's just give him consistent playing time and see what that does for him mentally. Because like you said, he's been tearing up AAA for a while now, but then he gets to the majors and he didn't have a hit all season. Now that he's playing pretty consistently, I'm sure they're having conversations behind the scenes, but it seems like he knows he's going to be out there most nights. His last 4 games that he's played, and he had a pinch hit appearance in a 5th game, but the last 4 games he's played, he has at least a hit in all 4 of them, and he's got 3 doubles mixed in there, and he's driven in 3 runs, and he's scored 3 runs. Like, he's hitting major league pitching now.
Once again, with that being said by you, Luke, why would you ever sit him the rest of the way?
I wouldn't.
I mean,
there's not that many games left.
Why? Exactly. Let's go. Can I ask you this as well? How many games do you think they need to win if, in fact, they were going to pull off a miraculous get into the postseason run?
Well, they got 16 left. I mean,
13.
Probably 13.
I was going to say 13, just like the Giants.
Yeah.
They've won 13 of their last 16.
Yeah.
I think the Diamondbacks would have to do the same thing.
13 would get you 85 wins. The Mets are just stuck at 76. The D-backs have 72. The Giants have 74 now. So 85 might actually get you in, which, what did they have last year and they didn't get in? 89? I think the D-backs won 89 and didn't get in. But nobody's running away with that last wild card spot. It is wide open this year. Let's get you the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Yeah, this just feels like a standard you need your starting pitcher to give you a chance to win type game. The Giants have jumped all over D-backs starting pitching in these first 2 games, and D-backs starting pitching had been great coming into the series. They had a quality start in 9 of their previous 11 starts, like you had said, Wolf. Erod, that falls on his shoulders. He has given up just 1 earned run over 12 innings in his last 2 starts against the Dodgers and Red Sox, so he is capable, and they're probably going to need that to have a chance today.
Yeah, I would agree with that. For me, the key to the game is always about the bullpen for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I don't think that is going to change at all today. Hopefully you can get a good start from Erod, but I'm more concerned with what happens in inning number 6 or maybe number 7 and on. I'm a lot more concerned there, Luke.
Yeah, you can just color me perpetually concerned with what happens in the 7th inning and beyond this season. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks 4.5 games back of that final wild card spot right now. So still in it, especially because the Mets just keep losing. But the Giants are now 2 back of the Mets. The Reds are 3 back, and the St. Louis Cardinals are tied with the Diamondbacks 4.5 back. So it's like you said, Wolf, you're going to have to this point, win a ton of games the rest of the way. 16 games left, probably need to win 13 of them at least, and beating the Giants is near the top of that list. This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Just text character to 620-620. Nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. When we come back, what are the Diamondbacks looking to accomplish now in these final couple weeks of the season? We're going to talk to their assistant GM and senior vice president, Amiel Sadeh, joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Sonic brings fans the Sonic Smasher, and when you buy one Sonic Smasher, you get another free in the app, because you deserve a burger with 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties served hot off the grill. Just like you deserve a 5-star receiver who doesn't decommit a week before the opener, a QB who doesn't transfer to a bigger program, and a conference where away games aren't 3 time zones away. While we can't give you everything you deserve, we can give you buy one, get one free Sonic Smashers.
Tax not included. See app for details. Limited time offer at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them.
This is a test of the emergency alert system, originated by the Arizona Department of Public Safety. If this had been an actual emergency, important information or instructions would have followed the tones you just heard. This concludes this test.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, final segment of the show today, because we are giving way to D-backs Giants this afternoon from San Francisco. And we're pleased to be joined right now by D-backs Senior Vice President, Assistant GM, Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, thank you so much for the time. How's it going this afternoon?
It's going all right. I'm in San Francisco waiting for the game to start. Hopefully we pull off a victory today.
How much are you guys, because of the run that you were on before the San Francisco series, especially with winning series, how much do you guys still pay attention to the standings, or are you just more focused on what your team's doing right now?
Probably different for everybody else. I mean, I honestly don't spend a lot of time looking at the standings. I'd be lying if I said I didn't at some point look at the standings, but now I'm just focusing on trying to get a win every night and letting everything else take care of itself.
Amiel, when you look at this team and how this team is finishing right now, what do you want to see specifically in regard to players stepping up and doing their job? Is there anything specific to the game of baseball you want to see this team do other than win?
Play good baseball, play consistent baseball. I think we've seen the last couple losses that we've had. Those really just, they came within like an error or a misplay within an inning that kind of spiraled a little bit out of control for us. And I think that when we pick up the baseball, Torrey talks about this all the time. It's like, when we play really good defense, and we pick up the baseball, we play a good game, we have a team that can beat anybody out there. And it doesn't matter who's on the field. We have the ability to take down anybody in the league. And, we've made some mistakes the last few nights, and it's cost us. And so, I just want to see us play error-free baseball and find a level of consistency going into the end of the year. And, the standings are the standings. If we play that way, we're gonna put some pressure on some other teams.
We're talking to Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, Jordan Lawler in particular, he's been tearing up AAA for a while. He was struggling at the plate this year, but it was very, inconsistent when he was getting to play and he had the injuries. Last few games, he's hitting the ball. He's got hits in his last 4 games that he started. He's got a couple doubles in there, a couple runs scored, RBIs. What are you seeing from him that's different, and how much of this do you believe is confidence?
Yeah, I mean, this game is very mental. There's so many people that take a small subset of at-bats and, 16, 20, 25 at-bats and draw conclusions, and it's just not fair for a young player to expect that player. It doesn't matter how talented that player is, to just come up to the big leagues and hit the ground running, especially for hitters. And I think we're seeing the Lawler that we all expect, very athletic and obviously make plays on the bases like we saw last night. And, he hit that ball 105 off the wall for a double. And, I think early on when he came up, there was maybe a little bit of pressure to just kind of get that first hit out of the way this year. And then, he's got a very good approach. And I think, Torrey unlocked him a little bit by just telling him, be more aggressive, go up there and swing at the pitch that you really think you can handle. And he still has a good approach and he's still going to have good at-bats, but we're seeing him jump on pitches that, that are strikes in the middle of the zone or somewhere in the zone and being able to impact them to all field.
Amiel, how important is leadership in a clubhouse for a baseball team? And Do you think you've got the requisite leaders in that clubhouse?
Yeah, I think, there's so many different types of leaders. You know this, Wolf. You've been in, whether it's in football or baseball or any sport, there's so many different types of leaders. And so everybody always kind of thinks of leadership as like a vocal leader. And I'm not necessarily sure that that's the case. You don't always need vocal leaders. You need people that lead. We have people that lead by example. And they don't always have to be super, the veteran type guys. I think leaders are accountable, and leaders are guys that can, hold players to high standards, and we do have that. And a lot of times, teams want to go out and find a veteran leader out in free agency or in a trade, and that might not be the right person for your clubhouse. So it really just depends on the mix and who you have. And yeah, I do think we have that group.
Talking to Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, we talked to you about Gabby Moreno a lot. How big is this for him to come back from the injury before the season ended? And now, he's always great defensively, but he's hitting the ball really well too. How much could that feasibly help him going into next year?
Yeah, it's just Gabby's an elite hitter. He's got unbelievable hand-eye. We've always kind of talked about his approach at the plate. He can. We saw this, the ball he hit that was, 3 or 4 balls off the plate that he took to right field over the weekend versus versus Boston. And, it just kind of shows you how much back control he has and how much hand-eye he has. And I think the power eventually comes with those type of players that can really find good pitches and not try to generate power on your own, but really just let your swing dictate some of the power. And that's what we're seeing with Gabby. I think he's in a really good spot mechanically. I think he's in a really good spot with his approach. And, obviously he's always been a great defender, and he's been a shutdown defender. And having him, I think you guys see the impact of having a really good catcher, and having him has really changed the dynamic of our team, especially not just our lineup, but also defensively back there.
Amiel, thanks for the time.
Appreciate
as always, man. Good luck today.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Amiel Sadeh joining us on the Arizona Sports Line from San Francisco as the Diamondbacks get ready to take on the Giants. Wolf, you look like you had something else to say.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to Skomas. That's I wanted to ask him there. Did you go to Skomas yet? By the way, if you happen to be in the Bay Area, ladies and gentlemen, if you happen to be in San Francisco, Skomas is the place to go, of course.
Well, you could have asked him that. I didn't know if you were going to ask him some deeply philosophical question and he was going to have 8 seconds to answer. He could have asked him that.
No, I know, but no, I just wanted to, find out if he had been there yet.
Short show today, and you now plus Max multiple times making food references.
To Max, I blame him because he was making all the food references.
He was.
On the show.
Max makes food references before he even totally realizes.
By the way,
doing
Barbecue Friday, it's on its way.
2 days away. Gabby Moreno, that last question, he has been hitting the ball really well, and that I think is a big deal for them going forward.
That's good to see, man. I just want to see him finish well,
It's just the fact that he's, doing that, but also that he's playing instead of just going into the offseason still rehabbing.
True.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got D-backs Giants coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Whether you want a total makeover and want to build a luxury resort-like pool, or you want a pool that doesn't break the bank, I can tell you, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas, they have you covered. What I also love, they got a 5-year warranty at Presidential Pools, and they can build it in 60 days. And let's not forget the value that this is going to add to your house, your home as well. But you know what? I realized when my pool was built, it's not just about the money, Basinonians. It isn't. It's about the memories and being out with the kids and the family. It's just an awesome time, and we love it at the Wolf League compound, hanging out in the backyard with friends and family. If you want to finance your pool and just do a set payment each month, Presidential Pools also has in-house financing.